Becoming an ancestor in another world from this day on. Chapter 201, True Identity. Looking at Ron and Dick outside, the few family clansmen looked at each other. One of the young men secretly glanced around and said softly to Loch, "Loch, why don't we?" Loch knew what he meant. He wanted to ask if they should take the opportunity to leave now. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Let's just stay here. That senior probably won't hurt us." To slip away under the nose of someone of the divine power realm was simply wishful thinking. Fortunately, although the other party had killed Aur and his people decisively and coldly, he did not show any killing intent toward them. Moreover, the other party seemed to have a special relationship with Dick, so if they did not court death, their lives should not be in danger. But who was the other party? How had they never heard of such a young expert of the divine power realm appearing in the Northern Territory? What was the relationship between the other party and Dick? Loch and the others were full of questions. They looked quietly at the two people under the large tree over there. Unfortunately, Ron had used his magical power to block out the sound, so they could not hear anything. Under a large tree not far away, Dick stopped 2 meters away from Ron. He looked at Ron, who had turned around to look at him, and said hesitantly, "Senior." Ron smiled and waved his hand. "Don't call me senior. In terms of age, I should call you senior brother. You can just call me Ron." Seeing Dick look nervous and puzzled, Ron smiled and said, "I know you have many doubts. Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly." He paused for a moment, and then asked first, "I still don't know your name. Do you have any relatives? Where are they?" Dick could not help but look at Ron in shock. He hesitated for a moment, and then answered truthfully, "My name is Dick. I don't have any relatives. My mother brought me here when I was young, and then she died of illness." Ron was a little disappointed, but he asked again, "Do you know where your mother came from previously? Do you have any leads to find the other family members?" "Not anymore. My mother has never told me any of this." Dick shook his head, more puzzled than ever. He wondered what Ron meant by asking all this. Updates by Ron sighed. There was no hope of finding more clansmen. After Norton and the others had found Lily and the others previously on their search mission, he only found one clansman this time. Ron kept feeling guilty toward his family. However, he quickly threw away these distracting thoughts and said to Dick, "I'll answer the questions you have now. You might find it unbelievable, but I hope you can believe that what I am going to say is true." 10 minutes later, Ron told them his identity, his purpose in coming here, and Dick's real identity. After Ron had finished speaking, Dick was completely stunned. So he was actually a descendant of the Nicholas family? When he first saw Ron, Dick knew that the other party was looking for some family clansman, but at that time, he was puzzled and wondering who the other party was looking for with the information. He had not expected himself to be the person the other party was looking for. As Ron had said earlier, after hearing this, Dick was really in disbelief. All of this was really unbelievable. However, Dick really could not figure out why Ron would want to lie to him, as Ron had saved his life, and had even killed Aur and the others directly. At this moment, Dick finally understood what the other party meant by those words he had said before he killed those people. It was precisely because he was from the Nicholas family that those people wanted to kill him, so Ron had to exterminate all those people. Although this seemed too tyrannical, it was also very awe-inspiring. He could not help but feel an indescribable emotion in his heart. Could it be that he was touched? Seeing that Dick was silent but his expression kept changing, Ron did not rush him. He let him digest all this slowly. Information. After a long moment, Dick looked up at Ron again and asked, "You said you wanted to take me back to the Nicholas family." "That's right." Ron nodded. "That's why I'm here. I know you still can't believe it and still have many doubts, but it doesn't matter. Once you return to the Nicholas family with me, you'll understand everything." As he spoke, he glanced at a group of Spirit Ribbon Academy disciples not far away and said, "However, if you still have something to deal with, I can wait for you to finish. We still have 13 days. The journey home from here is about 7 days." Dick fell silent again, and this time longer than before. But he no longer looked skeptical. He was thinking hard about something else. He was pondering over Ron's words. After a long while, Dick looked up at Ron again, and there was no longer any hesitation in his eyes. He said resolutely, "All right. I'll go with you. And, we'd better get out of here immediately. Is it because of the people I killed just now, right?" Ron smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, no one around has seen how they died." As he spoke, he glanced briefly at the Spirit Ribbon Academy disciples not far away. Dick was shocked and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. They definitely won't leak the secret. I believe in them." Ron laughed. "Don't be nervous. I told you I have no plans to kill them to silence them." When he rushed over, he had seen those people protecting Dick, so he naturally would not kill indiscriminately. Although he was not familiar with those people, Ron was willing to believe them, since Dick believed in them. However, even if they would not reveal the secret, it did not mean that this matter would not be exposed. This was because there were still uncertain factors on our side. For example, if someone knew that they were here to deal with Dick, they would naturally be able to investigate it later. This should be the reason why Dick wanted to leave as soon as possible. Perhaps it was also one of the important reasons why he had decided so decisively to leave with Ron. The reason was that he was no longer able to stay. If he did leave, not only would his life be in danger, he might also implicate others. Dick looked at Locke and the others and said, "I'll go over and say a few words to them, and then we'll leave." Ron said, "Are you not going back to Wall's village to pack up?" Dick shook his head. "No, I'll just ask them to help relay some messages." Ron did not say anything else and nodded. "All right." Then, Dick turned around and walked toward Locke and the others to talk to them. While Dick and the others were talking, Ron cleared the battlefield, mainly to take away the storage rings of Aur and the Old Man of Divine Power Realm. Chapter 202, Fighting Openly and Secretly Translations. Dick did not delay for long. Soon, he walked toward Ron with Locke and the others. Ron had not deliberately eavesdropped on their conversation. He did not know what Dick had said to them, but the gaze of these magi from the Spirit Ribbon Academy was still filled with fear and awe when they looked at Ron. They walked up to Ron and bowed respectfully to him in unison. Locke said, "Thank you for helping us out just now, Senior. Don't worry, we definitely won't reveal anything about what has happened here." Ron nodded with a smile. Dick walked to Ron's side and said, "We can go now." Ron nodded slightly and released a burst of magical power to hold Dick, and then the two of them flew into the sky. The Spirit Ribbon Academy disciples looked up at the two of them. A woman could not help but say, "You, take care." Dick smiled and waved at them. "Take care too. If there's a chance in the future, we might meet again." The two of them flew in the direction of Winterfrost. Ron turned around and glanced at the few Spirit Ribbon Academy disciples who had also started to leave quickly. He said to Dick, "If you want to bring another person back to the Nicholas family, it won't be a problem." Hearing this, Dick was stunned for a moment, and then he understood that Ron should be referring to Wendy. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "It's not what you think. Junior sister Wendy is on good terms with me, but it's not a relationship between a man and a woman. I've always treated her only as a younger sister. This should be a case of one-sided love on her part, right?" Ron was still unwilling to give up. He asked, "Do you have anyone you like?" Dick was a little speechless. No, however, he was wondering why this kid was nosy like an ant next door. Ron sighed to himself. It looked like there was no hope of bringing another person back. He was thinking that although he had only found Dick alone from the Nicholas family, it would count as two if he could bring back his female companion. Sensing that Dick's aura was still a little weak and disorderly, Ron took out a healing pill from his storage ring and handed it to him, saying, "Take this pill first. I'll heal you when we get on the flying ferry." Dick took the pill and swallowed it. He immediately looked much better. "I'm fine," he said. "No issue." As Ron continued to fly, he asked, "What feud do you have with those people?" Dick smiled bitterly, and then told Ron briefly about his feud with Aur and his own experience. It turned out that not long after Dick had followed his mother here when he was young, his mother had unfortunately passed away. Then, Dick was told that the old man from the Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion had once been one of the Divine Power Realm Elders of the Spirit Ribbon Academy. Later, he retired because of his serious injuries and was running that weapon store. When Dick was 10 years old, he was nurtured and recommended by an old man to join the Spirit Ribbon Academy. Although his talent was not outstanding, he was not bad and he had a talent for weapon refinement. He was also one of the best among the generation of disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy back then. 5 years ago, when he was in his teens, he was already a great mage, and his weapon refinement skills were also outstanding. Dick should have had a bright future ahead of him, but because he had become enemies with someone during a training session 5 years ago, his life changed completely. At that time, the two of them had fought over a heavenly treasure, and Dick had defeated Aur, but he had accidentally seriously injured the other party. Later on, the Black Forest faction went directly to the Spirit Ribbon Academy to demand an explanation, and accused Dick of sneak attacking and injuring the other party to snatching the treasure. They wanted to make the Spirit Ribbon Academy hand over Dick. In the Black Forest faction, there was a Divine Power Realm mage. The Spirit Ribbon Academy was only famous for its weapon refinement. There were actually not many Divine Power Realm experts in the family, and currently, there was not even one Divine Power Realm magi. However, with the prestige of the Spirit Ribbon Academy, there was no need to be afraid of the Black Forest faction. Moreover, the Black Forest faction not only did not have a feud with the Spirit Ribbon Academy, they also had an elder in the Black Forest faction, who was a friend of a senior from the Spirit Ribbon Academy. In the Spirit Ribbon Academy, there were also some open and covert struggles. Dick's master happened to be at odds with the old man from the Black Forest faction. Due to various reasons, Dick eventually became the victim of the power struggle in the Divine Temple. He was seriously injured by the Divine Temple and had his arm crippled. In the end, he was even expelled from the Spirit Ribbon Academy. If it had not been for the old man from the Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion using his connections in the Divine Temple to protect Dick, he might have even been handed over to the Black Forest faction and lost his life. Even so, Aur had issued a warning, saying that if Dick dared to leave the Walls village, he would kill Dick. In the past 5 years, Dick had been disheartened and became an assistant in the Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion. He had never been anywhere else. It was just that not long ago, Wendy and the others had found him, hoping that he would help complete a training mission for the Divine Temple. They wanted to go to a special place in the Black Forest, where Dick had once been. They wanted him to help lead the way. When Ron had visited the Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion, he had also met Wendy and the other girl. Dick had initially refused, but in the end, he agreed to help out on account of their old friendship, being of the same family clan. Originally, both sides had not thought that there would be any problems. Getting into the Black Forest was also very smooth. They had successfully found that place and completed the training mission. Although they had encountered a beast tide, it was not a problem for them to retreat. Unexpectedly, Aur suddenly appeared and even ambushed Dick and beat him up. If Dick had not been alert and lucky enough, he might have died on the spot from the sneak attack. Then, it was the scene Ron saw when he arrived. After hearing Dick's story, Ron did not look good. He was very angry. Not only was he angry at the Black Forest faction for bullying others, he was also angry at the Spirit Ribbon Academy for not understanding the situation. As he had had similar experiences before, Ron could empathize with Dick's encounters. If he had not been worried that his level was not high enough and that he still had the mission from the old ancestor, he would have gone to seek justice for Dick. However, it did not matter. He had already remembered this debt. Today, he had killed Our and the others to collect some interest first. As for the rest, after he had brought Dick back to the family, Dick could come back to settle it himself in the future. As for the serious injuries on Dick and his crippled arm, Ron was not worried at all. He absolutely believed that someone would be able to treat him and enable Dick to have a better future and greater achievements than he had when in the Spirit Ribbon Academy. Which senior is it? Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Farewell, senior. When Ron flew to the edge of the Black Forest with Dick, many magi, who had retreated earlier, appeared below. When some of them saw Ron, they shouted their thanks. They were all magi from the Demon Beast Crusade team whom Ron had saved earlier. Chapter 203, Return Together. Ron ignored them and flew directly through the air in the direction of Winterfrost. In order not to attract attention, Dick had also put on a black cloak to cover his head and face. At this moment, many magi had rushed over from elsewhere and entered the Black Forest to resist the beast tide. However, this no longer had anything to do with Ron and Dick. The two of them flew all the way to Winterfrost and left in the nearest flying ferry without stopping. Dick was worried about being discovered by the Black Forest faction, while Ron wanted to go home earlier to report. Previously, in his dream, the old ancestor had told him that after the clansman search mission had been completed, there was something else important for him to do. Nothing more happened on the way back. A week later, Ron and Dick returned to Winterfrost. The two of them walked to the family door. Ron said to Dick, "This is our family clan." Along the way, Dick had learned a lot of information about the Nicholas family from Ron. Looking at the door of the Nicholas family, he could not help but feel uneasy and also excited. Clansmen had always been a relatively unfamiliar existence to him. His memories of his mother had already become blurry. Although the old man had treated him like family, that was all. After all, they were not true blood-related clansmen. And now, he had suddenly learned that he actually had many clansmen of the same bloodline, and that from Ron's description, the family was harmonious and full of family love. This made Dick look forward to it throughout the journey. When the two servants guarding the door saw Ron, they were both overjoyed. One of them turned around and ran into the house, shouting as he ran, "Ron is back! Ron is back!" When Ron and Dick entered the door, a large group of people greeted them. Even Dick could not help being shocked by such a huge turnout. He subconsciously slowed down by half a step and walked behind Ron. "Brother Ron! Ron, you're back so quickly! Have you found our clansman? Is the one behind you the clansman you have found? Is there only one person? Let's go in and talk. Let them rest." "Yes, yes. Let's go in first. Have some water and rest." A group of people had surrounded the two of them and were all talking at once. Ron smiled and greeted everyone. Dick followed behind silently. He was secretly surprised and also a little happy. It seemed that it was really as Ron had said. A moment later, in the Nicholas family, Ron told them about his encounter during this search trip for clansmen. He also told them about the group of people who had attacked the Nicholas family member in the Blackwood Forest, and also briefly introduced Dick's situation. As Dick had been found by the bloodline sensing talisman bestowed upon him by the old ancestor, there was no need to doubt his identity. The Nicholas family were all very happy with his return. After chatting for a while, Norton said, "All right, that's all for today. You guys go and rest first. We'll carry out the ritual for the clansman's return later." Although only one clansman had returned, the ritual procedures had to be carried out. Then, Ron led Dick to the room prepared for him to rest. Along the way, Ron introduced the clansmen they had met from time to Dick. Lily and the other children even surrounded Ron, pestering him and asking many questions. When they bumped into Donna, who was pushing a pram over, Ron introduced, "This is sister-in-law Donna, and this is Anthony." When Dick saw the divine beast egg with Anthony in the pram, he could not help being stunned. Divine beast egg. Seeing his surprise, Ron smiled and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention this to you." He pointed in the direction behind the ancestral hall and said, "Our Nicholas family also has a guardian spirit beast, a level 6 divine beast. It is there, and it is currently in seclusion. Perhaps it will advance to level 7 soon. This divine beast egg is its offspring." It had given the egg to Anthony. Guardian spirit beast. Level 6. It is going to advance to level 7. Dick looked over in shock. As he moved, he finally saw the huge 5-color peacock on a large tree. Although the other party was not moving and seemed to be asleep, just looking at it made Dick feel a powerful pressure. The Nicholas family clan had shocked him more than Dick had imagined. They came to a small courtyard, and Ron said to Dick, "This is the place. Go back to the room and rest first. I'm next door. Call me if there's anything." Dick looked out at the courtyard and nodded slightly. "Okay, thanks." Ron smiled and said, "We're family from now on, you don't have to be so polite." Dick went into the room and looked at the very clean and tidy bedroom. He felt a strange emotion. He was not used to the enthusiasm of the Nicholas family, but at the same time, he felt very comfortable. He lay down on the soft and comfortable bed and looked at the ceiling. In his days, he seemed to see the familiar figure that was already a little blurry. He remembered when he was young, he had asked his mother why he did not have a father and why he did not have other family members. However, his mother only cried. After that, he dared not ask any more. Later on, his mother died of illness, and he had no more family. But now, it was as if he was dreaming. He actually had many more family members. Could he really integrate into this family? Dick was worried, but also looking forward to it. After half a day of rest, Dick showered and changed with the help of the servants, and then he was brought before the Nicholas family. Everyone from the Nicholas family had gathered here. The head of the family, Norton, personally led Dick into the ancestral hall. After a ritual, he prayed to the ancestors for the Nicholas family. Dick did not have any objections to this. He did everything strictly as he was told. However, he felt that everyone in the Nicholas family seemed to be very serious about ancestral worship. When Dick had completed the worship rituals for his return, Romo, who was floating in the air on the highest altar, heard the system notifications. Ding! Mission accomplished. A total of 1 lost clansman has been found in this mission. Received rewards. Ding! Mission accomplished. A total of 1 lost clansman has been found in this mission. Received reward, Luck plus 50, Special Grade Experience Talisman X1, Dream Appearing Talisman X1, Faith Doubling Talisman X1, Talent Strengthening Talisman X1, 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talisman X1, Sacred Tool, Random. First worship by the clansman who had returned. Received 10-fold Faith Points. Received a total of 8,000 Faith Points for this worship. The Faith Doubling Talisman has been activated. Received an additional 8,000 Faith Points. Sure enough, the mission reward for finding only 1 clansman was much less than the previous one for 9 clansmen. However, it was not too bad, and the last item was a pleasant surprise. A random sacred tool, and there was no restriction on the grade of the tool. In other words, it was possible to obtain a low-grade sacred tool or a top-grade one. Romo was pleasantly surprised and he immediately used this tool. Chapter 204, Bestowing a Surname. Received high-grade sacred tool, Wooden Sacred Medicine Refining Utensil X1. Wooden Sacred Medicine Refining Utensil, Special Alchemy Magical Power. The success rate of an alchemy potion is increased by 20%. It was a top-grade sacred alchemy utensil. Romo could not help being stunned. He had originally wanted a more powerful offensive magical weapon, but he did not expect a non-combat magical treasure to appear. However, he was not disappointed. From another perspective, the alchemy utensil was more valuable than a combat magical weapon. Alchemy utensils were indispensable tools for alchemists. It was just like how a kitchen utensil was to a chef. No matter how great a chef was, without a kitchen utensil, he would not be able to make delicious dishes. No matter how skilled an alchemist was in alchemy, without a good alchemy utensil, it would be difficult for him to refine a good pill. In the magical power world, alchemists were already a rare profession. While an alchemy utensil was a scarce magical tool, a good alchemy utensil was even more rare. Normally speaking, the price of an alchemy utensil was several times that of other magical treasures of the same grade. There were not many high-grade sacred alchemy utensils for refining medicine in the entire magical power world. Even a first-rate sacred alchemy temple might not have them. Moreover, this alchemy utensil produced by the system, in addition to having the effects of ordinary alchemy utensils, also had the special effect of increasing the success rate by 20%. Although he did not need this alchemy utensil for the time being, the Nicholas family clan already had a descendant with the talent for alchemy. Ron. Romo's plan to nurture him was in progress, and it could be said that it was the right time to obtain this alchemy utensil. Romo had originally planned to let Ron buy an ordinary medicine refining utensil for practice first. He would buy a better one from the system shop later on when he had more faith points. However, as his budget was limited, he planned to buy at most a high-grade medicine refining utensil, but now he had obtained a high-grade sacred tier medicine refining utensil directly. It was equivalent to saving a lot of faith points. Not bad, not bad. Romo was in a great mood. Then, he used the special grade experience talisman. Although the effect was not great, his level had increased a little. As for the other tools, he stored them in his inventory first. Then, Romo summoned the system and opened the family genealogy. He saw one more name added to the 17th generation descendants, Dick. However, since he had already acknowledged his ancestral roots, the name naturally had to be changed. Romo thought for a moment, then opened Dick's information page and changed his name. Since he was the 17th generation and the same generation as Ron, he should have the family name. From now on, Dick's name would be changed to Dick Nicholas. He would visit in a dream to inform of the name change. Name, Dick Nicholas. Gender, male. Age, 28 years old. Identity, 17th generation descendant. Level, Great Mage. Overall talent, Superior. Special talent, Mid-tier weapon refinement talent. Luck level, High Intermediate. Romo's eyes lit up when he saw the special talent section on Dick's attributes page. Although Romo had long known that Dick was a disciple of the Spirit Ribbon Academy and definitely had a talent for weapon refinement, he was still pleasantly surprised to see the system's certified display. Currently, the Nicholas family clan had descendants with both alchemy and weapon refinement talents. The nurturing of alchemists and weapon refiners, the two secondary professions, had been arranged. Time quickly passed and night came. Dick returned to his bedroom and lay in bed, feeling a little dazed. The Nicholas family held a grand banquet just to celebrate his return. He had finally experienced the passion of the Nicholas family, the sincerity and warmth of family. It was strange. It was clearly his first day here, but he did not feel too much discomfort. Moreover, the only slight discomfort he had was disappearing rapidly. The people in the house made him feel inexplicably at ease. Unknowingly, Dick had gradually fallen asleep. In his daze, Dick gradually felt that something was wrong. He suddenly woke up and looked up, only to find himself in an unfamiliar and strange place. His surroundings were like a sacred scene. Search RN, Uno, L. RG. He was on a tall mountain, and there was a hall in front of him. In the hall, there was a dignified saint with white hair and beard looking at him solemnly. When he saw the person, Dick was shocked, but then he was stunned because he realized that the other party looked a little familiar. He quickly reacted. Isn't this the person I saw earlier in the ancestor portrait of the Nicholas family? Romo looked at the shocked and confused Dick and smiled. You don't have to be afraid. I'm the ancestor of the Nicholas family. You are currently in a dream. In a dream. Dick's heart skipped a beat and he immediately recalled something Ron had told him previously. Ah, the old ancestor of the family clan has actually visited me in my dream. This is actually not a joke. This is real. Romo smiled and said, I know you have many questions, but it's okay. We have a lot of time. Come, sit down and talk. As he spoke, Romo waved his right hand, and a chair appeared out of thin air in front of him. There were even some refreshments on the table. For someone who had experienced such a dream for the first time, his understanding of the situation would be a little blurry. Dick did not dig into the details to find out if this was true or false. Instead, he followed Romo's words unconsciously and walked into the hall. Romo looked at Dick and said slowly, I'm very pleased to see you return to the Nicholas family. I've visited you in your dream this time to let you know some of the secrets of the Nicholas family clan, and also to give you some greeting gifts. Time passed little by little, and the night gradually became dark. Romo told Dick some of the secrets of the Nicholas family clan and then started to teach him the Shen Luo all-encompassing technique. Before imparting the cultivation technique, Romo had also used the talent-strengthening talisman he had just obtained to increase Dick's magical power talent to its peak. In addition, he had also spent 10,000 faith points in the system shop to buy a pill that could treat the stubborn old injuries in Dick's body and also heal his crippled arm. He fed it directly to the sleeping Dick. In the end, he gave Dick another 100-fold cultivation speed talisman. When the sky had already lit up, the morning sun shone through the window and into the house. On the bed, Dick suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Dick also looked around, his eyes still a little dazed. He subconsciously raised his hand to rub his forehead, and his thoughts became clearer. Suddenly, Dick's hand froze. He opened his eyes wide and placed the hand that was massaging his forehead in front of his eyes. He looked at it in disbelief. This was his left hand. His left arm, which had clearly been crippled for 5 years, had regained its senses. No. It was not as simple as a restoration of senses. Dick clenched his right fist hard and raised his left hand in front of his eyes. He clenched them together and sensed that the feeling was the same. He had completely recovered. Chapter 205, Surging Undercurrents. It was not just his left arm. All the damaged meridians in his body had also been restored. Moreover, the surging true essence in his body was completely different from before. It was smooth, pure, and powerful. It was the high-grade Shen Luo all-encompassing technique. Furthermore, his level had also increased from the previous Great Archmage to level 8. Sensing the unbelievable changes in his body, Dick remained stunned for a long while. He finally regained his senses slowly, and tremendous excitement surged in his heart. The dream last night was actually real. It was not an ordinary dream, but a dream visited by the old ancestor of the Nicholas family, as Ron had once told him. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the dream last night, Dick came fully awake. It turned out that, the Nicholas family clan had such a shocking secret. From now on, he was really a member of the family. The old ancestor had already said that his new name from now on would be Dick Nicholas. Dick would not feel excluded from this. Although he had changed his surname to Nicholas, it did not mean that he would forget his mother. When Dick walked out into the courtyard, Ron incidentally also came out next door. The two of them smiled at each other. Ron sized up Dick and asked happily, "By the way, did the old ancestor visit you in your dream last night?" Dick nodded slightly. I'm going to find the family head now." Ron smiled and nodded. "Let's go to the ancestral hall to pay respects to our ancestors. Our grandfather should be there too." Then, the two of them came to the Nicholas family to pay respects to their ancestors again. Dick's feelings were very different from yesterday. He finally understood why the Nicholas family had placed so much importance on ancestral worship. Perhaps, the members of other family clans paid their respects to their ancestors just to seek psychological comfort, but the Nicholas family was different. The Nicholas family clan really had an old ancestor who would manifest himself. Then, Dick found Norton and told him what had happened last night, as well as some instructions from the old ancestor. The main thing was the arrangement for the Nicholas family for the next period of time. In fact, it was not complicated. To put it simply, it was to maintain the status quo and cultivate peacefully. In the following days, the Nicholas family strictly followed the instructions of the old ancestor and lived a peaceful life. Under this peace, there was industrious cultivation of course, but there were also some unknown undercurrents. Many people in the outside world had been secretly paying attention to the Nicholas family. Many people also knew about Ron's previous outing. Later on, even many things about him in Winterfrost of the northern region had spread. Although there was both true and false news, it naturally attracted the attention and discussion of many spectators. Among them, there were two things that were most interesting. The first was that Ron had taken back an abandoned disciple from the Spirit Ribbon Academy, who seemed to be a descendant of the Nicholas family clan. The second was that Ron had offended the Black Forest faction. In particular, in the second case, it was said that the young master of the Black Forest faction and a powerful person of the Divine Power realm had died in the Black Forest. Search RN, WN0, L. RG. According to the investigation by the Black Forest faction, the murderer was likely Ron, who had taken away the abandoned disciple of the Spirit Ribbon Academy. It was said that the head of the Black Forest faction had already announced that he would seek justice from the Nicholas family. However, this was only a rumor. The Black Forest faction had not really made a move. There were also rumors that the Black Forest faction had chickened out after knowing what had happened in the Nicholas family not long ago and did not dare to come knocking on their door to ask for justice. Not to mention anything else, just the level 6 guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan alone, even if the entire Black Forest faction came knocking on their door, it would be a waste. However, there were also some who commented that the Nicholas family was too rash, and even a little too complacent, to make successive enemies, as the matter of the 4 large family clans and the Mu Guang Pavilion had not even ended. This was especially true for Mu Guang Pavilion. Out of the 3 chiefs in the previous patch who had died, Chief Gui, who had been killed by Ron, and Chief Ding, who had been killed by Romo, were not known by the outside world. However, the death of Chief Wu and his ambush to kill the members of the Nicholas family clan quickly spread after the incident. Although everyone knew that the Blood Moon and the Yang sects were also working together to track down the Mu Guang Pavilion, they still felt that the Nicholas family clan would not have an easy time after offending the Mu Guang Pavilion. After all, the Mu Guang Pavilion was most adept at hiding an assassination. The investigation by the Yang sect and the Blood Moon sect was nothing to them. From the day they were founded, countless people and powers had wanted to find the Mu Guang Pavilion's nest, but they were still able to survive till now. It was impossible to guard against assassination by the Mu Guang Pavilion. They might attack the Nicholas family again. Therefore, many people thought that the recent calm and restrained behavior of the Nicholas family could be because they were frightened of the Mu Guang Pavilion, so they almost did not dare to let their clansmen go out. Actually, these rumors from the outside world could not be considered to be totally wrong. The reason Romo had instructed the Nicholas family members to stay at home and cultivate well during this period of time, apart from wanting the family clan to increase their strength as soon as possible, was also partly to prevent them from being plotted against by Mu Guang Pavilion when they were out. However, Romo was not prepared to continue like this. He was just waiting for the best opportunity, and it would arrive soon. 1 week after Ron and Dick returned to the family, it was time for the monthly ancestral worship gift bag to be refreshed. Ding! Your descendant has completed a family clan worship ritual. You have received the privilege of a special gift bag. The special gift bag can be checked in the system shop. In the morning, after all the descendants of the family had finished paying their respects for the day, the system notifications arrived as expected. Romo immediately summoned the system and opened the special gift bag. The reward he received was Human Tier Magical Power Book, Random. Price, 1000 Faith Points. Magical Power Talent plus 10 for the entire clan, 1000 Faith Points. 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talisman is priced at 2000 Faith Points. Ancestral Protection Talisman x 10,000 Faith Points. Romo was somewhat disappointed when he saw the 4 items in the gift bag. The items in the monthly Ancestral Worship gift bag were most of the time just ordinary tools for nurturing the family clan. The probability of a rare high-value item appearing was not very high. Romo then bought all the 3 items except the first. Then, he looked at the remaining faith points, 268,765. 200,000 faith points. This should be enough, Romo muttered to himself. He selected a tool in his inventory and clicked to use it. Command confirmation, the special discount store beckoning talisman has been successfully used. Special discount store has been summoned. You can check it on the system shop page. Following the system notifications, Romo opened the system shop page again. Sure enough, in the upper left corner, beside the monthly Ancestral Worship gift bag, there was another small icon. This was actually a special discount store. Chapter 206, Save it if you can. Originally, Romo had wanted to save more faith points and then summon the special discount store. However, to complete the mission to eliminate the Mu Guang Pavilion quickly, Romo was also a little worried about relying on just one ancestral sacred protection talisman. In order to increase his confidence, Romo decided to summon the special discount store in advance. There was still a week before the time limit for the mission. If he factored in the time for the trip, he could not wait anymore. Previously, Romo had obtained a large number of good items, including the innate spirit body, from the special discount store. Therefore, Romo was also looking forward to this summoning of the store. Even though the monthly Ancestral Worship gift bag earlier was not that fantastic, Romo did not care much because this was the beginning of the highlight. Romo opened the special discount store and a new page immediately popped up. On it were 8 items. Family Clan Luck plus 100. Special price, 8,000 faith points. Heaven Tier Magical Book, Random. Special price, 3,000 faith points. 100-fold Cultivation Halo Talisman. Special price, 4,000 faith points. Top Grade Holy Artifact, Random. Special price, 30,000 faith points. Family Clan Formation Upgrade Talisman. Special price, 100,000 faith points. Ancestral Protection Talisman. Special price, 10,000 faith points. Heaven Tier Magical Book, Random. Special price, 40,000 faith points. Strange Sacred Flame, Random. Special price, 10,000 faith points. The rare items summoned by the special discount store were indeed not the monthly Ancestral Worship gifts. The gift bag could compare with the items in the store. Although there were no innate spirit body or the high-grade surprise treasure chest this time, there were still good treasures that he had not seen before. However, if he wanted to buy all of them, Romo still did not have enough faith points at the moment, so he had to give up some things. First, it was the luck of the family clan. Actually, it was not necessary, so he could eliminate it directly. After some consideration, Romo decided to give up on the family clan formation upgrade talisman. Please reading on NEWN0V, L.0, G. This was because firstly, there was no hurry to upgrade the current family clan formation. Moreover, this item was really too expensive. Although buying it would definitely be very beneficial, he would have to give up several other items. In comparison, Romo decided to give up on it. After excluding these 2 items, the other 6 items could all be bought. Romo then bought all the 6 selected items in one go. He spent a total of 97,000 faith points. Although the cost was huge, it was definitely worth it. Then, Romo immediately started to count. First was the most expensive Strange Sacred Flame. Strange Sacred Flame, upon use, one can obtain a type of Strange Sacred Flame at random. It is a special type of sacred flame with great power. In the magical power world, sacred flames referred to the flames which contained sacred power. They were stronger than ordinary flames. For example, flames condensed by divine power were considered sacred flames, or in some special places, sacred flames would be formed naturally. However, Romo had never heard of strange sacred flame. From the introduction, it was a special existence of the sacred flame. It definitely would not disappoint. Command confirmation in progress. Congratulations on the successful use of the random function of the strange sacred flame. Received the light passage sacred flame of the strange sacred flame. Light passage sacred flame, a strange sacred flame that contains the power of time. Although the introduction was simple, Romo was still shocked that it contained the power of time. It was indeed a strange sacred flame produced by the system. Compared to ordinary sacred flames, in reality, the difference was worlds apart. This kind of mutated sacred flame with special powers reminded Romo of a similar existence in a certain classic novel in his previous world before he transmigrated. Romo looked at the light passage sacred flame waiting to be extracted from his inventory and thought for a moment before deciding to give it to Ron. Although he could have kept it for himself, there was no need for it since he could not leave the family clan at will after all. And even if he had given it to Ron, he could take it whenever he wanted. With this strange sacred flame, not only would Ron's strength increase tremendously, it would also greatly increase the efficiency of his cultivation. Furthermore, it would also be beneficial to his future secondary profession in alchemy. Romo then looked at another tool he had not seen before. Hundredfold Cultivation Halo Talisman. In addition to the family clan's formation, members of the family clan inside the formation will receive an additional 100-fold increase in cultivation efficiency. Duration: 100 days. This tool was actually a group version of the 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talisman, but it had a much longer duration. Especially for the clansmen in the Nicholas family who currently needed to rapidly increase their strength, this tool had come at the right time. However, Romo was not in a hurry to use it quickly, because Ron was going out immediately. It would be best to wait till he had returned to use it. Command confirmation: the use of the top-grade holy artifact is complete. Received top-grade holy artifact, Wind Lightning Wings. Command confirmation: the use of the random Heaven-tier magical book has been completed. Received medium-grade Heaven-tier divine power, Holy Light of Disenchantment. Command confirmation: the use of the Heaven-tier magical book has been completed. Received high-grade Heaven-tier pill refinement book, Energy magical book. Romo then continued to use 3 random tools. 3 consecutive system notifications surprised him again. The Wind Lightning Wings was a multifunctional holy artifact that could attack, defend, and fly at high speed. The Demon Killing Chant was a powerful offensive divine power. What surprised Romo the most was the Pill Refining Technique magical book, the Energy magical book. A few days ago, he had just obtained an alchemy utensil. Today, he had also obtained the Strange Sacred Flame, which was very useful for alchemy, as well as a high-grade Heaven-tier alchemy technique. All the conditions needed to nurture an alchemist had been met. In the end, he had also obtained another ancestral protection talisman. It was also a pleasant surprise. The special discount store summoned this time did not disappoint Romo. The various good stuff obtained were enough to increase the overall strength of the Nicholas family clan by a large margin. Furthermore, the matter of destroying the Mugwang Pavilion was certain. When Ron started to enter into the cultivation realm, Romo used a dream-appearing talisman on him. Old Ancestor. In the dream world, when Ron saw the Old Ancestor, he was very surprised as it had been a while since the Old Ancestor visited his dream. Romo looked at Ron and nodded with a smile. Do you remember that I had told you previously that when you finished the clansman search mission, I still have an important matter for you to do? Ron's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Yes, I remember. Now, it's time, Romo said. You'll leave tomorrow for a place. Ron's eyes lit up. Old Ancestor, where do you want me to go? What do you need me to do? Romo smiled faintly and said, Go and destroy the Mugwang Pavilion. Ron was stunned and almost wondered if he had heard wrongly. Looking at the stunned Ron, Romo asked, What do you think? Do you dare to go? Chapter 207, Scorching Power. Ron regained his senses. Although he was still shocked, he nodded without hesitation and said, If the old ancestor wants me to go, I'll go. Romo nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Don't worry, you just have to find a place. When the time comes, I'll have plans. Ron nodded. Yes. Romo said, Before you set off, I have something for you. First, it is a spell called Demon Killing Chant. When it was past midnight, Ron, who had learned the Demon Killing Chant and the Energy Magical Book in his dream, woke up. He lowered his head and looked at the storage ring on his right hand. He sensed it slightly and found that there were 2 more items inside. Wooden sacred medicine refining utensil and wind lightning wings. Apart from these, there should be something more important. Just as Ron was thinking this, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a strange pale light flicker in the air in front of him, and then this light expanded in the blink of an eye, turning into a ball of white light flame the size of a coin. The flame clearly did not emit any heat, but it made one feel as if one's body and mind were being burned uncontrollably. He also felt a sense of reverence that he did not dare to touch. At this moment, Karaman, who was in the gatekeeper's cubicle of the ancestral hall, and the 5-color peacock who was in seclusion behind the ancestral hall were all jolted awake. Karaman looked in Ron's direction in surprise and could not help but murmur, What is it this time? Karaman had long been used to the various magical situations that the Nicholas family had encountered every few days, such as someone advancing with ease and so on. However, the strange wave he had sensed just now was something he had never felt before. In that instant, it made him shudder. He could not help but want to use his magical power to take a look, but he found that the entire courtyard where Ron was in had been enveloped by an invisible force. His magical power could not sweep through it at all. Karaman immediately retracted his magical power tactfully and did not dare to try again. The situation of the 5-color peacock behind the ancestral hall was similar to that of Karaman. Is this the strange sacred flame that the old ancestor had mentioned? It is indeed magical. Ron looked at the pale white flame floating in front of him in surprise. Then, Ron took a deep breath and suppressed the strong sense of reverence in his heart. He slowly stretched out his right hand and placed it beside the flame. Then, he gritted his teeth and suddenly held it in his palm. In the next moment, he felt a scorching force boring into his palm. It was as if it had a holy aura, and it flowed down his arm and into his body. In the blink of an eye, his right arm and half his body seemed to have withered instantly as if countless years had passed. Then, they instantly recovered to their original state. When the light passage sacred flame entered Ron's acupoints, he began to age rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he became like a 1,000-year-old withered corpse. Only his eyes still had a faint hint of life, and they looked as if they would extinguish at any moment. When this trace of life was really about to be extinguished, Ron's body recovered rapidly in the blink of an eye. When he regained his original appearance, the aura in his body was several times stronger than before. However, there was a look of extreme pain in Ron's eyes. It was obvious that the process was not pleasant at all. However, amidst the pain, there was also a hint of tenacity and determination. It was as if he had known this would happen and was willing to endure it. This was because the old ancestor had said that the longer one could endure the refining by this strange sacred flame, the more benefits there would be. As the system's host, Romo had a natural right to control the items produced by the system. For example, the top-grade spirit sword embryo was in Lily's possession, and the light passage sacred flame was given to Ron. However, if Ron wanted to control the strange sacred flame, he would have to refine it. The process of refining the strange sacred flame was very difficult, but it was also very beneficial. The strange sacred flame was a mutant of the heavens and earth, and the energy contained in it was difficult to estimate. When refined, not only could it temper the physical body, it could also cause one's level to skyrocket. However, under normal circumstances, refining the strange sacred flame was a very dangerous thing. If there were any mishaps, one would lose his life. However, Ron had the protection of the old ancestor, so he was naturally not in such danger. However, Romo was only providing Ron the last line of protection. How long it would take for Ron to refine the strange sacred flame and how much benefits he would be able to obtain from it would depend on his willpower and luck. Time passed little by little. Ron's condition kept cycling between aging and recovery, and his level continued to rise in the process. Finally, when dawn came, Ron had stabilized after another round of aging and recovery. After daybreak, the Nicholas family members came to the ancestral hall as usual to pay respects to their ancestors. Caramon sat on a stool to the left of the entrance of the ancestral hall, occasionally responding to the greetings of the Nicholas family. Although he was only a gatekeeping old servant in name, the Nicholas family had always respected him and never treated him as a servant. Caramon. At this moment, Ron came to the door of the ancestral hall and greeted Caramon as usual. Caramon's eyes flickered when he saw Ron. He nodded calmly in response, but his heart was full of surprise. He knew that something special had definitely happened to Ron last night, but when he saw him now, he could not tell what was special about him. Ever since Ron had changed his cultivation to the all-encompassing technique, Caramon could not tell his level. However, although he could not tell the level, Caramon could tell from his intuition that there had been a great change in Ron's level because his intuition had actually sensed a hint of danger from the current Ron. Could Ron's level have surpassed his? How is this possible? Caramon, who had come to this conclusion, was full of surprise and suspicion. He could not help but wonder if he had guessed wrong. After Ron had offered incense to the ancestors, he found Norton and informed him of the arrangements. Norton was shocked to hear this, but he naturally would not disobey or doubt the arrangements made by the old ancestor, like Ron. Ron had only told Norton about this operation. Then, he quietly left the Nicholas family and Winterfrost. Whether it was Caramon in the residence, the city lord Lean Dupont, or the spies who were secretly monitoring the Nicholas family, none of them had discovered Ron's departure. After Ron had left Winterfrost, he let go of his form and flew west as a beam of light. He did not choose to take a flying ferry but flew directly. He moved all the way west, and his destination was the Dark Night Canyon, a place where everyone in the magic world would shudder when they spoke of it. After Ron had left, the Nicholas family continued to live as peacefully as before. Norton had temporarily sealed off Ron's room with the excuse that Ron was going to cultivate in seclusion and did not allow anyone to come near and disturb him. Chapter 208, Legend of the Abyss. No one had any doubts. Only Caramon had vaguely guessed that something was amiss, but he did not ask. As for the outside world, the Nicholas family had not appeared much recently. They did not know what was going on in the Nicholas family. No one would suspect anything. People also talked about how Ron had offended the Black Forest faction and killed their young master and many of their experts. However, only a few people in the Nicholas family knew the reason for this. It turned out that once, Ron had followed the old ancestor's order to find the family clansman, but he had been targeted by the young master of the Black Forest faction who had taken a fancy to the magical weapon he had with him. As a result, Ron dealt with the provocation. The Dark Night Canyon was one of the 4 most dangerous places in the Norman Kingdom. It was ranked first among the 4 most dangerous places. The Dark Night Canyon was located at the western border of the Norman Kingdom. It could also be said to be the border of the Norman Kingdom. On the other side of the Dark Night Canyon was the Vanstone country's Jedi Kingdom, which was even more powerful than the Norman Kingdom. The Jedi Kingdom was located in the center of the bizarre continent. It was vast and rich, making it the most powerful cultivation kingdom on the bizarre continent. Moreover, the empire that ruled the Jedi Kingdom was the most powerful in the country. It was unlike the other Sunset Kingdoms, where the people of the ruling empire were restrained by the powerful sects in the country like the Norman Kingdom. The royal family of the Jedi Kingdom had many great archmagi. It was even rumored that their founding emperor had not actually died but had long reached the level of a divine mage, transcending beyond the world. And in this country, there were countless experts of the innate realm and the divine power realm. In fact, the innate realm and the divine power realm were only level 11 and the realm of a level 12 great mage. People divided them like this because of some origins. One could only reach the mage realm after breaking through from the physical body realm. After reaching level 10 of great mage, it was very difficult to level up again. Many people were stuck at this stage. Therefore, in order to better classify the levels, people divided two levels of the great mage, level 11 and level 12, as the innate realm and the divine power realm. In the Jedi Kingdom, the realm of the great archmage was also called the longevity realm, and the divine mage was called the immortal realm. However, these were only the titles for a small corner of the land. The continent was still divided by the realms of magical power. Over the years, the Jedi Kingdom had been expanding outward, and almost every 100 years, it would annex nearby countries. A large part of the reason why the Norman Kingdom, which was adjacent to the Jedi Kingdom, had not been attacked was because of the existence of the natural barrier, the Dark Night Canyon. The Dark Night Canyon was tens of thousands kilometers long, separating the two countries completely. To the west, they directly reached the region of the Endless Sea, and to the east, they connected to the desolate snow region. It was like a huge scar that had torn a shocking wound in the bizarre continent. The Dark Night Canyon was more than hundreds of thousand kilometers in width. Although there were varying depths, the shallowest place was not less than 100,000 feet. The deepest part was even called the Endless Abyss. No one had ever successfully measured its depth. The reason why the Dark Night Canyon was labeled as Eternal Night was because the canyon was filled with endless special black fog. Once one entered the canyon, one would not be able to see the sunlight anymore, as if one would forever be in the dark. It was rumored that the black fog was an extremely dense and sinister aura. If an ordinary person were to enter it, he would quickly be sucked dry by the sinister aura and die. Hence, there were also rumors that the entire Dark Night Canyon was an incomparably large land where evil was concentrated. There were even rumors that the endless abyss in the canyon was the passageway to the 9 Netherworld Palace. It was just a legend. Not many people would take it seriously, let alone verify it. However, the sinister aura in the Dark Night Canyon was real. It was precisely because of this that no one dared to enter this place. It was a holy land for evil creatures. For example, monsters. In the Dark Night Canyon, there were a large number of monsters. There were even rumors that more than half of the monsters in the entire bizarre continent were here. However, those monsters rarely appeared because in the Dark Night Canyon, they could only be considered outsiders who lived here. The countless ferocious and evil magical beasts in the canyon were the true rulers of this place. This was not only one of the 4 most dangerous places in the Norman Kingdom, but also one of the most dangerous places in the entire bizarre continent. Due to these special reasons, the Dark Night Canyon had become a terrifying place that even warriors of the longevity realm would not readily enter. Unless it was for some special reason, almost no one would come here. Therefore, no one would have thought that the headquarters of the Mu Guang Pavilion, notorious in the Norman Kingdom, was hidden in the Dark Night Canyon. Back when Romo had learned this secret from Chief Wu, he was also very shocked. Later, he confirmed it completely with his soul search before believing it to be true. It was no wonder that no one had been able to find the headquarters of the Mu Guang Pavilion for thousands of years. No one had expected it to be in such an impossible place. When Ron learned of this, he also could not believe it. However, he believed in the old ancestor, so he did not hesitate or even fear to go to such a dangerous place. There was no other reason for his trust other than the presence of the old ancestor. Is this the Dark Night Canyon? Ron stood on a tall mountain and looked at a canyon in the distance that stretched endlessly to the left and right. He could not help being shocked that the other side of the deep abyss could not even be seen. He had set off from Winterfrost. Although he did not take the flying ferry, it still saved him the trouble of detoring. He flew directly toward his destination. With the speed he had after his cultivation base had greatly increased, he traveled day and night and arrived here in 4 days. This was the western border of the Norman kingdom. Ahead was the Dark Night Canyon. However, Ron was not in a hurry to enter the canyon. Instead, he rested on the mountain for a day and recovered to his peak condition before he set off again. His figure streaked across the sky like a meteor and plunged into the Dark Night Canyon without hesitation. The moment he entered the Dark Night Canyon, Ron felt a darkness above his head. At this moment, it was already noon, and the sun was high in the sky. At this moment, it was as if night had suddenly turned into night. Not only had the sunlight disappeared, even the temperature had instantly dropped to almost below 0 degrees. Everything that could be seen was a strange black fog. It was different from the abnormal black fog he had seen in the Blue Jade Mystic Realm. It was colder and more dangerous. The destructive hurricane in the Calamity Mountain range was very dangerous, but the probability of it appearing was not high. There was no chance to encounter it, but the sinister black fog in the Dark Night Canyon was everywhere. If the black fog came into contact with his body, the holy aura would be rapidly sucked away. An ordinary person would die instantly upon contact. The true essence of the innate realm could only barely withstand it. Only when one had reached the divine power realm and had the energy to protect his body would he be able to withstand the invasion of the black fog with ease. However, maintaining the energy to protect his body was not an easy task. The longer he stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Moreover, the deeper into the canyon, the more powerful the black fog became, and the faster was the consumption of the energy needed for protection. And the threat of the sinister black fog was only the most basic threat in the Dark Night Canyon. The greater danger were the living creatures that resembled dead creatures outside the natural environment. Just as Ron was sizing up the situation in the Dark Night Canyon and getting used to the strange black fog around him, he heard an ear-piercing, strange sound. The black fog beside him suddenly rolled, and then a strange magical beast, which looked like a giant multi-legged insect but had large, thin wings, broke through the fog and pounced on Ron with its mouth full of sharp teeth. Ron, on the other hand, looked as calm as ever. He still maintained an expression of deep thought. With a casual wave of his hand, the dragon flame flying sword shot out instantly. With a burst of sword light, it instantly sliced the overbearing, large insect into two. However, soon after, ear-piercing beast roars could be heard from all directions. It was as if it had fallen into a swarm of bees, and the black fog around it started to surge crazily. Then, wave after wave of sinister and violent evil aura appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth as it enveloped Ron. Chapter 209, The Magical Beasts in the Abyss Translations. Strange magical beasts appeared around Ron and attacked him crazily. There were countless magical beasts in the Dark Night Canyon, and they were all incomparably brutal demons and creatures with almost no sanity to speak of. Faced with the attack by a group of magical beasts, Ron still did not panic at all. The energy in his body surged, and with a thought, the dragon flame flying sword emitted a glow all around. It danced around him like a red dragon twice, and those magical beasts that had pounced on him were all killed. Countless magical beast corpses fell from the sky and fell into the dark abyss below. The surrounding black fog immediately had a thick smell of blood. Although there were many of these magical beasts on the periphery of the Dark Night Canyon, they were only a group of level 3 and level 4 magical beasts, so they naturally posed no threat to Ron. However, even though Ron had already emitted his suppression, the magical beasts still swarmed forward fearlessly. After killing a batch, another batch quickly pounced on him. Seeing this, Ron was not shocked but delighted, because this meant that he had not gone the wrong direction. Although there were many magical beasts in the Dark Night Canyon, under such circumstances, most areas would not have so many magical beasts as soon as he entered. In the current situation, if it were anyone else, they would at most think that it was a coincidence caused by the geographical location, but Ron knew it was because the nest of the Mugwang Pavilion was hidden here. According to the information obtained from Chief Wu, the two pavilion masters of the Mugwang Pavilion had used some secret technique to allow the people of the Mugwang Pavilion to enter and leave the Dark Night Canyon freely without worrying about the threat of the sinister black fog and the many powerful magical beasts. This part of the canyon was hundreds of thousands of feet deep. The headquarters of the Mugwang Pavilion was somewhere at the bottom of the valley. The number of people who knew about this place could be counted on one's fingers. They were all core members, such as the chiefs and some candidates for the chief positions. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, apart from the two pavilion masters with unfathomable cultivation levels, the Mugwang Pavilion group had a total of 10 great archmagi of varying levels of the divine power realms. However, if a chief died, a new chief would immediately take over, maintaining the status quo of 10 chiefs of the divine power realm. This was because there was still a group of chief candidates in the Mugwang Pavilion. These candidates usually did not show themselves and were cultivating in seclusion in the headquarters. Some would only be selected to succeed the position when a replacement was needed. All the experts of the divine power realm in the Mugwang Pavilion would be cursed. The curse was to prevent them from leaking the secrets. At the same time, it was also what they relied on to enter and exit the Dark Night Canyon safely. Only by relying on the power of the curse could they be immune to the harm caused by the sinister black fog. For an outsider like Ron to barge into such a place, he would naturally be at greater risk than elsewhere in the canyon. Because of this, even if there were people who needed to enter the Dark Night Canyon for special reasons, they would basically not choose this region. As for those very few people who had accidentally entered this place, none of them were able to leave alive. Therefore, for thousands of years, no one had discovered the headquarters of the Mugwang Pavilion hidden here. With that said, Ron charged into the depths of the canyon like a hot knife through butter, killing with ease all the magical beasts he encountered along the way. When they had reached a depth of 100,000 feet, level 5 magical beasts began to appear, but there were not many of them. After Ron still killed them with the sword in his hand, the attacks of these magical beasts were all easily blocked by the defense of the gold tint magic robe. With Ron's strength, it was not difficult for him to deal with these magical beasts with his two powerful magical equipment. This was the difference between a warrior and a magical beast. A warrior had magical power and magical equipment, but a magical beast only knew how to fight instinctively, especially the magical beasts in the Dark Night Canyon. They were all ferocious and disorderly. Their attacks could not break the defense of the gold tint magic robe, so Ron was in an invincible position. If he could find the opportunity, he would be able to kill his target with the dragon flame flying sword. Moreover, he had the heaven tier cultivation technique, the Shen Luo all-encompassing technique. The speed at which his energy was being restored was also very fast. Even though he had slaughtered his way over in such a powerful manner, he did not expend too much energy. With a shrill scream, a peak-level magical beast was killed by Ron, and this group of magical beasts was annihilated. The surroundings finally became quiet for the time being. Ron's gaze swept around, and his lips curled into a meaningful smile. Then, he flew deeper in. When his figure disappeared into the darkness below, faint human figures gradually appeared in the surrounding black fog. The figure seemed to be speaking, "He seemed to have discovered us." "That's impossible, right? He's just a mere great archmage. How could he have discovered us? I don't think he's really only of the great archmage realm. Look at the magic robe on him. It's a sacred tool, right? Who is he? What does he want to do here? I sense that he seems to be specially heading there. What should we do? Should we attack? Another person also said, it has been reported. Let's wait for the order. The few figures in the black fog talked to each other for a while, and then they all disappeared. One could faintly see some faint shadows flying in the direction where Ron had disappeared. At the same time, in the main hall of the Mugwang Pavilion's headquarters, the white light ball, which was meditating with its eyes closed under the only source of light, suddenly raised its eyebrows slightly. It opened its eyes and looked into the darkness ahead, frowning slightly. What's wrong? Some turbulence appeared in the black fog, and then a blurry shadow appeared. The voice of the black light ball sounded, I have just received a report that someone is charging here. The white light ball was obviously stunned. It asked, directly charging here? Who is it? Yes, he obviously knew of the existence of this place and has come here with a clear target, the black light ball said. According to the description in the report, that person seems to be Ron. The white light ball's gaze froze. Ron? The Nicholas family from Winterfrost. The black light ball, yes, it's that man. The white light ball's expression sank slightly. Did Chief Wui and the others reveal the secret previously? How could this be? That should be the only possibility, the black light ball said. I'm more surprised that he actually dared to come here alone. Is he too stupid, or does he have some other reliable magical method? The white light ball pondered and said, there's no one else behind. The black light ball, no, I have already expanded the alert formation to the periphery, and I did not find any traces of anyone else. Based on these circumstances, the two pavilion masters of the Mugwang Pavilion could not help but have a strange feeling. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that Ron was here to court death. Chapter 210, A Cleansing Sword. Then, the white light ball said, in that case, let's capture this person first. The black light ball, of course, I've already given the instructions. On the other side, Ron had already gone down to a depth of 5,000 feet. The sinister black fog here was several times thicker than before, and he had encountered a high-level magical beast. Although it was only a high-level magical beast that had just advanced to this level, due to the difference in magical power, the situation was the same. Therefore, when he saw this relatively high-level magical beast, Ron did not underestimate it. The cultivation base he displayed increased again. This magical beast was 100 feet large. Its head was like a lion, but its body was like a bat. Its pair of huge wings were only bones, and it looked extremely strange. Its roar was also a type of innate magical power. It could actually affect one's mind. It was already a soul-based magical attack. Fortunately, Ron's gold tint magic robe could also defend against such an attack. Under the protection of the magic robe, Ron attacked with the dragon flame flying sword and found an opportunity to use the demon binding ropes. He successfully bound the magical beast and killed it. The severed head was crushed by the tyrannical sword aura, and then a glowing demon core flew back to Ron under the force of the sword aura and was stored in his storage ring. The demon binding ropes, which were bound around the carcass of the magical beast, flew back to Ron and coiled around his left arm like a venomous snake. Ron, however, did not continue to advance immediately. Instead, he looked up at the black fog around him and said calmly, "Come out." The surroundings were dead silent, as if there was nothing. However, a few seconds later, blurry figures gradually appeared in the darkness, emitting powerful cold energy auras. He had long discovered us. A mere great archmage. How bold! He dares to barge into the Dark Night Canyon just because he has a few powerful magical weapons. This man is really ignorant, haha. Cut the crap and attack directly. Let's capture him first. That's right. Let's capture him first. One after another, hoarse and sinister voices drifted in the darkness. It was even difficult to determine where they had come from. The cold energy auras were also extraordinary, giving one the creeps. This was because these people were all magical beasts. And they were all magical beasts of the great Archmage realm. Previously, it had been said that because of the special environment in the Dark Night Canyon, no one would enter, but it was a holy land of sinister things. Among the otherworldly items, most of them were demons. A large number of demons were hidden in the canyon. In this area, all the weak demons had been exterminated, and the remaining demons had all been subdued by the Mugwang Pavilion. They had also been planted with the sacrificial curse to become the watchdogs of the Mugwang Pavilion. Most of the warriors who had accidentally entered this place had been killed by these demons. After Ron entered this place, he was quickly discovered by these demons. However, because of the astonishing methods he had displayed, these demons had been secretly spying on him and did not make a move rashly. They also secretly reported the news. Just now, they had received the orders from the pavilion masters, so they stopped hesitating and prepared to attack Ron. There were a total of 5 demons, all of them of the Great Archmage realm. One was at the level 7 Great Archmage realm, the rest were all at level 6, and the lowest was at level 3. However, in terms of cultivation base, that level 7 Great Archmage demon alone was enough to deal with Ron, who was a Great Archmage. However, they had no intention of fighting fairly. The moment they struck, everyone attacked simultaneously. On one hand, it was an order from the pavilion masters, and on the other hand, it was also because they were being cautious. After all, Ron's performance all along had been too astonishing. Just the magical weapons alone, he had a high-grade holy artifact, a top-grade holy artifact, and a low-grade sacred tool. His cultivation base had even risen from level 1 in the divine power realm to level 5. Although they all felt that it should be Ron's true cultivation base now, they still held back a little, not daring to underestimate or hold back. Not only did they attack at the same time, they also used their strongest attacks from the start. For a moment, powerful and strange demons enveloped Ron from different directions with their magical powers. There were also several medium-grade holy artifacts. Faced with the encirclement by a group of powerful enemies, Ron's expression was cold. With a flash of his eyes, with a thought, the dragon flame flying sword flew out in great speed. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing could be heard in the surroundings, and the few holy artifacts were all repelled by the flying sword. At the same time, the energy in Ron's body erupted and he suddenly charged forward. The magic robe on his body circulated with divine light, condensing a dense golden spherical shield of holy light around him, blocking all the magical powers that were coming at him. And Ron was charging in the direction of the enemy at level 7 of the Great Archmage realm. In front, the black fog churned, and the figure of a translucent, tall, thin old man appeared. He looked at Ron, who was charging at him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, countless translucent fragments suddenly appeared in the air between the two of them, and then they condensed into countless huge energy balls in the blink of an eye. These small ice energy balls then formed an incomparably large light ball, forming a powerful demonic aura that charged at Ron. Although Ron had the magic robe sacred tool protecting him, this demon did not take it seriously because the gap between level 7 and those below level 7 was not something that could be made up with just these few magical weapons. Even if the sacred tool could block his attack, Ron's energy was not infinite. He just had to wait for the other party's energy to be exhausted before he activated his sacred tools. The other party would be a fish on the chopping block. After using a magical power, this person wanted to retreat and pull away, so that he and the others could slowly expend Ron's energy. However, at this moment, he sensed a powerful energy that was not inferior to his suddenly erupting. In the next moment, the countless light balls exploded with a loud bang. Amidst the powerful explosive force, a figure rushed to his front like a violent storm. Sensing the powerful aura Ron was emitting at this moment, the surrounding demons were all horrified, especially that core demon. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly released his energy to defend himself. However, just as he condensed an energy barrier in front of him, it was shattered by Ron's punch. Moreover, as it shattered the energy barrier, the demon binding ropes in Ron's hand flew out instantly. They did not give the core demon any chance to catch its breath at all and wrapped tightly around its soul. The energy in the core demon's body was instantly sealed, and his body froze on the spot. In the next moment, Ron was in front of him, stabbing him mercilessly in the chest with his hand as a knife. With a grasp, he held the core in his hand. It was as if a living person had been grabbed by his heart. Chapter 211, End the battle quickly. It hurt so much that he could not help himself. Ron grabbed the other party's lifeline tightly and watched the demon in front of him disintegrate bit by bit. No. The core demon's eyes widened, and they were filled with fear and despair. He blurted out, "Don't kill me!" Ah! Before he could finish speaking, it turned into a miserable scream that vanished into nothingness. Ron's expression was indifferent. Without any hesitation, he crushed his core. As the core shattered, cracks appeared on the core demon's divine soul like shattered porcelain, and he immediately collapsed. It was a long story when told, but it had only been a short while since the time that Ron erupted and when he killed that core demon. When the core demon's soul was shattered, the other demons around had not even reacted. It was not until Ron turned around to look at them that the 4 demons regained their senses and tried to escape. How is this possible? Leave quickly, leave quickly. The few demons almost simultaneously gave up on attacking Ron and fled in panic. However, since Ron had already revealed his true level, how could he let these enemies escape? Ron tapped his feet and turned into a beam of light to pursue them. In a short while, Ron had caught up with and killed the few enemies who were far weaker than the core demon. Then, Ron flew toward the bottom of the valley without stopping. Ron's level had increased to that of a level 3 Great Archmage with the help of the 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talisman, from the time after he had advanced to the Divine Power Realm to the time before he went out to search for his clansmen. Therefore, when he was fighting with Chief Gui, he could use the Divine Deterrence technique to increase his level to that of a level 5 Great Archmage and kill Chief Gui, who was a level 3 Great Archmage. Before he left home this time, in the process of fusing with the strange sacred flame, his level had increased again. He had advanced 4 levels in a row, condensing the core directly and reaching level 7 Great Archmage. In fact, Ron had wanted to expose his true level when he reached the Mu Guang Pavilion's headquarters. Unexpectedly, he encountered this group of powerful demons halfway. In order to end the battle quickly, he had no choice but to reveal his true level. However, he had only revealed his true level, and this is far from his true strength. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Mu Guang Pavilion, a level 7 Great Archmage. With the level of the 2 Pavilion Masters, they could already sense Ron's battle with a group of demons with their souls. When they discovered Ron's true level, the white light ball could not help showing a hint of surprise. It seemed that from the day they became enemies with the Nicholas family, every once in a while, Ron's level would increase significantly from what was reported by their earlier intelligence. Previously, when the chiefs had been killed, it was reported that Ron was a level 3 Great Archmage. Later on, because the 3 chiefs and later, 5 chiefs died in successive failed actions, the Mu Guang Pavilion was greatly weakened. They went into temporary seclusion and summoned all the chiefs back. Therefore, Ron did not suffer any more harassment from the Mu Guang Pavilion on his return trip from the clansman search. Mu Guang Pavilion had wanted to lay low for a while and then find another opportunity to deal with the Nicholas family clan. Unexpectedly, Ron suddenly came charging in alone. Moreover, his level had miraculously increased to that of a level 7 Great Archmage. How in the world did he cultivate? Could it be that I have stayed too long in the Dark Night Canyon and have not kept up with the changes of the era? Is it as easy as drinking water for young people nowadays? While the white light ball was still in shock, the voice of the black light ball sounded in the darkness. There must be a big secret on Ron. The light in the white light ball's eyes flickered. Let the chiefs take action. He must be captured alive. The black light ball said, they have already made their move. At this moment, Ron, who had revealed he was at level 7 Great Archmage, had already flown close to a depth of 400,000 feet at an astonishing speed. The surrounding black fog had become so dense that it seemed to have substance. Even the energy light emitted by Ron when he was flying would be immediately swallowed by the darkness. Not to mention the naked eye, even his soul was greatly restricted. The perception range of a level 7 Great Archmage was also not more than 30,000 feet. They should be here soon. Ron thought to himself as he sensed the surroundings with all his might. Although he had obtained the information from the third chief, he could not pinpoint the exact location of the Muguang Pavilion, so it might not be directly below. He would have to search again when he reached the bottom. But Ron also knew that he definitely did not have that many chances. At this moment, Ron's pupils suddenly constricted, and he erupted with energy without hesitation, maximizing the defensive power of the gold tint magic robe. Almost at the same moment, countless thin, transparent light needles appeared silently from the black fog around Ron and hit the holy light shield around him like a storm. The holy light shield vibrated slightly, and countless golden runes flowed continuously on Ron's gold tint magic robe, crazily draining his energy. Ron was surprised and even afraid, because if he had reacted slower just now, he might have died. At this moment, a black energy spear suddenly broke through the black fog behind Ron and shot directly at his back like a bolt of black lightning. Crack! In the next moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and with a howl of the wind, Ron's figure suddenly disappeared from the original spot, dodging the sneak attack of the energy spear at the critical moment. And behind this spear, there were several silent magical attacks, all hitting where Ron had been just now. If he were to be hit by these attacks, the holy light shield of the gold tint magic robe might not even be able to withstand them. Looking for Ron again, his figure had already appeared thousands of meters away. A pair of metal wings had appeared behind him, emitting powerful lightning power. They had even forced the sinister black fog around him back by a kilometer. It was the top grade holy artifact, Wind Lightning Wings. At this moment, the energy in Ron's body was surging, and he dared not be careless at all. His expression was solemn, and he thought to himself, 5, no, at least 5, perhaps more. He discovered 7 faintly discernible auras in the surrounding black fog. They were all of the Great Archmage realm. There were 4 people above level 7. This time, they were not demons but all were living human beings. It was obvious that they were all the chiefs or chief candidates of the Muguang Pavilion. Among them, the 2 strongest auras were respectively the peak of the Great Archmage realm and level 9 of the Great Archmage realm. They should be the 2 chiefs, Big Chief and Little Chief. In those sneak attacks earlier, the 2 strongest magical powers should have belonged to these 2. They were indeed from the Muguang Pavilion. Even though they were of the Great Archmage realm, they did not care about the dignity of experts at all. They just sneak attacked and killed. Chapter 212, Hiding Place. Even if the first wave had failed, they had not appeared to sprout any nonsense. Instead, they continued to hide in the darkness, searching for the next opportunity. However, at this moment, the Muguang Pavilion assassins who had been hiding in the darkness were also secretly shocked. He had actually dodged the attack. It was another top-grade holy artifact not mentioned by their intelligence. How many more trump cards did this Ron have? So many people on their side had attacked a level 7 Great Archmage altogether, and they had actually failed. Just as these bewildered people were preparing to launch the second wave of attack under the verbal command of the 2 strongest chiefs, Big Chief and Little Chief, they suddenly sensed a very strong sense of danger. And the source of this danger was Ron, who had been surrounded by them. At this moment, Ron suddenly took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. His pupils had turned into a strange pale color, as if there were 2 balls of strange flames faintly flickering. For a moment, the sinister black fog in a 50-kilometer radius seemed to have been provoked by something, and it suddenly started to surge crazily, especially the black fog around Ron, which was moving away rapidly as if it was fleeing for its life. In the next moment, a strange flame suddenly swept out with Ron as the center. It was the strange sacred flame, the light passage flame. Once the flame came out, the group of enemies in the surrounding darkness were all horrified. Before they could react, the flame had already swept more than 10 kilometers in all directions. Wherever it passed, all the sinister black fog, which had not managed to escape in time, was instantly vaporized and dissipated. In the dissipating black fog, a few figures fled in panic, but a few others were trapped in the flame. This flame, ah! Save me! Screams and screams immediately sounded in succession. The 4 experts of the great Archmage realm struggled crazily in the flames, but no matter how much energy they erupted, they could not disperse the flames on their bodies. Their bodies, on the other hand, were aging rapidly in the flames. It seemed that in a few seconds, they had exhausted all their life force and turned into shriveled corpses. Then, they were lit up and reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. This scene caused the hearts of those who had fled to turn cold from fear. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Mugwang Pavilion, the white light ball suddenly stood up and said in shock, "What kind of magical power is that?" The darkness in the hall also surged violently, and the voice of the black ball of light sounded. "It doesn't seem to be just magical power. Is that some kind of sacred flame? How can it be so special? I've never seen it before." In the darkness, 2 balls of dark green light lit up in the eyes of the black shadow, which were flashing with a strong greedy expression. The eyes of the white light ball were also filled with excitement and greed. "Whether it is magical power or a rare treasure, we must obtain it. I'll leave it to the old ancestor. The appearance of the light passage flame has killed 4 experts of the great Archmage realm, and there are 6 enemies who have escaped." Sure enough, the 7 that Ron had sensed earlier were not all. 3 of them had not attacked in the first wave and had been deeply hidden. If it had not been for the sudden appearance of the light passage flame forcing them out, it would not be known when they would launch a sneak attack suddenly and pose a threat to Ron. Everyone, including the 2 chiefs, was frightened by the terrifying power of the light passage flame and retreated with all their might. For a moment, no one dared to attack. On the other side, Ron's attack had not ended. When he released the light passage flame, the energy in Ron's body had decreased by more than half. He could not even maintain the defense of the gold tint magic robe anymore. Clearly, the eruption of the light passage flame was not an easy task for him. However, in the next moment, the aura on Ron's body, which had just weakened, suddenly increased. The level of the original level 7 Great Archmage had actually increased to that of a level 8 Great Archmage in an instant, and it did not stop but continued to rise rapidly. During this process, Ron's expression was cold as he looked at the retreating enemies. Energy erupted, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding light passage flame suddenly swept together, converging into several waves that swept toward the enemy. The group of great Archmage realm experts from the Mugwang Pavilion were instantly shocked again. They all erupted with energy and retreated rapidly. However, there were 2 of them that were still too slow. They were caught by the light passage flame and turned into ashes in a few seconds. There was no chance to struggle at all, and of the 4 who had escaped, besides the 2 chiefs, the other 2 were also of the great Archmage realm. After the light passage flame had missed the 4 of them, Ron did not continue to pursue them because the further away they were, the more difficult it was for him to control it. The light passage flame quickly retracted back into Ron's body, but Ron's attack was still not over. When he was killing the 2 enemies, Ron's aura did not stop rising. At this moment, it was obvious that he had already become a great Archmage of level 9. The energy in Ron's body surged unprecedentedly, and his eyes flickered with cold killing intent. He slowly raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and pointed at one of the enemies in the distance. The person he was pointing at was the big chief, the highest ranked of the few enemies. The big chief was a short, thin old man with grayish-white hair. He had been horrified by the terrifying flames, but when he saw Ron's action, his heart tightened instantly. He thought that Ron was about to attack him with the fire magical power again, but then he realized that the flames were not attacking him. He could not help but be stunned. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had finally sensed something. He suddenly looked up. In the sky above him, endless black fog was surging crazily. A huge finger, formed from the convergence of divine chi from the heavens and the earth, broke through the black fog and pressed down on his head. Divine level magical power. The big chief's pupils dilated rapidly. He instantly deduced that this earth-shaking finger was definitely a divine level magical power. Before he could think further, the earth-shaking finger had already pressed down on his head. Ah! The big chief's eyes were about to split open. He let out a roar as all the energy in his body erupted. He retreated crazily and dodged while casting magical defense. However, the speed at which the finger descended was too fast and the range too large. The big chief had only dodged less than a kilometer when the finger was already inches away. No! The chief's face was pale, and his eyes revealed despair. As he retreated crazily, he shouted in a certain direction, "Save me, ah!" Before his sentence had been completed, it became a scream. His figure was pressed down by a finger that had fallen from the sky. It did not continue to descend but seemed to have formed an invisible ground in the void. The body of the big chief was instantly crushed into a mist of blood. His spirit was destroyed. This scene made the other enemies around him shudder in fear. It also shocked the two pavilion masters in the main hall of the Mu Guang Pavilion. Chapter 213, The Best Moment. Even if the two pavilion masters wanted to kill the big chief personally, it would not have been so easy. Now, he had actually been killed by Ron in a single magical attack. However, after the shock, the white light ball in the main hall of the Mu Guang Pavilion immediately regained its senses. A sharp light flickered in its eyes as it shouted coldly, "What are you waiting for? Attack! Remember to destroy his physical body and leave behind his soul." The voice instantly reached the ears of the little chief and the others, who were still in shock, causing them to be jolted awake. The three of them looked at Ron in unison. Their eyes lit up because they could all tell that Ron was exhausted. Although the divine-level magical power used by the other party just now was very powerful, it must have consumed a lot of energy. Furthermore, it had relied on explosive magical power to forcefully increase the level to kill the big chief in one move. Currently, the abnormally explosive aura on the other party's body had already rapidly receded, and he had returned to being a level 7 Great Archmage. Furthermore, he was unprecedentedly weak, and he had probably lost his combat strength. Now was the perfect time to make a move. However, was this really the case? The three of them could not help but hesitate because the other party had given them too many surprises from the moment he appeared. Who knew if the other party still had other trump cards? However, the three of them could not disobey the pavilion master's orders at all. In fact, just as they were hesitating, they could sense the abnormal movements of the sacrificial curse in their bodies as if warning them that they would die if they did not obey. All their thoughts vanished in an instant. The three of them looked at each other, and then all their faces revealed a look of resolve. They all erupted with energy and used their strongest attack of their magical power again to attack Ron. None of them rushed forward themselves because they were really afraid of the strange flames around Ron. At this moment, Ron was almost completely exhausted and could not fight for the time being. He could not even activate the defense of the gold tint magic robe or dodge. However, Ron did not show any panic in the face of the ultimate magical attacks from the three experts of the Great Archmage realm. Instead, he looked a little regretful and muttered, "Old Ancestor, this is all that Ron can do." Buzz! For a moment, without warning, an unparalleled powerful and terrifying aura erupted from behind Ron, and the three attack magical powers that had already come to Ron instantly dissipated. Ron turned around and saw the familiar figure appear behind him, like a towering mountain that could shield him from any danger. At this moment, Romo, who had manifested in the form of an ancestral protection, was also looking down at Ron with a gratified smile in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "You've done well. Leave the rest to the old ancestor." "What is this? A divine mage? How is this possible?" At this moment, the eyes of the little chief and the other two enemies were all wide open. They did not have the earlier calmness and steadiness. They looked as horrified as if they had seen a ghost. They stared fixedly at the figure that had suddenly appeared behind Ron, and their minds almost lost their ability to think. This was because they had sensed an unprecedented terrifying pressure. It was even 10 times stronger than that of the two pavilion masters. No, 100 times stronger. A divine mage. He was definitely a powerful divine mage. At the same time, Romo also looked up at the three of them. With just a glance, the three of them felt their bodies turn cold. The energy in their bodies instantly stopped circulating. They wanted to struggle and flee, but they could only think because their bodies were no longer listening to them. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the three great archmagi exploded into 3 balls of blood mist. After instantly killing the three of them with one look, Romo's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had just pinched 3 ants to death. His gaze then landed on a spot in the distance ahead. Almost at the same moment, a powerful aura erupted from the black fog on the other side. It was obvious that the enemy had also sensed the danger and reacted. However, Romo did not give them the chance to be fully prepared. His gaze focused slightly, and he raised his hand and pointed. It was the divine-level magical power, the stone-shattering palm. Buzz! For a moment, the world within a 500-kilometer radius suddenly shook. The black fog in the sky rolled crazily, as if a crack had appeared in the sky. The black fog receded, and a beam of light actually shone down from above. A huge finger, like a heavenly pillar, descended from the sky toward the canyon. The power of this finger was more than 1,000 times stronger than Ron's earlier attack. At this moment, Ron looked at the magical scene which could truly be regarded as an earth-shaking finger, and his eyes revealed unconcealed admiration and passion. In the blink of an eye, the finger had hit the bottom of the valley. The black fog in the valley had all been forced to disperse, revealing a clear scene that had never been seen before. A layer of solid barrier suddenly flickered at the bottom of the valley dozens of kilometers ahead. The range and strength of this defensive magic formation was stronger than the defensive magic formation of the Nicholas family clan. However, when the earth-shaking finger landed, the magic formation boundary immediately vibrated and flickered crazily. In a breath, it collapsed. A world-shaking rumble sounded. The ground within hundreds of kilometers of the Dark Night Canyon shook violently, and large areas of the valley floor collapsed. A few seconds later, the destruction of Romo's stone-shattering palm was finally over. The huge finger, which had been formed by the convergence of divine chi from the heavens and the earth, had disappeared. 100 kilometers ahead, at the bottom of the valley, where the finger had landed, a 100-kilometer-wide crater had appeared in the ground. In the center of the deep crater, the remnants of a palace could be seen. In the ruins, some traces of buildings could be vaguely seen. It could be roughly seen that there should have been a huge underground structure there originally. It was obviously the nest of the Mu Guang Pavilion. At this moment, 99% of the underground structure had been destroyed, leaving only half of the hall in the end. The remnant hall was naturally where the two pavilion masters were. At this moment, they were in that one half of the hall. A large amount of black fumes was surging crazily, and there was only an empty space in the middle. An object stood in the middle. It was the white light ball. At this moment, the white light ball was emitting a powerful aura. It was at the peak of the Great Archmage realm, but it was clearly different from the ordinary peak of the Great Archmage realm. It was much stronger and was almost at the level of a divine mage. This situation was a little like back then when Romo applied the third stage of the Shen Luo all-encompassing technique, the half-step immortality. Chapter 214, Coming to Rescue. The current situation of the white light ball should be the same as Romo back then. It had used some special mystic technique to reach a special state. At this moment, the white light ball's face was filled with fear. It stared fixedly at the figure in the distant sky and almost gritted its teeth as it shouted, "Who are you?" It was no wonder that its mental state, which it had cultivated for hundreds of years, was so excited that it had lost its composure. Romo's appearance had given him too great a shock, and the destruction of the Mugwang Pavilion had also greatly provoked it. It was not just the buildings of the headquarters that had been destroyed. The few experts who had been in seclusion and had not gone out to fight previously were also killed, including Big Chief and Little Chief, and the people who had gone out to fight, all of them were dead. Currently, except for the 2 pavilion masters of the Mugwang Pavilion, the rest had all died. The hard work that 3 generations of successive pavilion masters of Mugwang Pavilion had put in was gone in an instant. Until Ron used the light passage flame, the 2 pavilion masters had thought that the situation was still under control. Even if Ron had used the light passage flame and the stone-shattering palm, they would still be able to handle it. They had thought that although a few chiefs had died, if they could take down Ron and obtain the many secrets on him, they would not lose out too much. However, they had not expected a divine mage to suddenly appear. The 2 pavilion masters did not even have time to react before the situation instantly spiraled out of control. Such an unforeseen change caused the 2 of them to lose control of their mental states. In the air, Romo had no intention of wasting his breath in the face of the harsh cry from the white light ball. He just raised his hand again and waved it. The light passage flames around Ron instantly swept up and converged into a torrent, surging toward the enemy. The basic duration of the ancestral protection talisman was only 1 minute. Although it could be extended later, it would consume a lot of faith. Romo did not want to waste a second. Seeing the pale white sacred flames surging over like a torrent, the pupils of the white light ball constricted rapidly. With a soft cry, energy surged crazily, and the black fumes around him also started to roll more violently. Moreover, they started to rapidly converge and shrink. One black figure became clearer and clearer. In the blink of an eye, the black fumes had all shrunk to a spot, revealing a figure shrouded in dense black fumes. Its appearance was identical to the white light ball, and even its aura was identical. This figure, whose entire body was wrapped in black fumes, was naturally the other pavilion master of the Mugwang Pavilion, the black light ball. Its state was very similar to Romo's state when he used the night travel talisman to move. This was because it was a demon. The 2 pavilion masters of the Mugwang Pavilion were a living person and a demon. No one in the outside world knew this secret. This was because all the enemies who had seen the true form of the black light ball were already dead. The black light ball, which had appeared, was covered in black fumes, and its eyes were pulsating with a strange jade-green light. After it appeared, it suddenly flew toward the white light ball, and the 2 of them collided hard. The figure of the black light ball seemed to have also turned into black fumes, enveloping the white light ball and gradually fusing into the white light ball. In the end, half of the large amount of black fumes fused into the white light ball and covered the left side of the white light ball. The white ball of light was originally wearing a white magic robe, but at this moment, the left half of its body had become pitch black. Even its face seemed to have become yin and yang. The left half of its face, which was enveloped by the black gas, seemed to have escaped its own control. Even its expression had separated. The right side of its face was calm, but the left side of its face was smiling sinisterly. In the next moment after this strange fusion state was completed, the auras of the 2 figures in the black and white light balls actually fused into one. They also expanded unbelievably, surpassing the level of half-step immortality and really reaching the realm of divine mage. It was a long story, but the astonishing change in the 2 of them happened only in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Ron could sense the terrifying aura after the 2 of them had merged. His expression changed slightly, and he could not help but feel a sense of fear. But at this moment, Ron suddenly felt a gentle force protecting him. The discomfort in his heart immediately disappeared. He looked up at Romo and said in surprise, "Old Ancestor, who is that?" At this moment, Romo's expression was also that of surprise. His eyes beamed slightly as he said, "It's some kind of evil mystic technique. It's a combination of two souls." Interesting. Only then did Romo know that the two pavilion masters, the black and white light balls, actually had the special constitution of having two souls in one body. This secret was probably unknown even to the chiefs of the Muguang Pavilion. The three chiefs earlier only knew that the black light ball seemed to be a ghostly cultivator and did not know the true relationship between the two pavilion masters. Romo had only read about the special constitution of two souls in one body in a book when he was alive. It was a very rare constitution which happened when a pair of twins was in the mother's body, where the physical body of one was absorbed and fused by the other. The sacred soul of the absorbed party also entered the body of the other party. After birth, there would be two sacred souls in one body. Such a situation was usually rare to come by in a million years. If it happened, most of those with the special constitution would die young in their childhood. However, if they could grow up and step onto the path of cultivation, they would show astonishing talent. According to what was recorded in the books, there was a sect in the ancient era. It was called the Twin Souls Tower. The sect was full of magi with two souls in one body. All of them had astonishing talent. This organization was powerful and had once reigned supreme. However, later on, people discovered that the reason why the Twin Souls Tower had so many magi that had two souls in one body was because they had actually been created by an extremely evil mystic technique. To successfully create a child with two souls in one body, almost tens of thousands of twins and pregnant women had to be sacrificed. Such an act, which was utterly devoid of conscience, infuriated the entire magical world. In the end, the Twin Souls Tower was annihilated by all the righteous magi. Romo had not expected to see a person with two souls today. Moreover, connecting this with the rumors about the Muguang Pavilion's origin and legacy, he was almost certain that all the previous pavilion masters of the Muguang Pavilion probably had two souls in one body. Moreover, there was another secret technique that could separate the two souls. One separated soul could cultivate a part in the form of a ghostly cultivator. Furthermore, the two could fuse again and obtain the powerful strength of 1 + 1 greater than 2. For example, right now, the black and white light balls were each of the peak strength of a great archmage at most. After fusing, it could actually become a divine mage. However, so what? Even if it had used a mystic technique to become a divine mage, it was only a level 1 divine mage. In front of Romo, it was still not a match. As Romo and Ron were talking, the torrent formed by the light passage flame had already surged toward the fused black and white light balls. A loud roar came from the mouth of the demon of the fused light balls. Chapter 215, Panicked. A powerful black and white magical power suddenly erupted, and there was actually a faint aura of yin and yang complementing each other. It turned into a huge black and white defensive barrier, blocking the light passage flame. While blocking the light passage flame, the black and white light ball demon took a step with its right foot, and great magical power surged into the ground beneath its feet. Instantly, countless black and white magical runes appeared on the ground. It continued to spread outwards, instantly covering the ground of the remaining half of the hall. The edges of the runes seemed to have tunneled directly into the void. A strange force continued to spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered an area of hundreds of kilometers. In the distant sky, Romo sensed the changes in the surrounding world. His brows pricked up slightly, but the corners of his mouth seemed to curve into a mocking smile. At the same time, the black and white light ball demon unleashed its magical power again and retreated rapidly. The defensive magical power that had blocked the light passage flame only lasted for a few seconds before it collapsed. The light passage flame instantly engulfed the remaining half of the hall. However, the enemy had already flown up and left the hall. Black and white magical power converged in the air, turning into a ferocious bone dragon half black and half white. It charged at Romo. Romo's expression was as calm as ever. He raised his hand again and pointed out with a finger. Another move of the stone-shattering palm was unleashed. A huge finger descended from the sky and instantly crushed the bone dragon. In fact, the remaining might of this finger had not dissipated. Only half of it had shattered, and the remaining half continued to crush down on the black and white light ball demon. The black and white light ball demon had no choice but to retreat again. However, just as it had dodged the attack of the stone-shattering palm, the light passage flame had already caught up with it. Helpless, the black and white light ball demon had no choice but to forcefully erupt its magical power again to temporarily block the light passage flame and simultaneously retreat again. However, Romo did not give him a chance. He held his right hand, and instantly, wind and thunder rose up in the sky. A wind-thunder sky net appeared out of thin air and enveloped the enemy. Although this was not a divine-level magical power, it was still extremely powerful when cast at Romo's level 3 divine mage realm. In the wind-thunder sky net, the black and white magical power erupted again. The black and white light ball demon kept using magical power to block the wind and thunder attacks, but it could not break free completely. At this moment, the black and white light ball demon was already extremely shocked, and even felt an uncontrollable panic. Just now, it had activated a powerful magic formation set up in the hall. The special attributes of the Dark Night Canyon could increase the strength of ghostly cultivators and suppress the strength of the living mage to a great extent. This was one of the greatest trump cards of the Mu Guang Pavilion. Here, even if other magi came to their door to attack, they would still have the absolute advantage. Due to the twin souls and the special cultivation technique they cultivated, the black and white light ball monster could switch between normal mage and ghostly cultivator at will, and it could be enhanced by the magic formation while the enemy would be suppressed. This meant that even if a powerful divine mage were to attack, as long as his level was not much higher in comparison, it would be confident of dealing with him. However, currently it was a ghostly cultivator. Although it could control the magic formation to prevent the other party from benefiting, it could not suppress him. Even with the help of the magic formation, the strength of the black and white light ball demon had only increased from a level 1 divine mage to level 2. It was still inferior to Romo, who was a level 3 divine mage. Moreover, Romo still had the powerful strange sacred flame. With the light passage flame, Romo could even kill a level 4 divine mage. If he were to include the Shen Luo all-encompassing technique and the stone-shattering palm, he might even be able to fight a level 5 or even level 6. Faced with the black and white light ball demon, which had been forcibly upgraded to a level 2 divine mage, defeating him was naturally not a problem. Romo looked at the black and white light ball demon in front of him, which had been trapped by the wind-thunder sky net. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. He did not hold back at all. He waved his hand again, and the light passage flame swept up, completely sealing off all the enemy's retreat paths. An earth-shaking rumble kept ringing out. The light of the black and white magical power kept erupting. The black and white light ball demon was like a trapped beast, crashing continuously in the air. However, it was still unable to break through the seal of the light passage flame. The light passage flame transformed into a huge cage and quickly contracted. Finally, it swallowed the black and white light ball demon completely. No, no. Who are you? Who are you? Ah! From the flames, the crazy and desperate roars of the black and white light ball monster could be heard. However, the flames did not hold back at all. In the flames, the body of the black and white light ball demon started to age rapidly. It could no longer maintain its fused state. The black light ball was separated, and the aura of the two of them decreased sharply, returning to their original realm. As such, the two of them were no longer able to resist the power of the light passage flame. The physical body of the white light ball withered in the blink of an eye and then turned to ashes. After the physical body was destroyed, a white, translucent magic soul was left behind. At the heart of the magic soul, there was a black and white core. With a cracking sound, the core shattered. The two light ball demons, one black and one white, screamed miserably and then vanished into thin air. The two pavilion masters of the Mu Guang Pavilion were annihilated in spirit and body. Ding! Mission accomplished. Received reward, Experience Talismans x100, Double Cultivation Efficiency x30, Tenfold Cultivation Speed Talismans x100, Realm Breakthrough Protection Talismans x10. Special Treasure Chest x1, Advanced Faith Doubling Talisman x1. Upon hearing a series of system notifications, Romo was pleasantly surprised. The rewards for this mission were actually so generous. However, now was not the time to count the rewards. Romo raised his hand and waved. The phenomenon that filled the sky dissipated, and even the light passage flame quickly disappeared into the void. At the same time, many things flew out from the ruins of the Mu Guang Pavilion on the ground and flew rapidly toward Romo. They disappeared one by one along the way, and finally, only a storage ring flew to Ron. At this moment, Ron was still stunned by the shocking battle of the Divine Mage realm that he had just witnessed. Disregarding everything else, just the light passage flame and the stone-shattering palm methods used by the old ancestor made him feel extremely small. When he saw a storage ring flying to the front of him, Ron suddenly regained his senses. At the same time, he heard the voice of the old ancestor. "Leave this place immediately and go home." As Romo spoke, his gaze looked in a distant direction in the dark night canyon. He seemed to be in thought. Ron caught the storage ring, which contained all the treasures of the Mu Guang Pavilion, and turned around to look at the old ancestor whom he had seen for the first time in real life. He said respectfully, "Yes, old ancestor." Romo looked at Ron, smiled, and nodded. Then he disappeared. The basic effect of the ancestral protection talisman had ended. Ron looked around. Although he had regained his calm, the traces of the battle were still shocking to see. The valley below was an utter mess. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, the sinister black fog had all disappeared. It was as if a peaceful land had been forcefully opened up in the void. The traces of the battle between two divine magi still seemed to linger in the void. Chapter 216, Removing Distracted Thoughts Translations. Finally, Ron looked up. The wind thunder wings on his back flapped gently, and he turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. Ron had first cleared up the area on his way down, and then it was again swept clean by the battle between the two divine magi. There was no sign of any demons or monsters within a 500-kilometer radius. Ron flew smoothly out of the canyon and in the direction of his family clan. After Ron left, the quiet place in the dark night canyon was quickly filled with endless black fog again. All the traces were covered by the black fog, as if nothing had happened. Sigh, however, a faint sigh seemed to sound from the depths of the endless darkness, but it immediately disappeared. In the Nicholas family, Romo was relieved after he had returned and confirmed from his visitation talisman that Ron had left the dark night canyon safely. Romo's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as he muttered, "The dark night canyon is definitely not an ordinary vicious place. There are even greater secrets there." Romo had never been to the dark night canyon when he was alive. He had only heard many legends, but he had always thought that it was just a story fabricated by people who wanted to cause trouble. But now, he was not so sure. This was because he had vaguely sensed an extremely unusual aura in the canyon earlier. Although it was very distant and blurry, it was definitely not an illusion. Fortunately, that was all. It did not pose any threat to him. He could not search for the truth now, so there was no point in thinking too much. Romo then put away his thoughts and started to count the large number of rewards he had received for this mission. However, the rewards for this mission could be said to be the most generous in history. They were even more generous than the rewards for finding the 9 people from the Klansman search mission. However, this was actually normal. This was because the difficulty of this mission was also the greatest in history. After all, the target was the Mu Guang Pavilion. Not only were there a large number of great archmagi, there was also a divine mage existence. If Romo had not been well prepared, he might not have been able to complete this mission. First, it was naturally the 100 special grade experience talismans. Romo used all of them in one go. The host's level had increased to level 4 divine mage. The host's level had increased to level 5 divine mage. The host's level had increased to level 6 divine mage. Immediately after, system notifications sounded in succession. Romo's level had increased by 3 levels again. The further he progressed, the more difficult it became to increase his level. Romo estimated that he would probably need 50 special grade experience talismans for his next upgrade. Ever since the system had been activated and the sacred soul had awakened, it had only taken more than half a year for him to advance from the lowest yin spirit realm to the current divine mage. He had relied on the system's experience talismans. Apart from stopping temporarily because of the bottleneck when he was advancing to become a divine mage, it had been as easy as drinking water for him to level up. In fact, the high-grade divine tier ghostly cultivator's cultivation technique, 9 revolutions divine fiend, which he cultivated was also a powerful cultivation technique. If he were to cultivate normally, the efficiency would definitely not be slow. However, that was only comparable to ordinary cultivation. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to be faster than directly ingesting experience talismans. In addition to normal cultivation and occasionally using the experience talismans obtained from the mission rewards to increase his strength, Romo actually had another efficient and relaxing method, which was to consume faith points to cultivate. However, all along, there had not been enough faith points. Romo, the old ancestor, had been deeply concerned with the development of his descendants. Every bit of faith points had been dedicated to sharpening them. He had used all the points to nurture his family clan. How could he bear to use them for his own cultivation? Fortunately, the most difficult stage had almost passed. The family clan now had a certain strength and foundation, and they no longer had to be as cautious as before. With the return of the lost descendants, the number of family members was also increasing. Coupled with the increasing reverence the family members had for their old ancestor, the faith points given when they paid their respects were also increasing. After the family clan had stabilized, it would be time for the descendants to repay Romo, the old ancestor. When the time came, he would use the faith points directly to cultivate, and his level would increase even faster. Beyond the divine mage, becoming a heavenly divine mage was just around the corner. Command confirmation: the family clan formation enhancement talisman has been successfully used. The enlightenment halo's effect on the family clan's formation has been increased to a 6-fold enhancement. Command confirmation: the use of the family clan's forbidden ground enhancement talisman has been successful. The family clan's forbidden ground's comprehension ability has increased by 4-fold. Received medium grade sacred tool, Sacred Mist Fairy. Command confirmation: the use of the divine tier tool book was successful. Received low grade divine tier book, Thunderstorm Tribulation. Romo then used 4 more tools in a row. The family clan's magic formation and the family's forbidden ground were enhanced. You have obtained another sacred tool, a medium-grade divine-tier magical power. Sacred Mist Fairy, medium-grade divine-tier flying fairy. It can share the effect of the family clan's protective magic formation. Thunderstorm Tribulation, low-grade divine-tier magical power. It can erupt with high-speed movement. The sacred tools and the book were both of random quality. This time, his luck might have been a little bad, and he had only got a medium to low-grade quality. However, even if they were not as good, they were still a sacred tool and a divine tier magical power. Furthermore, the sacred tool was actually a flying fairy. This was not what Romo had expected, but he was not disappointed. After thinking about it carefully, he was a little delighted. Although it was not a combat magical weapon, it was an important resource for the family clan. It would be more convenient and safer for the family clan to travel in the future. Next, it was the item Romo looked forward to the most among all the rewards. Command confirmation. Use the Super Surprise Treasure Chest to select one out of 3. You can select one from the following 3 prizes. The first was the top-grade Sacred Tool, the Sword Kernel X1, the second was the Special Physical Constitution Development Talisman X1, the third was a medium-grade Magical Power Book, Divine Refinement Technique. Seeing the 3 prizes in the treasure chest, Romo's eyes could not help but burn. Good stuff. They were all good stuff. The top-grade Sacred Tool, the Sword Kernel, was a perfect match for the existing top-grade Sacred Tool, the Sword Embryo. If he chose this, he would be able to obtain a complete top-grade Sacred Tool, the Flying Sword. A Special Physical Constitution was even more precious. It could allow a descendant whose magical talent had already reached the limit, genius, to take another step forward and have even greater potential for development. As for the third item, which was a book, it did not require further elaboration. Just the words magical power were priceless. A divine refinement technique. Although it was not a cultivation technique or an immortal technique, in terms of the development of the family clan, it was even more valuable. Although Romo could also continuously obtain various magical equipment from the system, it was still too little for the entire family clan. It could only be used to arm mainly a few core descendants. However, if the family clan could produce a powerful trainer, the entire family clan would not have to worry about the supply of magical equipment. It just so happened that Dick, who had the talent for weapon refinement, had returned. This divine refinement technique had come at the right time. Although it was a pity to give up the first 2 options, he could only choose one. Romo eventually decided to choose the divine refinement technique. Chapter 217, A Surprise. This way, the family clan's alchemy and weapon refining program would be settled. Coincidentally, there were also 3 special talent strengthening talismans in the rewards this time. Romo then used one for Ron, raising his excellent alchemy talent to that of a genius. Then, he used the remaining 2 on Dick, raising his weapon refining talent from medium to excellent. In addition, Romo had also used 2 aptitude enhancement talismans to increase Dick's magical power talent from high grade to genius. As for the remaining tools, they were all placed in the inventory. Among them, the Special Talent Development Talisman could nurture a descendant with special talent. However, Romo had not thought of who to give it to. Also, the Advanced Faith Doubling Talisman was not a small surprise. He would use it after the effect of the current Faith Doubling Talisman was over. The time soon came to night. Everything was normal on Ron's way back. Romo summoned the system and used a dream-appearing talisman on Dick. When Dick awoke in the dream, he quickly understood what was going on. When Romo appeared before him, Dick said excitedly, "Old Ancestor." Romo smiled and nodded. "Yes, I have something important to give you in your dream this time. Also, I'll tell you some information about Ron." Dick said doubtfully, "Ron? Isn't he?" He was about to say that he was in seclusion, but he immediately understood that seclusion was probably a cover-up. In fact, he had his suspicions these few days, but he did not probe further. Romo said, "He has been sent out by me to carry out a secret mission. It's not appropriate to reveal this, so only Norton knows about this at home. However, this matter is over now, so you don't have to worry. He will be back in a few days." As expected. Dick could not help but ask, "Old Ancestor, was Ron going?" Romo said, he had gone to the headquarters of the Mugwang Pavilion. Dick was instantly shocked, and then he said blankly, "Then you just said that it is already." Romo smiled and nodded. "That's right. The Mugwang Pavilion has been dealt with. It won't exist anymore." Dick was extremely shocked. If it had not been for the words of the old ancestor, he would not have believed it. He had long heard of the notorious reputation of the Mugwang Pavilion, especially after coming to the Nicholas family. He learned more about it and knew that it was a very terrifying existence that was difficult to deal with. He had also thought, like many others, that the reason why the old ancestor had instructed the Nicholas family members not to go out casually was perhaps to guard against the Mugwang pavilion. Unexpectedly, the old ancestor had actually secretly sent Ron to find the headquarters of the Mugwang pavilion, and it had been dealt with. How did he find it? And how did he deal with it? While many doubts welled up in his heart, Dick also felt a hint of helplessness and discouragement, because such a dangerous matter could only be handled by Ron, and he could not help at all. Romo could tell what was on Dick's mind. He smiled and said, "I'll tell you the details of Ron's trip when he gets back. Go and tell Norton the news tomorrow so he can be at ease." Dick collected his thoughts and said respectfully, "All right. Old ancestor. I understand." Romo said, "All right, now, I want to impart to you a refinement technique. You have to study it seriously, do you understand?" Dick was stunned again. A refinement technique? The old ancestor even knew a refinement technique. Then, when Romo started to impart the divine refinement technique, Dick was completely shocked. Divine refinement technique. The refinement technique which Dick had learned in the Spirit Ribbon Academy was only at the magical power level. Even the ultimate technique of the Spirit Ribbon Academy was only at the Great Archmage level. And now, the old ancestor had actually taught him divine refinement technique. Dick had only heard a small portion of it, which he only understood partially. He could already sense that this refinement technique was many times more magical than what he had learned in the past. It was not an exaggeration to say that what he had learned in the past, and even the ultimate technique of the Spirit Ribbon Academy, were nothing worth mentioning in front of this divine refinement technique. The next morning, when Dick woke up from his cultivation, he recalled the divine refinement technique which he had memorized in his heart and became uncontrollably excited. He had actually learned the divine refinement technique overnight. Perhaps it was because his talent had increased. However, such an experience was like a dream. After Dick had calmed down from his excitement, he went out to find Norton and relay to him what the old ancestor had told him. Norton was pleasantly surprised to learn that Ron had completed the mission and was returning safely. He was finally relieved. In addition, Dick had also asked Norton for some refinement materials to practice the refinement technique. After obtaining the refinement materials, Dick followed the instructions of the old ancestor and entered the family's forbidden ground directly to practice the divine refinement technique there. Weapon refinement and alchemy were actually quite similar in some aspects. They both used the strange sacred flame to refine natural treasures. There was an alchemy cauldron for alchemy, and there was also a refinement cauldron for refinement, or a refinement furnace. The refinement cauldron Dick was currently using was one of the treasures Romo had obtained in the Calamity Mountain range. Following the secret technique of the divine refinement technique, Dick had refined a silver-tier magical weapon on his first attempt. When the magical weapon came out of the refinement furnace, Dick could hardly believe it. He actually succeeded so easily. It had to be known that in the Spirit Ribbon Academy, even if it was a silver-tier magical weapon, only an elder of the Great Archmage realm could do it. Without reaching the Great Archmage realm, even the most talented disciple in the academy could only refine ordinary magical weapons. This was indeed the divine refinement technique. Dick did not know that the reason why he had such a magical effect was not only because he had learned the divine refinement technique, but also because his weapon refining talent had been enhanced by the old ancestor. In the next few days, Dick spent almost all his time studying the refinement technique. The divine refinement technique was complicated and profound. The true essence was to refine magical weapons. The part about refining magical weapons was just the foundation. However, it would not be easy for Dick to master it in a short period of time. However, Dick's speed of improvement was not slow at all. After all, he had a talented foundation, as well as the enhancement from the family clan's magic formation and the forbidden ground. Moreover, while he was studying the refinement technique, the increase in his level points had not been delayed much. This was another powerful aspect of the divine refinement technique. Refinement was equivalent to gaining experience, and it could also increase one's level. In this way, several days passed quickly. During this period of time, Romo had considered using all 8 aptitude enhancement talismans in the inventory. He had upgraded Zoro, Jimmy, Charles, and the other 16th and 17th generation descendants, who had previously advanced to excellent magical power talent, to geniuses. Chapter 218, Everyone has a part. Then, the remaining few pieces increased the aptitudes of the other 17th generation members, including Lily. 4 days later, Ron returned to the Nicholas family clan without a sound. When he appeared again, many people thought that he had finished his seclusion. It was not until Norton had gathered a group of the core members of the family and let Ron explain what had happened that Zoro and the others finally learned the truth. It turned out that in the past 10 days, Ron had charged into the Mugwang Pavilion alone. Moreover, the Mugwang Pavilion had already been exterminated by the old ancestor who had manifested and intervened to destroy it personally. After recovering from the shock, everyone was excited. The Mugwang Pavilion was indeed a huge threat. Now that this threat was gone, everyone was relieved. On the day Ron returned home, Romo used the 100-fold cultivation halo talisman in his inventory. The next 100 days would be the cheat cultivation time for the entire clan. 100-fold cultivation halo talisman, enhance the family clan's magic formation. Members of the family clan in the magic formation will receive an additional enhancement of 100-fold cultivation efficiency. This effect will last for 100 days. The effect of this tool was enhanced on top of the family clan's magic formation, and it would not conflict with other enhancement effects. In other words, after using this tool, all the clansmen within the range of the family clan's magic formation, in addition to being able to enjoy the 100-fold cultivation enhancement from this tool, still had the original 30-fold cultivation enhancement from the family clan's magic formation. It was a total of 130-fold. This effect would last for 100 days. In other words, the clansman cultivating at home for 100 days was equivalent to cultivating for 13,000 days, which was 35 years. It was truly a cheat cultivation for the entire clan. Moreover, this was only the halo effects enhancement. On top of this, Romo could still give something for his descendants to use. The 10-fold cultivation speed talisman or even a 100-fold cultivation speed talisman. The effective period for a 10-fold cultivation speed talisman was 1 month, which was equivalent to an additional 200+ days of cultivation. The effective period for a 100-fold cultivation speed talisman was 10 days, which was equivalent to an additional 2 years of cultivation. Romo currently had 30 100-fold cultivation speed talismans and 110-fold cultivation speed talismans in his inventory. These were not trivial resources, especially the former. Although they could not be equally distributed, he could concentrate on nurturing a few people and get obvious results. That night, he used the 100-fold cultivation halo talismans. Romo gave Ron, who had just returned home, a dream and instructed the Nicholas family clan on the cultivation plan for the next 100 days. In fact, he had previously given instructions in this aspect, so the Nicholas family clan had long been prepared. Over the past few days, everything had been arranged in the family clan. Even the family business had been temporarily handed over to trusted people to manage. Hence, from the next day onwards, in the eyes of outsiders, everyone in the Nicholas family clan became even more strange. Previously, they rarely appeared, but after this day, the Nicholas family members almost never appeared outside. When some people discovered this situation, they even started to mock them. They said that the Nicholas family clan was afraid that the Mugwang Pavilion would take revenge, and that the entire family clan had become cowardly turtles. There were even people who said that the Nicholas family had actually quietly moved away. However, this speculation was not likely. Although the Nicholas family had not shown their faces, the servants in the residence were still active. For example, the daily living expenses such as food were still as usual. In addition, although the servants of the Nicholas family clan rarely talked about their masters, as long as they had contact with the outside world, there would always be traces of information leaked. This allowed the outsiders to eventually know that everyone in the Nicholas family clan was cultivating. The entire Nicholas family clan was working hard at cultivation. News of this had already spread. Previously, the onlookers were at most surprised, but now, it had become so exaggerated as if the entire family clan was in seclusion. This made everyone feel a little baffled. Wasn't this a little fanatic? This situation made those who had mocked the Nicholas family clan feel that they had guessed correctly. They said that the Nicholas family clan was afraid and wanted to cultivate to protect themselves at the last minute. It was simply laughable. They said that they would have to hide at home forever, and not come out, as they might be assassinated by Mu Guang Pavilion's assassins the moment they left. Some also said that the Nicholas family clan had only withdrawn temporarily to protect themselves. Once the Mu Guang Pavilion was dealt with by the Imperial Court and the Misty Moon sect, they would not have to be afraid. After all, everyone knew that the Imperial Court and the Misty Moon sect had been working together to investigate the matter of hunting down the Magi from the Mu Guang Pavilion. However, everyone knew that the Mu Guang Pavilion had existed for more than 1,000 years. How could it be exterminated so easily? At most, they would remain dormant for a period of time. Since they had targeted them, the days ahead for the Nicholas family clan would probably not be easy. Faced with all kinds of rumors, speculations, and even mockery from the outside world, the Nicholas family clan remained unusually calm. All the clansmen seemed to be really cultivating in seclusion. None of them appeared. Even the few children who would play wildly in the city every few days had disappeared. As more and more people were beginning to laugh at the Nicholas family, an unexpected news shocked many. Nothing happened to the Nicholas family clan, but something big had happened to Mu Guang Pavilion. It was said that many of the secret strongholds of the Mu Guang Pavilion all over the world had been destroyed. It was not just the Imperial Court and the Misty Moon sect that had intervened, but also the factions that had feuds with the Mu Guang Pavilion. It seemed that a mysterious person had exposed the locations of the strongholds where those from the Mu Guang Pavilion gathered and detailed information about many of their assassins. In less than a month, nearly 10 secret strongholds of the Mu Guang Pavilion had been annihilated, and more than 100 of the Mu Guang Pavilion assassins had been killed. Even so, the pavilion masters of the Mu Guang Pavilion still did not appear, and there was no movement from the upper echelons. Many people started to sense that something was amiss. There were rumors that the upper echelons of the Mu Guang Pavilion had actually all been killed. There were even rumors that the nest of the Mu Guang Pavilion had been destroyed, and that the pavilion masters had all died. Although these wild guesses sounded unbelievable, there were still some who thought that it was possible. Many people started to guess who the mysterious expert who had exterminated the Mu Guang Pavilion's nest was, and some even guessed that it was the Nicholas family clan. Someone had linked this matter to the mysterious expert who had killed the 8 magi of the 4 large family clans in Holy Light City and blew up the ancestral graves of the 4 family clans. This person was said to be the backer of the Nicholas family clan. This was because the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City had something in common with the Mu Guang Pavilion. They had offended the Nicholas family. The imagination of the bystanders was very strong. Various versions of rumors emerged endlessly. Some even said that the recent abnormal behavior of the Nicholas family clan was related to this. Chapter 219, Innumerable. It was also said that the Nicholas family had actually been hiding their strength, and that in fact, many great magi and great archmagi had secretly gone out to attack the Mu Guang Pavilion. The outside world had been abuzz with the news about the Mu Guang Pavilion, but the Nicholas family clan remained quiet as if they were cut off from the world. It was impossible for outsiders to know that the entire Nicholas family clan was currently immersed in cultivation and could not extricate themselves. After the news of the annihilation of the Mu Guang Pavilion had spread, the people of Winterfrost were especially lively in their chatter as it involved the Nicholas family clan. In the Holy Light City, the intensity of the public debate was also any lower. Although no one in the Holy Light City had a feud with the Mu Guang Pavilion, someone had a feud with the Nicholas family. Although the four large family clans of the Holy Light City had been quiet ever since the ancestral grave explosion, people had been paying attention and speculating about the four family clans. Especially recently, the various troublesome things that had happened to the four large family clans had also caused discussions from time to time. However, everyone was just watching the show or watching the troubles of the four families. Over the past days, the situation of the four large family clans in the Holy Light City had been really tragic. Almost nothing good happened to them, not to mention that their family businesses were frequently in trouble. Their clansmen who were working outside were also involved in frequent accidents. Even those who were cultivating at home had problems from time to time, and some of them had even gone berserk in their cultivation. The bad luck of the four family clans had made many people believe and see that the favor of the heavens above actually existed. It could not be due to such a coincidence that things happened to the four large family clans after their ancestral graves had been blown up. It must have been caused by the destruction of the favor from the heavens. In the eyes of outsiders, the four large family clans had been quiet recently. They seemed to be busy cleaning up their own mess and had no time to deal with the Nicholas family clan. No one knew that the four large family clans had actually, a long while ago, secretly colluded with and paid a huge sum of money to the Mugwang Pavilion to deal with the Nicholas family clan. Although someone had guessed this later, it was only a rumor. There was no evidence. Now, after the news of the Mugwang Pavilion had spread, the four large family clans of the Holy Light City did not make any overt move, but their family heads had secretly gathered together again. In a secret room somewhere, four people were sitting opposite each other. Tea had been placed in front of them, but no one was in the mood to drink. The four of them looked a little gloomy, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. These four people were the family heads of the four large family clans in the Holy Light City. The old man in the grey robe was the head of the Adrian family, Mackay. The old man in the yellow robe with narrow eyes was the head of the Jeffrey family, Frick. The thin, white-haired old man in a black robe was the head of the Trice family, Zana. The square-faced old man in white clothes and grey hair was the head of the Byron family, Rick. It turned out that the four large family clans had not expected the Nicholas family clan to have developed to this extent. The few people who had come to provoke the Nicholas family clan previously were only a branch of the four large family clans. Is the matter of the Mugwang Pavilion related to the Nicholas family clan? Frick broke the silence. Zana said, "Is the information impossible to verify? Has the Mugwang Pavilion really been annihilated?" "I don't believe it." Rick continued, "I don't believe it either. Even if the Nicholas family really has an expert we don't know about, is he powerful enough to exterminate all the experts above the chiefs of the Mugwang Pavilion, including the pavilion masters?" Zana sneered and said, "If they had the strength, they would have long killed their way here and exterminated our four family clans." Mackay said in a low voice, "But those destroyed strongholds of the Mugwang Pavilion and assassins are all real. I guess only the chiefs and the pavilion masters are left in the Mugwang Pavilion. Why haven't they made any moves?" He paused for a moment and continued, "I remember that the last time a similar situation happened was 150 years ago, when 3 halls of the Mugwang Pavilion were successively exterminated by a team led by the Sassi group of the Grand Dominance State. Then, the 2 pavilion masters of the Mugwang Pavilion personally took action and killed everyone in the Sassi group overnight, including 11 experts of the Great Archmage realm. This caused no one to dare to pursue the Mugwang Pavilion for 50 years. For a moment after the other 3 had heard this, they fell silent. In their hearts, they all knew that it was definitely not normal for the upper echelons of the Mugwang Pavilion to be missing and for them not to have any news. Even if they were not dead, they had gone into hiding, and they would not appear for a short period of time. With a dark expression, Frick said, "This must have something to do with the Nicholas family. They knew more than outsiders. For example, there should have been 2 other chiefs who had gone to deal with the Nicholas family clan, in addition to the one who had been exposed. Where were the other 2 chiefs and the many subordinates? Why was there no news at all? Could it be that they had all been dealt with secretly when they went to deal with the Nicholas family clan. Thinking of this possibility, the four of them could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Impossible, impossible. The Nicholas family clan could not be so powerful. Something must have happened in between. Xana said in a low voice, "It is said that everyone in the Nicholas family has been cultivating in seclusion during this period. What does this mean?" Rick sneered and said, "I think they're afraid of the Mugwang Pavilion's revenge. Perhaps the chiefs and pavilion masters of the Mugwang Pavilion are just hiding temporarily. They might attack the Nicholas family clan at any moment. If this was really the case, it would be great." However, while everyone else had this thought in their hearts, they also understood that this was unlikely. Mackay said, "Are we going to let the Nicholas family continue to rise up?" Xana's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. "What else can we do? Even the Mugwang Pavilion has been defeated. Do you think any other assassin organization would dare to take on this mission?" Mackay snorted. "There will be people willing to work for their lives if the remuneration is enough. We might not necessarily have to find an assassin," Rick said. "Actually, we're not the only ones who don't want to see the rise of the Nicholas family." The eyes of the others lit up when they heard this, and they immediately understood what he meant. Mackay asked, "Who are you referring to?" Frick said, "However, they may not be willing or dare to deal with the Nicholas family now, right? How would we know if we don't give it a try?" Rick sneered. "At least, we can't let the Nicholas family live too comfortably. It's good to probe them more." The other three nodded slightly. Frick said, "All right. Let's do this." When the four large family clans of the Holy Light City were scheming behind their backs, on the Nicholas family's side, the effect of the entire family clan's cheat cultivation was gradually showing. 1 month after the 100-day seclusion had begun, Norton, the current head of the Nicholas family clan, had successfully broken through the bottleneck and advanced to the level of a great archmage. Half a month later, Zoro had advanced to the realm of the great archmage. In a few days, Dick had also advanced to the realm of the great archmage. After that, Jimmy, Charles, Kathleen, and the others also followed suit. One after another, they advanced to the great archmage realm. Chapter 220, Impartiality. As for the others, their levels had also advanced rapidly. Even Aaron and the others, who had only started cultivating from scratch after returning to their family, had all gradually reached the mage realm. During this period of time, Karamon, the old servant guarding the family courtyard, had been in a daze. Karamon sat at the entrance of the family courtyard all day, staring at the sky in a daze. He muttered from time to time, "Another breakthrough. Another person has broken through." Even the 5-color peacock, which was cultivating in seclusion behind the family clan's courtyard, was awakened from time to time by the frequent advancement sounds. However, it got used to it later and continued to cultivate in seclusion as usual. While the descendants were all cultivating in seclusion, Romo, the old ancestor, was not idle. Apart from occasionally giving pointers through a dream to his descendants who were in trouble with their cultivation and occasionally using the ancestral protection talisman to help them break through when they were in trouble, he was also cultivating most of the time. As he was the old ancestor of the family clan, the 100-fold cultivation halo talisman and the various enhancements from the family clan's magic formation were naturally effective on Romo. Romo was currently a level 6 divine mage. Although 30 years of cultivation was not enough for him to advance, it was still enough for him to advance a little. In addition, during this period, the descendants still did not forget to pay respect to their ancestors every day. Under the effect of the advanced faith doubling talisman, more than 8,000 faith points were added to the tab every day. The inventory of faith points quickly broke the record. After he had sufficient faith points, Romo also used 50,000 faith points to upgrade the family's Forbidden Ground to level 2. After advancing to level 2, the upper limit on the number of people that can receive the effects of the family clan's Forbidden Ground had increased. The current special effects had all received a 4-fold increase of comprehension ability, a 20-fold increase in cultivation base, and a 20-fold increase in recuperation. Furthermore, there was a special bonus of 20% increase in the success rate of alchemy. In addition, the area of the upgraded Forbidden Ground had also greatly expanded. Previously, it was only about the size of the family clan's courtyard, but now, it had doubled. After the family clan's forbidden land had been upgraded, the number of clansmen cultivating in it increased to 3 daily. Ron and Dick occupied 2 fixed places, and the 3rd place was used by the other clansmen in turn. Priority was given to those who were about to advance. In addition to the routine cultivation, Ron and Dick each had another important task, which was to study alchemy and training. As Dick had the foundation, after he had learned the divine refinement technique, his improvement was extremely fast. The success rate of refining a silver-tier magical weapon was not low. Moreover, after he had advanced to the Great Archmage realm, he was already able to refine a gold-tier magical weapon. Although Ron had started learning alchemy from scratch, his talent for alchemy was obvious. Moreover, he had studied alchemy books of the high-grade divine level. Coupled with the sacred tool, the alchemy cauldron, plus the strange sacred flame, and the enhancement from the forbidden ground on alchemy, his speed of improvement was not slower than that of Dick at all. In just a month, Ron had already achieved a very high success rate in refining Grade 1 and Grade 2 pills. These pills were generally suitable for the mage realm. In another month, he would be able to refine Grade 3 and Grade 4 pills, which were generally suitable for the Great Mage realm. As time passed, the refinement of Grade 5 pills would be imminent, and he would catch up soon. With the help of the pills Ron had refined, the cultivation efficiency of the clansmen had increased significantly. The requirement for the family clan's forbidden ground to advance from level 2 to level 3 was 300,000 faith points. Although he had enough faith points in his inventory, Romo was not in a hurry to upgrade the forbidden ground. Instead, he continued to accumulate them. In this period of time, apart from upgrading the forbidden ground and occasionally using the ancestral protection talisman, he had also consumed 2 times of faith points, which were for the 2 monthly ancestral worship gift bags. However, no special items had appeared. They were all common tools such as the 100-fold cultivation speed talisman or the ancestral protection talisman. The faith points consumption was not much. Romo then heard the system's voice again. Ding! Your descendant has just completed an ancestral worship by the whole clan. The host has now received the privilege of a special gift bag. This privilege could be checked in the system shop. Currently, much time had passed. Romo received the ancestral worship gift bag again when there were only 20 days left for the seclusion. Hence, Romo summoned the system shop and refreshed the gift bag which the system had rewarded him earlier. He saw the character secret manual rewarded by the system. It was priced at 3,000 faith points. There were also commercial resources. The special price was 500 faith points. The random super invincible sacred tool was priced at 50,000 faith points. In addition, there was also a retainer cultivation speed talisman, cultivation speed 10 times. The special price was 50,000 faith points. When Romo saw the items in the system shop, his eyes lit up slightly. A top-grade sacred tool had appeared. This was good stuff. Moreover, the other items also surprised Romo. And something related to retainer had appeared in the gift bag. The so-called retainers were like those people that stayed in the family clan to serve. Although he did not know what use the item had, seeing that the price was not cheap, it was probably very powerful. However, Romo only took a glance and did not plan to find out more. After all, this little bit of faith points was already insufficient for his own family. However, he was an impartial person who would share the benefits with everyone in the Nicholas family. Since they had appeared in such a system shop, Romo decided to buy them. He bought everything else except the first item. Alright, to put it simply, the so-called retainer cultivation speed talisman was actually to allow a long-term retainer in the family clan to obtain 10 times the cultivation speed enhancement. It could last for 30 days, which was a month. In addition, when Romo opened the business resource, it was actually the winemaking craft. He was overjoyed because cigarettes and alcohol were all high-end stuff, so they could be considered a profitable business. Time passed quickly and night came. Karaman, a servant who did not belong to the Nicholas family clan, was also a retainer. After Karaman had eaten, he returned to his room to calm down and cultivate to increase his ability. Soon, he opened his eyes with a stunned expression. Why did he feel that something was not right with his cultivation today? His cultivation speed was several times faster than before. It had even reached 10 times faster. Karaman thought that something had gone wrong with his cultivation. He tried again and found that he seemed to have received a surprise. Chapter 221, A Gift to Him. This situation was very magical to him, but it seemed that he was surrounded by such things. Karaman recalled the unbelievable cultivation speed of the Nicholas family, especially recently. Then, he recalled the inexplicable breakthrough of the 5-color peacock. Could it be that he too? Thinking of this, Karaman became excited. It had to be. It was the master's reward. Although he did not know how it had been done, this was not important. What was important was the outcome. With excitement, Karaman did not delay anymore and immediately continued to cultivate. At the same time, Romo was visiting Dick in his dream to guide his cultivation. He had also given him the refinement cauldron he had just obtained. Then, another 20 days of peace passed quickly. To everyone in the Nicholas family, 100 days in reality was equivalent to 30+ years of cultivation. Moreover, among them, there was the additional bonus of the 10-fold cultivation speed talisman and even the 100-fold cultivation speed talisman, and the actual cultivation time obtained by those who had entered the family clan's forbidden ground to cultivate was even greater. Currently, even without the old ancestor Romo, the overall strength of the Nicholas family clan had increased by several levels. It was not much weaker than when the Nicholas family clan was at its peak when Romo was alive. The one with the highest level was naturally Ron, who had always received the most care from the old ancestor. He was already a level 7 Great Archmage before he went into seclusion. Now, he had already reached the realm of a top Great Archmage. However, it would not be easy to break through again and become a Divine Mage. Moreover, Romo would not let Ron break through too quickly because he still needed enough experience and consolidation. It was not good to advance too rashly to become a Divine Mage. Apart from Ron, there were another 6 people from the Nicholas family who had advanced to the Great Archmage realm. Among them, Dick was a level 8 Great Archmage, Norton was a level 7 Great Archmage, Zorro was a level 6 Great Archmage, and Jimmy was a level 4 Great Archmage. Charles and Kathleen were both level 3 Great Archmagi. The other members of the clan, even the old clansmen, such as Aaron, or the children, Dick Jr., who had started cultivating from scratch after their return, had all reached the mage realm. Herbert, Elijah, and the others were even at a bottleneck in their magical power. They were not far from breaking through. In these 100 days, it was like a dream to the members of the Nicholas family clan. Breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. When the effect of the 100-fold cultivation halo talisman ended, they suddenly felt their cultivation speed slow down the next day. They were not used to it. However, although they were at a loss, they all knew that it had been 100 days. The old ancestor had reminded them, so now that their cultivation speed had returned to normal, they were all mentally prepared. Romo was also quite satisfied with the results of his descendants' 100 days of cultivation. Although Norton and the others of the older generation had lost a little of their explosive power because of their age, their magical power talent was not far behind after they had become geniuses. Moreover, their speed of catching up was not slow. The other clansmen were temporarily behind by a large rung because of their aptitude, but it did not matter. It was only a matter of time before they would break through to a higher realm. Moreover, when there were more cultivation resources in the future, Romo would be able to nurture more genius clansmen. Romo had even thought of a day when everyone in the Nicholas family would be a genius. That would truly be awesome. In fact, above the genius level, one could even nurture a higher level special physical constitution. When the time came, the esteemed ones of the sacred lands and immortal sects would have to stand aside. Of course, it was still too early to think about this. Currently, the overall level of the clansmen had already increased. The next step was to stabilize those realms that had been reached too quickly. After they had adapted and fully grasped the strength of the new realm, it would be the day for the Nicholas family clan to return to the Holy Light City. On this day, Caramon discovered that the Nicholas family had returned to normal. They did not hurry back to cultivate in seclusion after paying respects to the ancestors of the Nicholas family clan. Instead, they seemed to have returned to their usual state. The group of children ran around and played again. The others also started to deal with various matters. Some went to the martial arts school, some went to the shops. Those who had been working for the Nicholas family clan had also been summoned to the residence to report their work to the Nicholas family. No one seemed to have changed much from before, but Caramon knew very well that their levels were already worlds apart from 3 months ago. Even those who had not even reached the elementary level of cultivation previously were all already at the Great Mage realm. The levels of Norton, Zoro, and the others could not even be seen. However, when he saw them, Caramon sensed danger instinctively. Their levels had all surpassed his. This guess made Caramon feel a little ridiculous, but he, who had stayed in the Nicholas family for a long time, knew that such a thing, which was absurd to others, was nothing to the Nicholas family. In fact, when Norton looked for him, Caramon could not help but feel a hint of nervousness and oppression. Norton's attitude toward Caramon had not changed. He smiled politely and said, "Caramon, there's something I need your help with." Caramon actually felt a little uneasy and immediately said, "Family head, please speak." Norton smiled and said, "Caramon, you should have also discovered that Zoro and I have already advanced to the realm of the Great Archmage. However, we have advanced too quickly and are not familiar with our strength after the increase, so we want to go to the Calamity Mountain range to train. However, we have never been there, so we want you to lead us there." True enough, there were also several other people who had reached the Great Archmage realm. Caramon was surprised and bewildered. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he did not show much emotion on the surface. He nodded and said, "That's naturally not a problem. When does the family head want to set off?" Norton said, "In a few days. We have to make arrangements for trivial matters at home first, and then we'll set off." Caramon nodded and said, "All right." After Norton had left, Caramon sat back down in the chair by the door of the ancestral hall and glanced inadvertently in the direction of the back of the hall. He was not surprised that Norton and the others needed to train to familiarize themselves with and stabilize their levels, which had increased too quickly. However, it would be safer to have the 5-color peacock for protection. If he were to accompany them, he would probably only be a guide. It seemed that Norton and the others no longer needed his protection. In fact, if they were to really encounter danger, it was not certain who would be protecting who. When the Nicholas family appeared again in front of outsiders, many in Winterfrost were surprised. The news spread quickly, but outsiders did not know the real changes in the Nicholas family during this period of time. In many people's opinion, the Nicholas family clan had only dared to come out because the limelight had passed. This was because in the past 3 months, the matter of the Mugwang Pavilion had come to an end. Now, everyone believed that the Mugwang Pavilion had been annihilated. Chapter 222, Secret Operation. The threat of the Mugwang Pavilion was gone, so the Nicholas family was active again. Everyone had thought so. The Nicholas family still ignored the various chatter outside and did what they had to do. In the past 3 months, the family business had been handed over to outsiders to manage. There had been some problems, and they all needed to be dealt with. 3 days later, Norton, Zoro, and the others, accompanied by Caramon, quietly left Winterfrost for the Calamity Mountain range to train. The people on this trip were Norton, Zoro, Jimmy, Dick, and Caramon, who was leading the way. The few of them left the city quietly and did not make a scene. The citizens of the city did not know, but some spies who had been secretly monitoring the Nicholas family clan had noticed. Soon, someone had spread the news secretly, and some people started to act in secret. Zoro and the others did not take the official route. Instead, they took the shortest route in the direction of the Calamity Mountain range and advanced straight ahead. 2 days later, they were not far from the Calamity Mountain range. Everywhere they went was a desolate wilderness. As they walked, Norton suddenly said, "It's about time to make a move." As he spoke, he looked at Dick beside him. Dick's eyes flickered with a meaningful glow. He nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed time to act." Zoro frowned slightly, as if he was concentrating on sensing. Jimmy, on the other hand, looked a little grave and looked at the others helplessly. With their souls, they had not discovered any threat. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr to support us. Caramon, who was walking at the back, narrowed his eyes. He had also sensed a hint of abnormality, but it was after Norton had spoken to Dick. He looked at the group of Nicholas family members in front of him and could not help but smile bitterly. From this alone, he could tell that his level could only be in the middle of the line. The few of them stopped in their tracks. Soon, even Jimmy and the others discovered the abnormality, but their expressions remained calm. 2 powerful pressures came from the left and behind respectively, no longer concealed. Everyone looked over and saw 2 beams of light flying over. In a few seconds, they were in front of them. 2 figures stopped in the air and looked down at them. One was an old man in a black cloak, and the other was a white-haired old woman in a white cloak. The former was a level 6 Great Archmage, and the latter was a level 7 Great Archmage. The 2 of them looked down at the crowd below, their eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. However, there was still a hint of doubt in the old woman's eyes. She said coldly, "When did the Nicholas family cultivate such a strange magical power? I can't even tell the level." The old man said calmly, "Ah, they're just being mysterious. You strike, I'll deal with Caramon." As he spoke, he looked at Caramon and mocked, "You're Caramon, right? I've heard of you. Since you have become a loyal dog of the Nicholas family, you can only die with them today." Caramon did not say anything. He just looked at the 2 of them. The expression on his face seemed to be a little subtle, as if he was speechless, sighing, and sympathetic. The 2 in the air were a little baffled. Dick turned to Norton, his eyes questioning. Norton looked at the black-cloaked old man and said expressionlessly, 100 years ago, because of a treasure, he became enemies with an old ancestor of the Nicholas family clan. He was seriously injured by that old ancestor and bore a grudge. 60 years ago, he colluded with a group of people to secretly harm several ancestors of the Nicholas family clan. 60 years ago, when the Nicholas family clan was still in the Holy Light City, the few remaining top Great Archmagi ancestors had gone to a newly exposed high-energy cave abode to search for treasures in order to allow the declining Nicholas family clan to rise up again. Unexpectedly, they were plotted against by a group of people and suffered heavy casualties, causing the Nicholas family clan to fall completely 10 years later. Upon hearing Norton's words, Masha, who was in the air, sneered even more. "Hee, you actually recognize me? Then all of you can be enlightened ghosts." Norton looked at the old lady in the white cloak and frowned slightly. "I don't know this person." The old woman's face was as cold as frost. She said in a hoarse voice, "My ancestor's name is Capron." Norton was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He pondered quickly, and then he looked enlightened. He looked at the old woman and said coldly, so you're the descendant of Capron. I didn't expect this. Dick was not the only one who looked puzzled. Even Jimmy and the others looked puzzled because they had not heard of Capron. Norton smiled sarcastically and said, Capron was a cultivator killed by our old ancestor more than 500 years ago. Dick was enlightened and also a little surprised. Someone had actually come to take revenge on an old matter from more than 500 years ago. However, this was actually not rare in the magical world. Not to mention 500 years, there would even be people seeking revenge 1,000 years later. Dick chuckled and said, even the descendants of the people killed by our old ancestor 500 years ago have appeared. Some people have really put in a lot of effort. They all knew that the appearance of these people was most likely related to the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. Although the Mu Guang Pavilion had been settled, the 4 large family clans would definitely not let the matter rest. They would definitely continue to think of ways to prevent the rise of the Nicholas family clan. One of the reasons why they had taken such a route this time was to fish. They had caught 2 big ones. That Masha fellow was still on the Nicholas family's list for settling scores. Even if he had not appeared, the Nicholas family would still look for him in the future. As for the old woman in the white cloak, this was a surprise. It was not known how the 4 large family clans had found the descendants of the people killed by the old ancestor more than 500 years ago. The calm reaction of the Nicholas family members made the 2 in the air wonder. They looked at each other subconsciously. A murderous glint flashed in Masha's eyes, and he said, let's fight. At the same time, on the ground, Dick looked at Norton and said, Grandpa, let me do it. Norton smiled and said, who would ask a junior to intervene? Stand down and let Grandpa do it. Zoro added, that's right. The levels are just right. Let the 2 of us do it. All of you, stand down. Dick and the others. These 2 elders, who were in their 60s or 70s, actually looked a little excited at this moment, as if they were afraid that others would fight over them. When the 2 people in the air heard their conversation, they could not help being stunned. Before they could think further, their expressions suddenly changed. This was because Norton and Zoro had erupted with a powerful aura that far exceeded their expectations. Level 7 Great Archmage. What? How is this possible? The 2 of them were extremely shocked. At the same time, Norton and Zoro had already flown up at the same time and attacked the 2 of them. Chapter 223, Time and Time Again. The 2 of them were jolted awake. They did not have the chance to think anymore and hurriedly fought. 2 intense battles erupted instantly. The level of these 2 enemies happened to be the same as Norton and Zoro, so it was indeed appropriate for them to intervene. This was because to them, apart from being enemies, these 2 were also rare opponents to practice with. The purpose of their trip this time was to gain experience. Now that such good sparring partners had delivered themselves to them, they naturally had to make good use of them. Of course, the 2 of them had no intention of underestimating the enemy. The members of the Nicholas family clan were already prepared, but Masha and the old woman were extremely shocked. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The people in front of him were Norton and Zoro, right? But what was going on with their level? Didn't they say that they were only of the Great Mage realm? In their shock, the 2 of them were flustered. Although they had not been defeated directly, they were still suppressed. When they had calmed down to fight, they found that even if they used their full strength, they could not turn the situation around. They could all sense that the levels of the opponents in front of them did not seem to be very stable. They seemed to have advanced recently, and their combat methods were a little rusty. In such a situation, if they were of the same level, they should have the advantage. However, Masha and the old woman had also discovered something. Their opponent's magical power realm and magical skills were much higher than theirs. If the magical power skill was higher, the magical power would be purer and stronger. If the magical power was higher, the might would be greater. These two advantages made up for the gap in combat experience, causing Masha and the old woman to be at a disadvantage, and unable to turn the situation around for a while. Most of the time, they could only passively parry the attacks, and the fight was exceptionally stifling. The four figures fought in the air in pairs. From time to time, there were earth-shaking sounds of the collision of magical power, and there were all kinds of dazzling lights. Dick, Jimmy, and the others watched the battle in the air intently. Their expressions were excited. They were not too worried because Norton and Zoro had not even used their trump cards. Just using this ordinary magical power was enough to make the enemy run around in circles. They all watched the battle seriously and learned from their combat experience. Beside him, Caramon looked at the battle in the air and then at Dick and the others. He could not help but shake his head gently. It was only now that he had confirmed Norton and Zoro's true levels. They were indeed higher than him. This made him feel a deep sense of helplessness, but fortunately, he was already mentally prepared. In this situation, he did not have to worry about the battle in the air. Caramon turned around and looked into the distance, his eyes flickering. However, as an old servant, it was time for him to do the chores. As Caramon was thinking this, he found Dick looking at him. When their eyes met, Dick nodded slightly. Caramon understood and nodded slightly. Then, his figure flashed and he disappeared. Great Archmage Realm. The head of the Nicholas family clan, Norton, and the second in command, Zoro, are actually all of the Great Archmage Realm. How is this possible? On a distant mountain peak, a figure was hidden in the canopy of a large tree, watching the battle of the Great Archmagi in the distance. His eyes were wide open, and he muttered to himself in disbelief. Suddenly, this person seemed to have suddenly sensed something. His entire body trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to turn around and look back. However, he suddenly felt a chill behind his head, and then he lost consciousness. Caramon carried this person and looked in another direction, flying over. A moment later, Caramon was holding 3 unconscious spies. These were just small fries who were collecting information. They were all magi who had just entered the sect. If they wanted to gather information, they would naturally not be able to see it if they were too far away. If they were close, how could they escape the senses of a great archmage? Caramon checked the surroundings carefully again and did not find any other trash. Buzz. At this moment, an unusual buzzing sound suddenly came from afar. Caramon's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly turned around to look. He saw a huge finger condensed from the divine chi of the heavens and the earth descending from the sky, striking and killing Masha. Divine-level magical power. Just as Caramon was shocked, he suddenly felt Norton's aura increase in an unbelievable manner. Then, his attack increased rapidly. In a few rounds, he had killed the old lady in the white cloak. Advanced explosive magical power. The corners of Caramon's eyes could not help but twitch. He was shocked and also a little envious. How deep was the foundation of the Nicholas family? Caramon sighed in his heart. He carried the 3 captives in his hand and flew toward the Nicholas family. Norton and Zoro landed from the sky. Their auras had returned to normal. After the intense battle, the 2 of them did not seem to have expended much energy. They still looked as if they had not had enough. Both of them had the same thought in their minds, it was satisfying. At this moment, Caramon returned and threw the 3 people in his arms to the ground. He said, "Do you want to interrogate these people?" Norton nodded slightly and said, "Let's interrogate them." Although they knew that they would not be able to get anything out of them, everyone still woke the 3 of them up and interrogated them. As expected, these people were just small fries who had been sent to gather information. They had no background and did not know the identity of the instigator. The probability of getting the clues from them to trace the instigator was not high, and it was troublesome. No one had the time. Therefore, they dealt with these few small fries, and everyone then continued to advance toward the Calamity Mountain range according to their original plan. In the Nicholas family hall. Romo had seen what had happened to Norton and the others through the visitation talisman. Seeing that they had easily settled the trouble and continued to advance, Romo temporarily turned off the visitation screen. These things were all within expectations, and he did not pay much attention. Although the Mugwang pavilion had already been dealt with, Romo did not expect the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City to let the matter rest. However, they were already in their last days. They would not be able to survive for long. Even if there were others who had feuds with the Nicholas family in the past, they would not be able to stop the rise of the Nicholas family. Their small actions now could not threaten the Nicholas family at all. The interception just now had not even triggered the system mission. Just as Romo was thinking this. Ding! Warning! Warning! Found several descendants in danger. Urgent mission has been generated. Mission details: save the 17th generation descendants, Lily, Dick Jr., and Devon. The system notification suddenly sounded, shocking Romo. In winter frost, on the roof of a clustered housing in the suburb of Snare. Chapter 224, Help! 3 small figures were jumping rapidly between the rooftops like agile monkeys. One of them was very fast, his movements were relaxed and light, and the 2 behind him looked a little flustered, as if they were trying their best to catch up. Slow down, slow down. Wait for us, Dick Jr. shouted as he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and jumped onto a roof in front of him. He accidentally crushed a tile and could not help but stagger. His body swayed a few times before he regained his balance. Move aside. At this moment, Devon's voice sounded from behind. Dick Jr. turned around and saw the other party jumping toward him. His body was swaying in the air, and he was about to crash into him. Dick Jr. was shocked and quickly backed away. Then Devon landed where he had been standing and crushed 2 more tiles. He swayed from side to side and screamed. He was about to fall. At this moment, a figure swept past Dick Jr. and grabbed Devon's collar, pulling him back. It was Lily. Currently, Lily's skin was not as dark as before. It had become delicate and moist, and her eyes had become more lively. However, her personality had not changed at all. She was still as lively and active as before. Ever since she had finished her seclusion, she had been leading her 2 sidekicks out again, as if she wanted to make up for the lost playtime in the previous 3 months. Unfortunately, her magical power had improved tremendously, making her feel the sense of loneliness of an expert. She had already lost the interest in fighting the former old enemies. Over the past few days, they had been running around the city when they had nothing to do. They went up the trees and jumped around the houses. They could play and also practice their movement techniques. Lily steadied Devon and curled her lips slightly. She said disdainfully, "Why are you guys so slow? You're all magi after all. How embarrassing." Devon blushed and said, I've just become a level 1 mage. And I'm not familiar yet. I'm not like you, Lily. You're already a top mage." Lily raised her chin. "Humph. Who is to blame for your low aptitude? I won't wait for you. Soon, I'll be able to advance to the realm of the great mage. When the time comes, I'll leave all of you far behind." This 100 days of seclusion was equivalent to more than 30+ years of cultivation. It had allowed Dick Jr. and Devon, the 2 children, to cultivate from ordinary people to become level 1 and level 2 magi. This was already a very astonishing speed. After all, their aptitude was only ordinary at present. They had relied on divine-level magical power to become magi in just 30 years. As for Lily, with her genius aptitude and the special care from the old ancestor, she was naturally extraordinary. Currently, she was already a top mage. In fact, it was not impossible to break through the realm. It was just that Romo did not want her to break through so quickly, lest her foundation become unstable, especially since a child's temperament was unstable. She needed more tempering. Although it was good to advance by leaps and bounds, Going too far was as bad as not going well. After reaching a certain level, switching to consolidation was the safest choice. It looks lively over there. At this moment, Lily suddenly looked toward the entrance of the distant city gate. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Quick, let's go and take a look." As she spoke, she leaped and flew to another roof. Wait for us." Dick Jr. and Devon quickly followed, but they were a little slower. In the blink of an eye, Lily had left them behind by dozens of meters. Just as Lily was about to leap again toward the roof in front of her, her expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned her head to look somewhere to the right, her eyes revealing shock. At the same time, a figure shot out like lightning from a large tree more than 20 meters away, charging directly at Lily with cold killing intent. Before he arrived, this person had already raised his hand and thrown out a few cold lights. Several hidden weapons shot toward Lily. Lily was in the air and could not exert force. Although she was a top mage, she was still a child and had almost no combat experience. She was about to fall into danger. At the same time as Lily was attacked, a figure suddenly rushed out from a house beside Dick Jr. and Devon. He threw a sharp chain at Dick Jr., who was closest to him. Dick Jr. and Devon were caught off guard. When Dick Jr. turned around in shock, the sharp chains were already in front of him. Buzz! At this moment, an almost inaudible sound was suddenly heard. The wooden sword on Lily's waist suddenly flew out automatically, turning into a blurry stream of light. It instantly shattered the few concealed weapons and then pierced through the assassin's chest. The assassin did not see anything clearly. His eyes widened, and then he fell halfway, smashing through a roof. At the same time, a beam of golden divine light suddenly emitted from Dick Jr.'s body, instantly shattering the sharp blade of the chain. Then, the power of the divine light did not decrease, and it instantly hit the assassin, who had just revealed a shocked expression. "Ah!" The assassin screamed and fell to the ground, crashing into an alley. Lily then landed on the roof in front of her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the blurry light circle in the air and fly back to her. Then, it automatically landed in her hand. Only then did she see clearly that it was her wooden sword. Before Lily could think further, she heard a scream from behind. She was shocked again. She turned around and saw Dick Jr. and Devon hugging each other in horror. Lily quickly turned around and flew over to them. She asked, "What's wrong?" Dick Jr. pointed at the figure in the alley below and said in fear, There are bad guys." Lily blinked, and her little head was working quickly. Although her tiny face was a little pale, she tried her best to remain calm. "Don't panic. Don't panic. In such a situation, our old ancestor has said that we should go home first. To find Brother Ron. Let's go." The three children immediately turned around and rushed back in the direction of the Nicholas family. However, just as they moved, they saw a figure flying over from afar and arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. Seeing who it was, the three children were stunned for a moment, and then they said in surprise, "Brother Ron." It was Ron. Ron had been looking gloomy, but he relaxed when he saw the three children. He asked, "Are you guys okay?" The three children shook their heads. Lily said, "We're fine, Brother Ron. There are two bad guys there." As she spoke, she pointed at the spot where the two assassins had fallen. Ron nodded slightly. "Yes, don't be afraid. You guys go home first. Leave this to me." Ding! The host's mission has been completed. Reward: Realm Breakthrough Protection Talisman X1, Tenfold Cultivation Speed Talismans X3, Dream Appearing Talismans X2, Visitation Talismans X5. Chapter 225, Guests. In the Nicholas family hall, just as Romo heard the system notifications for the urgent mission, before he could do anything, he immediately heard the system notifications for the mission completion. He was stunned for a moment before he relaxed. This was not the first time this had happened. It meant that the danger to the descendants had been averted. He had already used the visitation talisman and seen Lily and the others. He had resolved this crisis with just one ancestral protection talisman on Dick Jr. This was not bad, although the mission rewards were not much. In fact, even if the ancestral protection talisman had not been activated, Lily's top-grade sacred tool, the sword embryo, would have been able to save Dick Jr. It was just that the tool had triggered automatically first upon sensing the threat. After some days of nurturing, the top-grade sacred tool, the sword embryo, had gradually developed a holy aura, and it was also close to Lily, who had accompanied it day and night. It was equivalent to a sacred tool that had grown up with Lily. Even if it was only at the elementary level, it could already automatically protect its master. Killing those few people earlier would be as easy as flipping one's hand. After Ron, Herbert and a few other clansmen also arrived. Ron asked them to bring the 3 children home and quickly dealt with the scene. The 2 assassins were already dead, but even if they were caught alive, it would probably not be possible to interrogate anything out of them. Or rather, without interrogation, one could also guess who the mastermind was. Ron stood on the roof of the place where the incident had occurred and looked around one last time. His gaze stopped in the direction of the city gate for a second and he frowned slightly. However, he did not do anything else, and his figure then disappeared from the spot. At this moment, at the southern entrance of Winterfrost, a luxurious carriage was slowly driving into the city, attracting many onlookers and causing discussions. The commotion Lily had wanted to see earlier had been caused by this group. In the carriage, although the window was not open, an old man in a grey robe was frowning as he looked up in a certain direction. His eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Opposite the old man sat a young man in splendid clothes. He was about 27 or 28 years old, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He had an extraordinary aura. He looked at the old man and asked, "Chief Steward Cooley, what's wrong?" The old man with the surname Cooley retracted his gaze and said, "Your Highness, I have discovered a small situation, but it seems to have been resolved." His voice was sharp, and it was a little different from his appearance and age. It gave off a strange feeling. The young man nodded slightly and did not care. He looked down at a gem in his hand and asked, "Chief Steward Cooley, what do you think those Nicholas family members that had entered the Calamity Mountain range want?" Old man Cooley said in a sharp voice, "It looks like they're going there to train, but it's really puzzling that a group of key members of the family clan, including the family head and the deputy head, would enter the Calamity Mountain range together. Even if they want to lure the enemies out of their hole, there's no need." The young man's eyes also flickered with puzzlement. He said, "First, there was Masha and Capron, and then there was Hira and so on. 6 experts have already pursued them, but none of them have returned. Even the people investigating have all been lost. It's impossible for Karaman alone to deal with those people. Clearly, there are mysterious experts lying in wait." Was the person who killed the 8 experts from the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City able to do so with just a sacred tool? The old man with the surname Cooley smiled bitterly and said, "I wouldn't dare to make a wild guess. There are too few clues." The young man smiled and said, "In any case, I don't think anyone will dare to go up and court death. The Nicholas family clan also has a peak-level guardian spirit beast in command. Those people probably could only watch helplessly." The old man with the surname Cooley said, "Although the Nicholas family clan seems to have many secrets, they have always given off an uncertain feeling. If they are really powerful, why are they hiding it? Your Highness, is there a need to be so anxious to get in touch with them?" The young man's eyes flickered slightly, and he said meaningfully, "If it's any slower, I'm afraid it won't be my turn. In any case, I've been very free recently. I'll just take it as coming out to relax and make a blind bet. Even if I make a mistake, I have nothing to lose." The old man with the surname Cooley smiled and said nothing more. The carriage drove all the way to the center of the city under the gaze of the citizens and finally drove into the city lord residence. On the other side, after Ron had returned to the Nicholas family, he sent some people to investigate the background of the two assassins. Although they would most likely not be able to find anything, he had to give it a try. The Nicholas family had actually been mentally prepared for this situation, so they did not panic. Norton and the others were not at home now, so the family was naturally temporarily managed by Ron, who was of the highest level. In fact, he did not need to do anything. Norton had made arrangements for the secular businesses at home before he left, and Jack and the others were also in charge of them. There would not be any problems. In fact, during this period of time, there had been people trying to stop the development of the secular businesses of the Nicholas family clan. Unfortunately, the development of the Nicholas family clan was unstoppable. Even if someone had used some tricks, it would not shake the progress of the Nicholas family's business development. Currently, the three commercial paths of the Nicholas family clan, soap, perfume, and special wine, had almost covered the entire country. They were tied together with countless large merchant factions. If anyone wanted to touch the commercial businesses of the Nicholas family clan, those people would be the first not to agree. Jack had also joined the merchant alliance of the shoe capital and had a high status. Soon, it was afternoon. In the family clan's forbidden ground, Ron spent half a day refining another batch of grade 4 pills. His level had already reached a bottleneck, and he was not in a hurry to break through, so he no longer needed to cultivate. He could just put all his energy into studying alchemy. He was already familiar with refining grade 4 pills, but he was still trying to experiment with refining grade 5 pills. The main reason was that the alchemy materials were rather precious. He had already exhausted a lot of them from practicing these few days. Nurturing weapon refiners and alchemists would use a lot of money. Ordinary factions could not afford them. I wonder how Grandpa and the others are doing now. After Ron had finished refining a furnace of pills, he took a break and could not help but think of his family members who had gone out. Now, there were even people in the city who had made a move on the children of the Nicholas family clan. It could be imagined that Norton and the others, who were out, would definitely suffer more dangerous attacks. However, Ron was still confident in their strength. He estimated that they should have already reached the Calamity Mountain range and would only return after a month of training. When they returned, it would be time for the Nicholas family to return to the Holy Light City. As he was thinking, Ron suddenly raised his eyebrows and his head to look up, then he stood up and walked out of the forbidden ground. Outside, an old servant was already waiting at the entrance of the main hall. It was the butler of the Nicholas family, Abel. When Abel saw Ron come out, he said respectfully, "Young Master Ron, the city lord has come to visit." Ron had long known the situation through his soul. He nodded slightly and walked toward the main hall of the Nicholas family. The guest had already been welcomed into the main hall. Chapter 226, Winning Favor. Apart from the city lord, Lean DuPont, there was someone else, and his identity seemed extraordinary. When Ron came to the living room, he saw three people. In addition to the city lord, Lean DuPont, there was also a young man with an extraordinary aura, and a slightly feminine old man. The three of them also looked at Ron at the same time. There was a hint of surprise in the old man's eyes, and the young man had a warm smile on his face. The young man and the old man did not get up, but Lean DuPont stood up and greeted Ron. "Ron, come, let me introduce them to you." Lean DuPont introduced them to Ron with a smile. "This is His Highness, the Prince 7. Ron could not help being slightly shocked. He glanced at the young man in shock, but he immediately calmed down. He clasped his fist and greeted him politely. "Greetings, Your Highness." The Sebastian Kingdom did not have a strict kneeling custom. Moreover, a genius junior like Ron did not have to kneel even if he were to face the Emperor. This was a royal decree. Although the other party was a prince, Ron was not nervous. He was just a little surprised. He had not expected the prince to suddenly appear in such a remote place like Winterfrost. The current king had many descendants. The seventh prince was called Quinn. He was not particularly outstanding among the many princes, but he was not the weakest. Quinn nodded at Ron with a smile. "Ron, I've heard a lot about you. You're indeed a heroic young man." Ron said humbly, "Your Highness, you're too kind." Lean Dupont then introduced the old man. "This is Chief Steward Hansen." Ron also said politely, "Chief Steward Hansen." The old man with the surname Cooley also smiled and said, "Young Master Ron, you're too polite." The old servant beside the prince, coupled with the special appearance and his voice, Ron had guessed that the other party should be a chief steward. However, he had no intention of underestimating him because this chief steward was a level 7 great archmage. Although a level 7 great archmage was nothing to the current Ron, he was definitely a respected expert in the outside world, even if he was a chief steward. Then, Ron sat down and said to the three guests, "I'm very sorry. The elders of the family had something on and went out. Forgive us for the poor hospitality." Quinn smiled and said, "I have also heard that the family head and others in the Nicholas family had gone out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to investigate. It's just that this matter is no longer a secret." Ron was not bothered. "It's fine. It's not something unspeakable for Grandpa and the others to go out for training." Training? This did not seem convincing. What they did not know was that the main purpose for Norton and the others to go out this time was really to train. Everything else was just secondary. However, Quinn did not pursue the matter. He then changed the topic and chatted with Ron. Quinn almost did not have the air of a prince. As they chatted, it was as if he had already regarded Ron as a friend. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been flattered. However, Ron's mental realm was different from before. He remained calm and not overly enthusiastic. Everyone chatted until evening before Quinn and the others bade farewell and left. After the guests had left, everyone in the Nicholas family could not help but discuss. They felt that it was a good thing that Prince Seven had come to the Nicholas family as a guest and that this could increase the reputation of the Nicholas family. However, some mature people thought more about it, such as Elijah, Jack, and the others. Then, they all came to look for Ron one after another to remind him that the visit by Prince Seven probably had a deeper significance. After knowing that Ron also understood this, they were all relieved. Now that Norton and Zorro were not around, it was naturally not appropriate for the rest to make any decisions on their own unless they had been instructed by the old ancestor. The next day, the news of Prince Seven's arrival in Winterfrost and his visit to the Nicholas family spread throughout Winterfrost and also quickly to even further places. Although Ron had not promised or expressed anything special when he received Prince Seven, in the eyes of others, just the fact that Prince Seven had come to the Nicholas family as a guest made many people guess that the Nicholas family had latched onto Prince Seven and had already joined his camp. The battle between the noble factions and the many princes had always been something many people paid attention to. The commoners were just watching the show, but the interests of some people or factions were closely related to these matters. For example, the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. The 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City all had a deep relationship with the imperial court. The court officials they were attached to also had princes they were attached to. The relationships between the parties were complicated and difficult to explain. The current king had many princes. The eldest prince was already over 38 years old, but the crown prince had not been established. Therefore, the open and covert struggles between the princes were no longer a secret. It was rumored that the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City were attached to the 3rd and 4th princes respectively. Now that the 7th prince had recruited the Nicholas family clan, everyone guessed that he had taken a fancy to the recent rise of the Nicholas family clan and wanted to support the Nicholas family clan. He might even help the Nicholas family clan return to the Holy Light City. Regarding these rumors, Ron could not help but sigh when he heard them. He knew that whether the Nicholas family admitted it or not, in the eyes of outsiders, they already had a relationship with Prince 7. He had already expected this situation. Although it was not what the Nicholas family wanted, it was not a bad thing. In fact, from a certain perspective, the Nicholas family clan should be grateful for the good intentions of Prince 7. Although Prince 7 had not said it explicitly, he was actually helping the Nicholas family build momentum. However, he had also forcefully labeled the Nicholas family as his. If it were an ordinary family clan, they would probably be overjoyed and shed tears of gratitude for the 7th prince. However, to the Nicholas family, they did not need such help. The situation was a little delicate. The actions of Prince 7 had changed many people's opinion of the Nicholas family clan. As the head of the family was not around and the old ancestor had temporarily not given any instructions, the Nicholas family remained silent about this matter for the time being. However, in the eyes of outsiders, they had tacitly acknowledged it. Ron's attitude on this matter was very simple as he had not taken it seriously at all. Romo naturally knew what Prince 7 was thinking. He had seen the signs that the Nicholas family was rising up and wanted to rope them in first. If he succeeded, he would benefit, but if he failed, he would not lose out. Unfortunately, not to mention the 7th prince, even the nobles of the Sebastian kingdom were nothing to Romo now. The future development of the Nicholas family clan would definitely not be limited to the land of Shu or the Sebastian kingdom. The nobles were not much of a deterrence to the Nicholas family clan, nor were they even a threat. Of course, at this stage, this confidence only came from Romo himself. The conventional strength of the Nicholas family clan was far from enough to underestimate the nobles, so Romo would not let his descendants really fall out with the nobles. Chapter 227, Ignore it. However, what Prince 7 was doing now was at most a small matter. There was no need to care. The Nicholas family just had to continue to develop steadily according to the current pace. The next step was to return to the Holy Light City. Prince 7 only stayed in Winterfrost for a few days before leaving. However, the discussions outside had continued for a while. Now that many people had determined that the Nicholas family clan had already attached itself to Prince 7, they looked forward to the subsequent development of matters between the Nicholas family clan and the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. It was not known if it was because of the appearance of the 7th prince. Thereafter Nicholas family did not encounter any more dangers like assassination attempts. As there was no need, Romo did not specially visit Ron in his dream to say anything. As usual, the Nicholas family lived a quiet and low-key life. As for Norton, Dick, and the others, after Masha, they had encountered 2 more interceptions by experts. They were all people who had a feud with the Nicholas family. The outcome of these people was that they naturally became training tools for Norton and the others, and they were all disposed of after a single use. After that, they did not encounter anyone else who had come to seek death. Norton and the others had also entered the inner region of the Calamity Mountain range. Romo only used the visitation talisman occasionally to check on them. There had not been any problems. If there was a problem, the system would immediately remind him. Days passed, and the monthly ancestral worship gift bag was refreshed again. However, no special items appeared. Romo's inventory of faith points continued to accumulate, and he was gradually approaching 1,000,000 faith points. In the Calamity Mountain range, on the peak of a tall mountain, a figure was standing and cultivating. It was Karimon. A roar sounded not far away, causing Karimon to open his eyes and look over. There was a sea of clouds around him, and hidden in it was the endless mountain forest. Danger lurked everywhere. Then, Karimon retracted his gaze and muttered, "I wonder how they are doing now." This was already the depths of the Calamity Mountain range. Even Karimon did not dare to go deeper rashly. But Norton, Dick, Jimmy, Zorro, and the others were in the same area as him. However, everyone had separated. A few days ago, Karimon, who had led the way here, seemed to have lost his value and was temporarily abandoned by everyone. Everyone had agreed that they would return here half a month later to meet up. Thinking of the true strength the Nicholas family had displayed after entering the Calamity Mountain range and their almost reckless momentum for training, Karaman could not help but sigh. They were really strong. Karaman could not imagine how they had suddenly increased their levels to such a high level, but they were really pushing themselves hard and risking their lives. Although everyone had formed a team to enter the Calamity Mountain range, when they encountered monsters who were level 5 or higher, everyone from the Nicholas family clan would fight alone. No one else would intervene. Once, Jimmy fought with a monster that was equivalent to a level 5 great archmage and almost lost his life. Everyone advanced forward, almost exclusively heading for dangerous places. The risks were great, but the gains were not small either. They had obtained many treasures. Moreover, Karaman had also witnessed the astonishing growth of the Nicholas family, not in terms of level, but in terms of combat experience. After coming to this area, everyone decided to split up. The 3 with higher levels went deeper into the area, while the ones with lower levels scattered in this area. Karaman became an old man who stayed behind to wait for everyone to return. He did not need to go out to train or search for treasures anymore, so he cultivated here. Currently, he was still in the effective period of the retainer cultivation speed talisman. He enjoyed the feeling of his level soaring. Moreover, the divine chi here was much richer than in Winterfrost, and the effect of cultivation was better. If he were to go to the Holy Light City, the divine chi there would be even richer, and it would be even more comfortable. Now, Karaman could already guess what the Nicholas family was going to do next. He believed that it would not be long before they would charge back to the Holy Light City and take back everything that had been snatched away. When he first entered the Nicholas family, Karaman had not expected such a day to come, and to come so soon. Another half a month passed in a flash. The fervent discussion about the Nicholas family clan in Winterfrost had passed, but many people were looking forward to the next show. The Nicholas family remained quiet and low-key during this period of time. It was as if the visit by the 7th prince had not affected the Nicholas family clan at all. On the other hand, the secular business of the Nicholas family clan had recently launched a new item called cigarette. It became popular immediately after it was launched. Many people had said that even if the Nicholas family relied solely on these secular businesses, they would have the chance to become the wealthiest family clan in the future. This afternoon, in the forbidden ground of the Nicholas family clan, the people cultivating in the forbidden ground today were the couple, Jack and Sonia. There was also Ron, who was refining pills. Currently, the forbidden ground was rather huge. With the water moonstone and the spirit spring water as the center, Romo had divided it into 3 separate areas. Suddenly, an abnormal pill cloud fluctuation appeared, waking Jack and Sonia from their cultivation. The 2 of them were stunned at first, and then they looked pleasantly surprised. They immediately stopped cultivating and came to where Ron was. The temperature in the area where Ron was at was much higher, especially after they got closer to Ron. The 2 of them even had to use their true essence to resist the dense heat. A huge alchemy cauldron, about the height of a person, was emitting a heart-palpitating heat. The strong aroma of pills drifted out from the alchemy cauldron, making one feel refreshed. Ron was sitting on a rock in front of the alchemy cauldron, putting a few pills into a glass bottle. Sonia said in surprise, "Ron, are you already able to refine grade 5 pills?" Ron looked at the 2 of them and nodded with a smile. "Yes, I've finally succeeded once." Going from grade 4 to grade 5 could be said to be a watershed in alchemy skills. It was just like how a great mage could only be considered a true expert after reaching the level of a great archmage. A level 5 alchemist was the expert among alchemists and could be called a master. A level 5 alchemist was an existence sought after no matter where he went. Even a great archmage would respect or even curry favor with him. In the Xena Kingdom, there was an organization called the Alchemist Guild. It was not a sect or family clan faction, but an open professional organization. It was similar to the merchant union etc. All the alchemists in the world could join, and its status even surpassed that of all the alchemist sects. Although the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild was built in the Xena Kingdom, it did not belong to the Xena Kingdom. Even the nobles of the Xena Kingdom respected the Alchemist Guild. A level 5 alchemist was an existence that could hold the title of a mentor even in the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 228, Little Achievement. However, Grade 5 medicinal pills were not the end for the current Ron. With his current peak Great Archmage level and the strange Sacred Flame, it was only a matter of time before he refined a Grade 6 medicinal pill. Yes. To the two people in front of him, Ron said, "Come, let's go out." Jack was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Ron smiled and said, "Grandpa and the others are back." Jack and Sonia were delighted to hear this. The three of them immediately walked out together. When Ron and the others walked out of the Forbidden Ground and came to the front courtyard of the Nicholas family, they saw that Norton and the others had returned safely. The courtyard was lively. Everyone in the clan had rushed over upon hearing the news and surrounded everyone who had returned. After a while, everyone calmed down. Then, the main members of the Nicholas family clan gathered in the hall. Norton and the others briefly recounted their experience during this trip, and Ron and the others reported on the recent situation at home. Norton and the others were surprised to learn that Prince 7 had come to the Nicholas family. Norton frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Prince 7 is deliberately recruiting us, but he has not made it clear. He is only hinting at his attitude to help our Nicholas family build momentum." He thought for a moment and asked Ron, "Did the old ancestor give any instructions?" Ron shook his head slightly. "Not yet." Norton said, "Then let's wait. Now that our training has ended, the old ancestor should have new instructions soon." As he spoke, a hint of anticipation and excitement appeared in his eyes. This was because he knew that the next instruction might be the one he had been looking forward to the most in the past 50 years. The others understood what Norton meant, and they were all in the same mood. Now, everyone was holding back a burst of energy, waiting to be vented. Soon, it was night. Romo used another dream-appearing talisman, which he had not used for a long time, to give Norton a dream. The next day, Norton summoned the main members of the family again and issued a series of instructions. Then, the people outside very soon noticed that the Nicholas family clan seemed to have suddenly changed from quiet to activity. People who usually did not show themselves had started to appear frequently, as if they were busy with something. After asking around, people gradually discovered that the Nicholas family seemed to be moving. Yes, it was as if they were making all kinds of arrangements to move. This situation surprised many people who had been paying attention to the Nicholas family. They could not understand the significance of this from the Nicholas family. All kinds of rumors had started to appear again. Some said that the Nicholas family was about to face a calamity and that they were preparing to relocate and flee. Others said that Prince 7 had made better arrangements and they were going to develop elsewhere. Some guessed that the Nicholas family was going back to the Holy Light City to take revenge. In the study, Colin Campbell was reading a letter which Serena had sent back from her hometown. Colin Campbell was pleased to see his granddaughter say in the letter that her cultivation level had increased again after she had concentrated on her cultivation. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Colin Campbell frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" A servant outside the door reported, "Master, the head of the Nicholas family is here." Colin Campbell's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately said, "Please welcome him in." A moment later, Norton came to the study. When he saw Colin Campbell, he smiled and said, "Brother, long time no see. You also know that it has been a long time." Colin Campbell pretended to be displeased and joked, "I wonder what you have been busy with recently. I can't even find you. Have you finally finished your work?" The two of them sat down at the coffee table by the window. Colin Campbell pointed to the letter on the desk and smiled. "My Serena has just written today. She has asked me to convey her regards to you." Norton smiled and said, "How is Serena doing at the Sky Blue Magic Academy?" Colin Campbell stroked his beard and smiled. "She's doing fine. She said that she had performed well in the competition between the new disciples of the academy and that the academy's dean had rewarded her with a sacred medicine. She had just broken through to the great archmage realm. Norton narrowed his eyes and smiled. Serena is talented and smart. I'm very pleased with this granddaughter-in-law. Soon, I'll get Ron to marry her. Colin Campbell was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Since you have said so, I'll be waiting then for the betrothal gifts from the Nicholas family clan. Let me make this clear first, if the gifts are no good, I won't agree to it. Norton smiled meaningfully and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely ensure that you'll be pleased with the gifts. As he spoke, he waved his right hand across the coffee table between them, and a few glass bottles appeared out of thin air. Colin Campbell could not help being stunned. What are these? He looked at the glass bottles and his nostrils twitched. Then, his eyes lit up. He looked at Norton and smiled. By the way, these can't be the betrothal gifts, right? Of course not. How can the betrothal gifts be so shabby? Norton laughed and said, These are just some parting gifts. Colin Campbell was slightly shocked to hear this. What do you mean? Are you leaving? Norton nodded and said, We're leaving Winterfrost tomorrow. Colin Campbell was a little nervous and concerned. All of you? Who else? Where are you going? Everyone from the Nicholas family clan. Norton's eyes flickered. We're going back to the Holy Light City. Colin Campbell was shocked this time. Return to the Holy Light City. What are you guys? Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Norton in disbelief and stammered, Great Archmage Realm. You. Just now, Norton had taken the initiative to reveal his level. Only then did Colin Campbell realize that the other party was already at the Great Archmage Realm. As a friend of decades, Colin Campbell could not believe it. That's right, I'm already of the Great Archmage Realm. Norton smiled and said, Our entire clan has had a fortuitous encounter recently. Our strength is no longer the same as before. As for the details, please forgive me for not being able to tell you. Colin Campbell looked at Norton in a daze. His mind was in a mess. A fortuitous encounter? What did it mean? The Sky Blue Magic Academy? The Guardian Spirit Beast? Or was it the Seventh Prince? It turned out that Ron was not the only one in the Nicholas family clan that had a fortuitous encounter, but the entire family clan. After a while, Colin Campbell suppressed his many questions and said hesitantly, But are you really going back to the Holy Light City now? Isn't this too risky? Norton smiled faintly and said confidently, Don't worry, we're confident. Even after Norton had left, Colin Campbell had not fully recovered from the shock. Although Norton had told him that it was inconvenient to reveal the details, even revealing the tip of the iceberg was enough to make Colin Campbell find it unbelievable. Colin Campbell returned to the study and saw the bottles of pills on the coffee table. His heart skipped a beat and he hurried forward to pick them up. Chapter 229, Waiting for an Opportunity. Green Pill, Spirit Concentration Pill, Heavenly Cycle Pill. He checked the few bottles of pills one by one. Colin Campbell was shocked. These were actually all high-grade pills. Not only could they increase the strength of the few existing great magi in his family, they could also nurture several more people of the Great Archmage realm. Colin Campbell turned to look out the window in the direction of the Nicholas family, his mind racing. What kind of fortuitous encounter had the Nicholas family clan had? After Norton had said goodbye to his old friend, he returned to the Nicholas family. As soon as he walked through the door, Norton's gaze froze slightly, and then he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. A clear sword cry sounded from somewhere in the residence, vaguely like a dragon roar. At the same time, a scorching and sharp energy aura emitted. Dick has successfully refined the weapon. Norton was secretly delighted and immediately walked quickly in the direction of the Forbidden Ground. At this moment, in the Forbidden Ground of the Nicholas family clan, a huge furnace more than 2 meters tall was flickering with a faint golden light, and there was a pale color in the furnace. The flames kept dancing. In the flames, a scarlet sword shadow could be faintly seen. As the sword light flickered, it was like a red dragon swimming in the flames. Dick and Ron were sitting cross-legged separately in front and behind the furnace. Dick was constantly injecting spells into the furnace to control it, while Ron was only providing support with the strange sacred flame. From time to time, a powerful energy aura seeped out from the furnace, and it became stronger each time. Finally, after a loud sword cry, a beam of scarlet sword light rushed out from the furnace. It was like a flood dragon emerging from an abyss, and a sharp sword aura filled the entire forbidden ground. The sword light circled above and then slowly flew back to Ron. The sword light retracted, revealing a flying sword. It was Ron's flying dragon flame sword. However, the current flying dragon flame sword had already advanced from a gold tier magical weapon to a platinum tier magical weapon. The flying dragon flame sword was an item whose energy could grow. There was an incomplete dragon soul in it. By strengthening the dragon soul, the energy level would be increased. If he used faith points to strengthen it, it would cost 100,000 points to upgrade it to a platinum tier magical weapon. Therefore, Romo had not upgraded the flying dragon flame sword. And now, the level of the flying dragon flame sword had increased. It was not enhanced by faith points, but by Dick's weapon refinement technique. Previously, Ron had bought a saber with the wisp of a dragon soul from the Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion in Walls Village. Now, Dick had extracted the wisp of a dragon soul and successfully integrated it into the flying dragon flame sword. Under the special care of the old ancestor, Dick was now a level 8 great archmage and had also learned weapon refinement techniques. Currently, he could already refine gold tier magical weapons. Although the success rate was not high for the time being, it was still too difficult for him to complete the upgrade of the flying dragon flame sword alone, so he needed Ron's strange sacred flame to help. Even so, being able to complete the refinement of the remnant soul of the flying dragon flame sword had a certain element of luck. Both of them were pleasantly surprised that the weapon had been successfully refined. Dick slowly retracted the effort, and Ron also retracted the strange sacred flame. Seeing Ron's strange sacred flame disappear, Dick could not help but feel a hint of envy. The strange sacred flame was really useful. Ron inspected the flying dragon flame sword for a while, then put it away in his storage ring. He looked at Dick and said, "Brother Dick, it has been hard on you." Dick smiled and said, "We're brothers. Why are you so polite?" At this moment, Norton's figure appeared in the forbidden ground. He looked at the two of them and asked happily, "Have you succeeded in refining the weapon?" Ron nodded. "Yes, it worked." Norton said happily, "The time is just right. We will move tomorrow. Both of you, have a good rest." Ron and Dick looked at each other and nodded. "All right." Soon, it was the next day. Early in the morning, the Nicholas family was busy. The entire clan had gathered at the entrance of the ancestral hall to hold a solemn worship ritual. The descendants of the Nicholas family clan came forward one by one to pay respect to the ancestors of the Nicholas family clan. Ding! Your descendants have just completed a worship ritual by the whole clan. You have received the right to a special gift bag. The special gift bag is available in the system shop. When the worship was completed, the system notifications sounded in Romo's mind. Today was the day the monthly ancestral worship gift bag would be refreshed. Earth Tier Secret Manual, Random. Special price, 10,000 Faith Points. 10-fold Cultivation Speed Talismans X10. Special price, 5,000 Faith Points. Family Clan Luck Free Distribution Points X10. Special price, 3,000 Faith Points. Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman. Special price, 10,000 Faith Points. Although none of the 4 items this time were particularly surprising, they were all acceptable. Romo bought all of them directly. After he had finished the purchase, Romo looked at the faith points in his inventory. He still had 1,030,000. Previously, the advanced faith doubling talisman had provided 100 days of triple faith points. Then, he used an ordinary faith doubling talisman in his inventory and accumulated another month's worth of double faith points. Now, the faith points in the inventory had finally exceeded the million mark for the first time. Romo was not in a hurry to use so many faith points. Instead, he treated them as the final insurance for his return to the Holy Light City. After using the Earth Tier Secret Manual, random, he obtained a medium-grade Earth Tier magical power. It did not have any special characteristics, but its value was not low when compared to the usual. Previously, he had also bought an Earth Tier Secret Manual from the monthly Ancestral Worship gift bag. In the end, he obtained a medium-grade Earth Tier cultivation technique. It was no longer useful to the current Nicholas family clan. However, these were still resources. Although they could not be used by his family, he could keep them for the future recruitment of retainers. Romo then used the Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman on the Spirit Beast egg of the 5-color peacock, strengthening the little Spirit Beast that had not hatched yet. After the worship had been completed, Norton walked out of the ancestral hall and looked at the clansmen waiting orderly outside. He said in a low voice, "Get ready to set off." Then, he looked at Ron, who nodded slightly. With a flip of his right hand, a miniature flying fairy the size of a palm appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and threw the flying fairy into the air. With a flash of divine light, the flying fairy grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it grew dozens of feet, hundreds of feet, and finally became a huge flying fairy, floating in the sky above the Nicholas family. Wow! What a huge flying fairy! It's bigger than anything we've ever sat in before. Lily and the other children could not help but exclaim. The others also looked at the huge flying fairy in the air in shock. Norton could not help but look excited. He said to everyone, "Everyone, get ready to board the ferry." "What's that?" "It's a flying fairy." "When did it appear?" "It wasn't there just now." "Didn't you see where it was flying from?" "Is that the Nicholas family over there?" "It's the Nicholas family's flying fairy." "No way! When did the Nicholas family clan have such a large flying fairy? What are they doing? Are they really going to relocate the entire clan?" "It might be true. What I'm more curious about is, where are they going? Perhaps they're really going to the Holy Light City." Chapter 230, Snatching Back. The people in Winterfrost quickly discovered the flying fairy that had suddenly appeared above the Nicholas family. They were all shocked, and for a moment, the entire city became lively. Soon, even the city lord, Lean Dupont, was alerted. He flew out of the city lord residence and came to the Nicholas family. Looking at the members of the Nicholas family who were boarding the ferry through the elevator produced by the ferry's formation, Lean Dupont was bewildered. He found Norton and asked, "Family head of the Nicholas family, what are you doing?" Norton smiled and said, "City Lord, we're returning to the Holy Light City." As he spoke, he clasped his fist at Lean Dupont sincerely. "Thank you for your care all these years, City Lord." Roar! A clear cry resounded in the sky. The 5-color peacock spread its wings and flew into the sky. It accompanied the huge flying fairy and flew away from Winterfrost into the distance. In Winterfrost, countless citizens looked up, dumbfounded. In Colin Campbell's residence, Colin Campbell and all his clansmen had come to the courtyard to watch the flying fairy leave. Even after the flying fairy had disappeared into the distant horizon, Lean Dupont was still in a daze. He had never expected the Nicholas family clan to have a large flying fairy. He had also not expected them to suddenly relocate their entire family today. Most importantly, they were going back to the Holy Light City. Are they going back to fight to the death with the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City? Are they betting on the fate of their entire clan? Lean Dupont knew that the Nicholas family clan had a great opportunity, a great secret, and the hope of rising up again. Therefore, even Prince 7 had the intention to rope them in. He had thought that the Nicholas family clan would use the reputation built up by Prince Seven to slowly develop. Even if they wanted to take revenge on the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City, they would have to plan slowly and wait 10 years or even decades. Who would have thought that it would be so fast? In Lin Dupont's opinion, this was completely an impulsive move to court death. It was impossible for the Nicholas family to be so stupid. Could it be that the Nicholas family really had a powerful force that he did not know about? Was he so powerful that he could fight head-on with the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City? It was not just Lin Dupont who had this thought. The others who had regained their senses also had this thought. Instantly, the entire Winterfrost was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing fervently, and some people had quickly spread the news. The Nicholas family clan had moved in the direction of the Holy Light City. Not only the Nicholas clansmen, even the servants in the residence had been taken away. The Nicholas family clan had almost been completely emptied. Even the trees, water, and fish in the pond had been emptied. This meant that they would not be coming back. In the air, on the flying ferry, everyone in the Nicholas family, including the servants, had settled in the cabin. The flying ferry was very spacious, and it would not be a problem to carry hundreds of people. With enough storage rings, it was also easy to move items. On the aft deck, Norton and the other main members of the Nicholas family clan looked, with mixed feelings, at Winterfrost, which was becoming further and further away. After all, they had lived here for 50 years. They were certainly somewhat sentimental about leaving, but they were not unwilling, especially Norton, who had personally experienced the migration of the family 50 years ago. He had a lot of emotions. When he first moved to Winterfrost, it was so tough that it was like the end of the world for the Nicholas family. The entire family clan had moved, leaving their hometown. They even had to touch the ancestral graves of the family clan and move the ancestral hall. In the past, he had never dared to think that there would really be a day when they would return to the Holy Light City, and that it would be with such determination. They were returning to snatch back everything that once belonged to the Nicholas family. At this moment, in a spacious cabin on the flying ferry, there was a worship table and an altar, as well as the ancestral tablets of the Nicholas family. It was equivalent to a temporary ancestral hall. Romo was still floating above his tablet. Under normal circumstances, he could not leave the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family. Even if someone had brought his tablet out of the ancestral hall, he would not be able to leave with them. Therefore, strictly speaking, he was not living on a tablet. Instead, he was bound to the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family. The tablet was in the ancestral hall, so he was living on the tablet. However, the definition of an ancestral hall was not a fixed place. It could be moved, but of course, it could not be casually moved. There were limitations. For example, Romo had used the authority of the family clan relocation to move the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, so he could leave with it. Moreover, this relocation authority could only be used once in 100 years for free. If it was to be used again in 100 years, a large number of faith points would be required. Currently, this room was equivalent to a temporary ancestral hall of the family clan, and this sacred mist ferry was equivalent to a temporary family clan palace. Romo could control everything on the flying ferry like he controlled the Nicholas family clan. With the speed of the sacred mist ferry, it would only take a day to reach the Holy Light City. The last time he had used the night travel talisman to go out, he had only seen the Holy Light City from 1,000 kilometers away. Romo did not know if the current Holy Light City had changed much from his memory. Romo had a lot of feelings for the Holy Light City. When he was alive, the family was in the Holy Light City. Then, in just 100 years, they built a family clan that was famous in a region and turned the original 3 large family clans of the Holy Light City into 4 large family clans. There was his glory when he was alive. The Nicholas family clan, which had once been one of the 4 large family clans, was his resplendent proof in this world. However, things were unpredictable. After his death, his family clan fell and everything that had once belonged to the Nicholas family was taken away. And now, he was going to bring his descendants to snatch all those things back. When the Nicholas family members were on their way to the Holy Light City on the flying ferry, the news had already spread throughout the entire Ferrero city through the communication energy. Many of them had been paying attention to the Nicholas family and the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. After receiving the news, their first reaction was that it was a rumor. However, after many parties had verified it, they were all extremely shocked. The Nicholas family was actually charging back to the Holy Light City now? Where did they get their confidence from? Previously, when many people were discussing the Nicholas family clan, they had commented that the Nicholas family clan was just bluffing. The mysterious expert behind them actually did not exist at all. If there really was one, why would the Nicholas family clan hide it? They would have long charged back to the Holy Light City to settle the scores with the 4 large family clans. And now, the Nicholas family had really done this. Some people felt that the Nicholas family had gone mad, had become arrogant, and was courting death. However, there were also those who felt that the Nicholas family must have something to rely on, and it was definitely not just the guardian spirit beast, Ron, Karamon, and other powers on the surface. There might be even more hidden powers. Chapter 231, The Troublemakers Are Here. Instantly, countless people reacted upon hearing the news. Those who were far away immediately contacted various parties and paid close attention to the development of the situation. Those who were close immediately set off for the Holy Light City, wanting to see this commotion with their own eyes. In the Holy Light City, when the news spread, the entire city was shocked. In the Trice family palace. In a quiet room, Xana was cultivating. A while ago, the family clan had been having frequent problems, causing him to be badly burned out. Recently, things had finally gotten a little better, and he finally had the time to cultivate properly. However, it was difficult for him to calm down completely and go into seclusion for more than 10 days. Thus, it was almost useless. At this moment, Xana, who was cultivating, suddenly frowned. He opened his eyes and looked outside. Then, he waved his right hand and opened the formation outside the entrance. Soon, hurried footsteps could be heard. Then, the door to the quiet room was pushed open, and a man of about 50 years old walked in with a panicked expression. The person's name was Rackle, and he was Xana's grandson. Xana frowned and said, "Why are you so flustered?" "Grandpa, bad news," Rackle said with an ugly expression. "The Nicholas family has returned." Xana's gaze froze slightly. He stared at Rackle and said, "What did you say?" Rackle shuddered from the stare and actually calmed down a lot. He replied, "I have just received news that the Nicholas family clan somehow has a large flying ferry at some point in time. Everyone is flying here in the flying ferry toward the Holy Light City. They are expected to arrive tomorrow." Xana could not help but look surprised. "Is the news reliable?" Rackle said, "It came directly from Winterfrost. It has been confirmed by the nobles." Xana's expression instantly darkened. He could not help but mutter to himself in surprise, how could the Nicholas family clan have a large flying ferry? What gives them the confidence to return now? Could there really be a hidden force we don't know about? It was not that they had not thought of this possibility previously, but they later rejected it because the secretive behavior of the Nicholas family clan seemed to be a deliberate attempt to make believe and pretend. If they were really powerful, there was no need to hide it. Could it be that in such a short period of time, the Nicholas family clan has become so powerful that they are able to kill their way back to the Holy Light City? Or are they actually overconfident? Countless thoughts flashed through Xana's mind. He could not figure out why the Nicholas family dared to charge back here now, but he could not suppress the uneasiness in his heart. He suddenly stood up and walked out quickly. At the same time, he instructed, "Summon all the clansmen that were outside immediately. Also, do your best to find out the exact information about the Nicholas family clan." At the same time, the other family clans have also received news about the Nicholas family clan. Moreover, these 3 family clans had also issued similar instructions like Xana. Instantly, the people from the 4 large family clans rushed back to their residences. In the eyes of others, the reactions of the 4 family clans were somewhat panicked. The onlookers became even more interested in watching the show. In a certain Ferrero city, in a specialty restaurant famous in Ferrero, a young man with an extraordinary aura was sitting in a private room eating a sumptuous meal with a slightly feminine old man. These 2 people were the traveling Prince 7, Quinn, and his trusted aide, Chief Steward Hansen. Chief Steward Hansen had been holding his wine cup and sipping slowly when his eyebrows were suddenly raised. He seemed to have discovered something, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Quinn was sharp enough to notice this situation. He asked, "Chief Steward, what's wrong?" Chief Steward Hansen's eyes flickered slightly, and he said, "Some people are discussing, they have just received news that the Nicholas family clan of Winterfrost has taken a flying ferry to the Holy Light City." Hearing this, Quinn could not help being stunned. Then, he said in surprise, "Are you sure?" Chief Steward Hansen said, "The people talking over there said that the news is true." Quinn frowned slightly. How can this be? Where did the Nicholas family get their confidence from? With just a level 6 guardian spirit beast and Ron. Chief Steward Hansen said meaningfully, "The Nicholas family clan is probably more confident than this. Your Highness, have you forgotten that none of the people they had gone out of the city to kill previously had returned?" A light flickered in Quinn's eyes. Does this mean I might have made the right bet? He stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." In a restaurant in a certain city, an old man frowned as he listened to the discussions of some people beside him. He was one from the group Romo had met in the Calamity Mountain range previously, Harris. "Why is the Nicholas family clan here?" Harris was surprised when he heard from the person beside him that the Nicholas family had killed their way back to the Holy Light City. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then stood up and left. In the sky, a divine dragon was flying. On the back of the divine dragon beast sat a sage-like old man. He was Xi Bolet, the mage from the Sky Fortune Academy who had been a guest in the Nicholas family. At this moment, Xi Bolet was holding a communication gem and frowning slightly. "Why is the Nicholas family clan doing this?" Xi Bolet muttered to himself. He activated the magical power in his body and kept touching his fingertips with his thumb to calculate. A moment later, a helpless expression appeared on his face. He sighed and gave up on calculating. Unable to figure it out, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "The future of the Nicholas family clan is unpredictable, but at least there would not be a calamity of extermination. Perhaps, they have something to rely on. Unfortunately, I really can't leave. I hope the Nicholas family clan is lucky and can be safe." Xi Bola sighed, retracted his communication energy, and continued on his way. At this moment, he was above a limitless sea, and in front of him, he could faintly see a huge island that was like a paradise on earth. The news of the Nicholas family killing their way back to the Holy Light City had caused quite a stir in Ferrero City and even the magical world of the Great Xia Kingdom. All eyes were focused on the Holy Light City, waiting for the Nicholas family to arrive. The journey on Nicholas family's flying ferry was smooth without any obstacles. Although what was going on in the flying ferry could not be known, the guardian spirit beast flying with the ferry was after all at the peak of level 6. Even those who were hostile to the Nicholas family or wanted to probe the strength of the Nicholas family dared not attack. Although they had not sent any message, the attitude of the Nicholas family clearly indicated that they were going to the Holy Light City to settle scores. They would definitely have to face the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City altogether. The others were not anxious anymore. They were all waiting to watch a fierce fight. If the Nicholas family were defeated, wouldn't it be better to beat them when they were down? Many of them were calculating in their hearts. It had been a mistake not to eliminate the Nicholas family 50 years ago. They would definitely not make the same mistake again. Chapter 232, Condemnation. The day passed quickly. At noon the next day, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes inside and outside the Holy Light City, the shadow of a flying fairy appeared on the horizon, and it became clearer and clearer. Look, look! There's a city ahead. Wow! It's huge. The city wall is so tall. Is that the Holy Light City? Are we going to live here from now on? In the cabin, Lily and the other children were leaning against the window, staring at the approaching city and discussing it excitedly. Next to the children, the adults who knew the situation did not seem to be relaxed. They could not hide the nervousness and worry on their faces. On the deck outside the cabin, Norton, Ron, and the other great archmagi were standing at the bow of the ship, staring at the Holy Light City in front of them with solemn expressions. There was nothing to hide. Their souls swept out one after another. Soon, they discovered many powerful auras in the Holy Light City. The other parties were either boldly or carefully probing them. However, the flying fairy was covered by a formation, so they could not detect what was going on inside the fairy. Soon, the flying fairy arrived in front of the Holy Light City. Then, it did not stop but flew directly into the sky above the Holy Light City. In an instant, dozens of unfriendly souls had enveloped the flying fairy. Most of them were just expressing their dissatisfaction with this rude behavior, but some of them were emitting undisguised hostility and even killing intent. Several powerful auras flew up from the city and flew rapidly toward the flying fairy. The other party was not from the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City, but from the city lord residence. The Nicholas family's flying fairy had come from the east, and in the Holy Light City, in the east was one of the 4 large family clans, which was the Trice family. Moreover, the current Trice family palace had been the former Nicholas family palace. The Trice family clan had once joined forces with the other 3 large family clans to force the Nicholas family clan out of the Holy Light City. In the end, not only did they usurp the position as one of the 4 large family clans, they occupied the Nicholas family palace and also snatched most of the businesses of the Nicholas family clan. Therefore, after the sacred mist fairy flew directly into the sky above the Holy Light City, it first came to the sky above the Trice family clan. Although they understood that this was just a coincidence, everyone in the Trice family could not help but feel their hearts tighten. Many of them could hardly hide the fear and panic in their hearts. This was because everyone knew that if they had to arrange in order the revenge of the Nicholas family clan, the Trice family clan would definitely be the first. In particular, the huge and domineering appearance of the flying fairy gave off a huge sense of oppression, like a huge mountain lying across the top of one's head. One could not help but worry that if it were to smash down directly, one might be directly crushed to death. Xana and the other great archmagi of the Trice family clan had already arrived in the sky above the Nicholas family. All of them had grave expressions. The magical power in their bodies was already surging, ready to attack at any moment. However, when they sensed the few auras which had flown out first from the city lord residence, everyone from the Trice family, including many others in the city, heaved a sigh of relief. With the city lord appearing first, the situation should not be too bad. No matter how domineering or impulsive the Nicholas family was, they would not dare to openly go against the nobles. In the sky, the Nicholas family's flying fairy stopped. The 5-color peacock let out a roar and circled in the air before stopping above the flying fairy. Not to mention anything else, just the aura of the guardian spirit beast alone had made many people in the city shudder in fear. Just now, the circling and the roar had swept up a powerful wind and lightning power in the air, making people feel that the Nicholas family clan was showing off its prowess. Then, the few figures who had flown out of the city lord residence came to the front of the flying fairy. They were 3 old men. The person in the lead was dressed in a purple-black robe. His hair was grey, and his face was angular. He was the city lord of the Holy Light City, Diaz. Diaz was a noble and the younger brother of the current emperor. He was not only the city lord of the Holy Light City, but also the administrator of the entire Ferrero. However, Ferrero was not a fiefdom. Although there were many nobles in the Byron kingdom, they only had the titles of nobility but were not given any land. The purpose was naturally to prevent the nobles from having ulterior motives. Dias was a level 7 great archmage. He was not of the highest level in the Holy Light City, but as the city lord of the Holy Light City, what was important was not his level, but his identity. In terms of levels, the two princes behind him were level 8 great archmagi. Another guest elder was enough a level 9 great archmage. It was not that there was no one of higher levels among the nobles, but that the elders of higher levels had already stopped caring about the world and focused on cultivation. Legend had it that a large number of predecessors of the nobles had gathered in the forbidden land of the Byron kingdom. There were even countless top great archmagi. Upon seeing the city lord's arrival, Norton, who was on the flying ferry, took the initiative to bow politely. Norton greets Dias on behalf of the Nicholas family. Dias frowned at Norton and the others and asked, "What is the meaning of this, Nicholas family clan?" Although he was looking at the people on the flying ferry, his soul was paying more attention to the 5-color peacock above the flying ferry. Although there was no obvious hostility, he had a feeling that the guardian spirit beast would attack him at any moment. Norton said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "The Nicholas family clan has no intention of offending the city lord. We have come today to seek justice for the Nicholas family clan. Please help us bear witness." Dias raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Oh? What justice does your Nicholas family want? From whom?" Norton's gaze swept across the entire city and finally landed below. He said coldly, "From the 4 large family clans and everyone who has persecuted the Nicholas family clan before." His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the city. Many people could not help but feel their hearts tighten. At the same time, they were inexplicably shocked. The Nicholas family was really going to challenge all its enemies at the same time. Dias's gaze flickered slightly, but his expression remained calm. "Logically speaking, we won't interfere with the fights between family clans as long as they do not implicate the innocent or go overboard. I also find it a pity that the Nicholas family clan had once lost in the contest. I can understand that all of you want to regain your former glory now, but there's no need to use such an extreme method. I'm also very troubled by all of you. If we continue to swallow our anger, my Nicholas family clan will probably never have peace." Norton's tone was slightly cold. He waved his right hand and threw out an item. He continued, "Please take a look at this first." Dias's expression froze. He could tell at a glance that the other party had thrown out a video recording magical equipment. The magical equipment flew into the air and emitted a ball of light like a small moon. Then, an image gradually appeared in the light, and a voice sounded. Chapter 233, Can Fight Without Talking. In the video was the translucent figure of an old man. It was the chief of the Mugwang Pavilion, who had infiltrated the Nicholas family and was killed by Romo in the ancestral hall. This video had been recorded by Romo when he was interrogating the chief. I'm the chief of the Mugwang Pavilion. The 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City had commissioned the Mugwang Pavilion to assassinate the clansmen of the Nicholas family. The 4 family heads had personally contacted the Mugwang Pavilion. The time, place, and remuneration had all come from them. They had given us a lot of information, including. As the recording was played, the voice of the chief spread throughout the city. From the first sentence, the entire Holy Light City almost exploded. Later on, it became more and more intense, and the entire city was in an uproar. Previously, when the news of the chief of the Mugwang Pavilion ambushing the Nicholas family members had spread, people had guessed that it might have something to do with the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City, but they could only speculate and had no evidence. And now, the evidence was really in front of them. At first, some people also wondered if the video was fake. However, as the chief explained more and more details, corresponding clues could be found in many areas, especially by those who were knowledgeable and well informed. They had already confirmed that this was most likely true. As the city lord of the Holy Light City, Dias naturally knew a lot of information. At this moment, he was also certain about the authenticity of this video. Originally, even if the 4 large family clans had hired assassins to assassinate the Nicholas family members or even personally dealt with the Nicholas family in secret, as long as there was no real evidence, it would be fine even if outsiders knew about it. There was no such thing as an open and above-board contest between powers. Everyone knew that the winner would be the king and the loser would be the bandit. However, if their sinister actions were exposed, it would be a different matter. For example, now, the Nicholas family had used this as an excuse to find and settle scores with the 4 large family clans. Even the nobles could no longer intervene and side with the 4 large family clans. As for those who were originally neutral and might help the 4 large family clans for the sake of benefits, they would also not intervene now. If Romo could attack without restraint now, he would not have to do these superficial things. He would not even have to care about the face of the nobles. He would just destroy the 4 large family clans. In this world where the strong reigned, although there were laws and reasons, if one was powerful enough, one could ignore these things. Since the strength of the Nicholas family clan had not reached this level yet, it was best to follow the procedures first. Norton looked at Dias, whose expression was a little dark, and said again, "City Lord, today, our Nicholas family clan wants to settle our scores with the 4 large family clans. Please grant us our wish." Dias was furious, not at the Nicholas family but at the 4 large family clans. It was not that he was righteous, but that the 4 large family clans had colluded with the Muguang Pavilion. This was a serious crime. The Muguang Pavilion was an evil organization that the nobles had been hunting down with all their might, but the 4 large family clans had colluded with them. This was almost equivalent to slapping the nobles in the face. If it had not been for the Nicholas family's current matter, Dias would have reprimanded the 4 family clans on the spot. Dias said with a dark expression, "I cannot intervene in your feud, but you must not implicate the innocent." Norton smiled and said, "Of course. Don't worry, Dias. Every injustice has its perpetrator. We won't implicate the innocent." His words were also a hint to the others to mind their own business. Dias glanced at the 4 family clans and snorted. He flicked his sleeve and retreated hundreds of meters, indicating that he would only watch from the side now. Norton looked at the Trice family clan. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he said coldly, "4 family heads, come out and speak." "Norton, you shameless person! Don't slander our Jeffrey family! How dare you, Norton? Who gave you the guts to slander the Adrian family? Do you think a mere fabricated video can vilify me? If you don't make things clear today, don't even think I'll let the matter rest. We have not even finished settling the scores with the Nicholas family for harming the descendants of the Trice family, and now you actually want to bite us back. Do you really think the Trice family clan is easy to bully?" Several scalding shouts sounded one after another, and at the same time, powerful auras erupted from various parts of the city. 4 groups of figures flew up from the places where the 4 large family clans were located, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the flying ferry. It was a group of great archmage experts from the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. Including the 4 family heads, there were more than 20 people. The gathering of more than 20 great archmagi was a rare sight. There was no lack of experts from the various family clans among those who had retired for many years. Their appearance surprised many of the onlookers in the city, and they discussed spiritedly. From the looks of it, even if the Nicholas family wanted to stop today, the 4 large family clans would not let the matter rest. From the words of the 4 family heads earlier, everyone understood the intentions of the 4 family clans. They planned to deny it at all costs and even accused the Nicholas family clan of slandering them. Next, they would forcefully eliminate the Nicholas family clan. It was normal to think so. The 4 large family clans would not admit to colluding with the Muguang Pavilion at all. They would not admit it even if there was video evidence. Although they would definitely be affected later, as long as the root of the problem, the Nicholas family clan, was eradicated, everything could still be made up for. Everyone understood that at the end of the day, it was impossible to resolve the conflict between the two sides with just words. In the end, strength had to speak for itself. Now, it was up to the Nicholas family to see if they had the strength to fight against the 4 large family clans. This was also what everyone was most curious about and looking forward to. Faced with the pressure from more than 20 great archmagi, everyone on the flying ferry was not affected at all because the pressure had been blocked by the formation. Norton was not surprised by their counterattack. He only said expressionlessly, "Oh? Are you unwilling to admit it?" Xana sneered and said, "How can we admit to slander? Norton, even your great-grandfather did not dare to be so arrogant back then. Who gave you the guts?" Upon hearing the other party mention his great-grandfather, Norton's gaze froze slightly. "Xana, you still have the cheek to mention my great-grandfather. Back then, you took advantage of the situation and killed my great-grandfather. Do you think I've forgotten?" Winston was the name of Norton's great-grandfather. 60 years ago, Winston was one of the few experts left in the Nicholas family clan. One day, when he was cultivating, he accidentally went berserk and suffered internal injuries. Xana took the opportunity to force Winston to fight with him on the pretext of seeking his guidance. In the battle, he severely injured Winston, and in the end, Winston died from his serious injuries. Xana continued to sneer. Winston was just not as skilled as others. What's there to hate about his death? Norton, you're just a junior. What right do you have to call me by my name? Chapter 234, He Deserves to Die. Norton's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on his lips. He suddenly said, "What a great saying! What's there to hate about being killed when one's skills are inferior? Xana, today, a junior, would like to seek your guidance on a few moves. Do you dare to fight?" When he said this, almost everyone in the Holy Light City could not help being stunned. They almost thought they had heard wrongly. Xana was stunned for a moment. He stared at Norton and said, "What did you say?" Norton said word by word, "I said, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to fight?" As he spoke, he took a step forward and walked out directly from the deck. He stepped into the void and walked toward Xana step by step. With each step, the aura in his body became more obvious. However, after he had finished speaking, when he walked out of the protective formation of the flying ferry, the powerful aura of a great archmage was completely revealed. Everyone was shocked again. Xana's pupils constricted slightly, and he was bewildered. He blurted out, "Great Archmage! You're actually a great Archmage!" His eyes flickered, and he quickly calmed down from his shock. He snorted and said, "Good, good, good. I was wondering why you were so arrogant. It turns out that you have somehow used some method to reach the great Archmage realm." His words were filled with mockery. Although it was indeed shocking that Norton had suddenly become a great Archmage, Xana felt that the other party had definitely not used some normal method to increase his level against usual convention. It was very likely some unorthodox method with a great price. It was not just Xana. Everyone else had also thought so, and they felt that it was very likely. The Nicholas family clan had probably resorted to extreme methods to increase their strength. Even if they had to pay a huge price, they had to take revenge on the 4 large family clans. Norton's robe fluttered, and his aura was awe-inspiring. He stared at Xana and said, "Cut the crap, do you dare to fight?" Killing intent flickered in Xana's eyes, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. He snorted and said, "Do you really think that just because you have the level of a great archmage, you can be arrogant? What a joke! All right. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Before he could finish his sentence, he raised his hand and cast a spell. A strong wind howled in the air, instantly forming countless wind blades that enveloped Norton. The powerful aura of a level 7 great archmage erupted from Xana's body, indicating that he had not held back at all. The magical power around him gathered into a ball, and the others beside him all retreated. Many people could tell from Xana's attack that he not only wanted to kill Norton, he also wanted to attack the flying fairy behind Norton. Norton had only revealed his magical power realm, but no one could tell his exact level. However, most of them felt that he was most likely inferior to Xana, who was a level 7 great archmage. Buzz. However, at this moment, an aura that did not belong to Xana erupted from Norton's body, shocking everyone. Before anyone could react, they saw a bolt of lightning appear where Norton was, and his figure disappeared. There was a loud rumble. Immediately after, a thunderous explosion sounded from where Norton was. Xana's eyes were filled with killing intent, but he looked shocked and furious. In fact, he was clear-headed. After more than 200 years of cultivation, his state of mind was naturally not bad. When he attacked, he did not underestimate Norton. He had already considered many contingency moves. Even if Norton dodged or blocked his attack, the subsequent attacks would still follow. However, even though he had already been cautious, he had still miscalculated. First, it was Norton's true level. Xana could not believe that the other party was actually a level 7 great archmage like him. Then, there was Norton's speed. Even though they were of the same level, Xana did not even see how the other party had disappeared. Everything happened in an instant. Just as Xana was horrified, he felt a strong sense of danger coming from the right. Without thinking, all the magical power in his body erupted. He suddenly turned around and raised his hand to defend. Pfft! But at this moment, a soft sound came from Xana's body, and his movements instantly froze. A hand that seemed to be wrapped in lightning pierced through the protective magical power barrier outside his body, and then a palm like a knife instantly pierced through his chest. Boom! 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 At the same time, a deafening rumble sounded. The magical power Xana had used just now had struck the defensive formation of the flying fairy. The faint golden formation barrier flickered a few times until the magical power ended. The barrier also disappeared and the flying fairy remained unmoved. However, no one was in the mood to pay attention to the powerful defensive formation of the flying fairy. Everyone looked in disbelief at where Xana was. Almost no one could see clearly how Norton had moved in front of Xana. He was so fast that Xana did not even have the chance to defend or dodge before he was instantly killed. At this moment, Xana's eyes were wide open, and his gaze had already started to become not focused. His movements were stiff as he lowered his head to look at the arm that had pierced into his chest. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. He only spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura dissipated rapidly. The life force in his eyes also dissipated in a few seconds. Xana did not have the chance to escape with his spirit because Norton had shattered his golden pill the moment he pierced his chest. Norton retracted his right hand expressionlessly. With a shake of his magical power, he removed the blood from his hand, and Xana's corpse fell. Only then did many people wake up in shock. Father! Family head! Screams could be heard. Everyone from the Trice family clan was horrified. Daniel flew out and caught the falling Xana, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. Dead, he was really dead. After catching Xana's body, Daniel had no choice but to accept reality. The flames of anger burned in his eyes as he looked at Norton and roared, "You! How dare you! Why?" Norton was not afraid of Daniel's glare at all. He said calmly, "What's there to complain about being killed when his skills are inferior?" These words had been said by Xana earlier, and were now returned by Norton. Daniel was shocked and furious. The magical power in his body surged, but he held it in the end. He stared fixedly at Norton and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Good, good, good. The head of the Nicholas family clan is really good." It was not that he did not want to attack, but he did not dare. Norton's method of instantly killing Xana was too astonishing. Even Daniel, a level 8 Great Archmage, had not seen the other party's moves clearly. He was not confident that he could deal with him. Moreover, was the other party really only a level 7 Great Archmage? When he was moving just now, there seemed to be an instantaneous eruption, but Daniel was not sure. As such, the others were not in a better mood than Daniel. Most of them were even more horrified. It could be said that apart from the few great archmagi of the Nicholas family clan, no one could believe what they were seeing. The head of the Trice family clan, a level 7 great archmage, had been instantly killed. Chapter 235, Come at me all together. Especially the people from the other 3 family clans. At this moment, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. They looked at Norton as if they were looking at a ghost. They even wondered if the person in front of them was Norton himself. Just as these people had not fully recovered from their shock, Norton's gaze swept across the great archmagi of the other 3 family clans. He said calmly, "The ancestors of the Nicholas family clan have also received the guidance of the remaining 3 of you. Today, I would like to seek guidance from the 3 of you. Please do not hesitate to teach me." When the 3 family heads heard this, their expressions changed slightly. What followed was shock, anger, and killing intent. What arrogance! You're simply courting death. Although the 3 of them were shocked that Norton had killed Xana in seconds, it did not mean that they were afraid. In their opinion, a large part of the reason for Xana's death was because he had underestimated the enemy. A single mistake had led to eternal regret. He had not even had the chance to use his true strength before he was killed by Norton's surprise attack. That should have been an extremely powerful type of displacement magical power. It was at least high level and indeed rare, but not invincible. At this moment, Norton had taken the initiative to challenge them. The 3 of them were even a little happy. They did not have to find an excuse to attack. However, after the angry shout, the 3 of them did not attack immediately. It was obvious that they all wanted someone else to go first. This was a little awkward. Seeing the 3 of them being so modest, Norton's lips curled up slightly. He said shockingly, "If you don't dare to fight alone, it's fine if the 3 of you attack together." Everyone was instantly shocked again. The 3 family heads wondered if they had heard wrongly, but their reaction was extremely fast. Almost instantly, killing intent appeared in their eyes. How arrogant! How overconfident! In that case, I'll grant you your wish. The 3 family clans seemed to have been angered by Norton's contempt and humiliation. They erupted with magical power at the same time and attacked Norton without holding back. In an instant, a bolt of lightning magical power, a bolt of flame magical power, and a purple flying sword attacked Norton from 3 directions. Faced with the combined attack of the 3, Norton's gaze froze. He did not panic at all. The magical power in his body surged and instantly increased. Norton's original level of a level 7 Great Archmage instantly increased to level 8. At the same time, lightning appeared beneath his feet, and then his entire body seemed to have turned into a phantom of lightning and instantly disappeared. Norton had used the Divine Tier magical power, Thunderstorm Tribulation, and the Skyfiend 3 transformations to instantly kill Xana. And now, he had completely activated the first transformation of the Skyfiend 3 transformations. The level 8 Great Archmage erupted, and he instantly dodged the enemy's 3 attacks. At the same time, his figure appeared behind Rick, who was hundreds of meters away, as fast as lightning. With a raise of his hand, he shot out a flame magical power. Sensing the threat of death coming from behind him, Makai was horrified. However, he was more mentally prepared than Xana had been when he was instantly killed earlier. After the attack earlier, he had already been on his guard. At this moment, he reacted in time and erupted with all his might in a hurry, dodging this attack by a hair's breadth. Sensing the powerful aura emitted by Norton, everyone was shocked. They had not expected him to have an explosive magical power. Norton's counterattack, however, was not over. Immediately after, several more spells were cast, and the head of the Adrian family clan was forced to retreat. Among the three of them, the Adrian family clan's level was the lowest. He was a level 7 Great Archmage. Originally, he was the same as Norton, but now that Norton had erupted to level 8, it was difficult for him to handle him. A few spells forced him to retreat. The remaining two family heads were both level 8 Great Archmagi. Although they were also shocked, they did not panic. After dodging Norton's magical power attack, they immediately launched another attack. However, their attack missed again. With a clap of thunder, Norton's figure disappeared from the spot. Even though they had focused all their attention, they had difficulty catching his trajectory. In an instant, Norton had caught up with the one who was retreating. Mackay was horrified. He immediately used an ice wall magical power to block Norton, but the ice wall was shattered just as it was formed. In the next moment, there was a flash of golden light, and a pincer steel fork pierced through the air. Mackay had no chance to dodge again, and his chest was instantly pierced. The pincer steel fork exploded the moment it pierced through Mackay. Countless golden lights tore Mackay's body apart. Without even a scream, Mackay's body turned into countless fragments, and his spirit and body were annihilated. However, when Norton was killing Mackay, the Byron family head's lightning magical power and the Jeffrey family head's flame magical power took the opportunity to attack from both sides. Just when everyone thought that Norton would not be able to launch another pincer steel fork attack because of the interval between the use of magical power, the aura on Norton's body increased by an unbelievable level. Second transformation of the Skyfiend 3 transformations. Under the eruption again, Norton's level had increased to that of a level 9 Great Archmage. This time, he did not use the thunderstorm tribulation to dodge. Instead, he raised and waved his hand. A powerful burst of magical power directly shattered the two magical powers coming from the left and right. While the family heads of the Byron family clan and the Jeffrey family clan were still in shock, Norton pointed at the Byron family head in the distance. Outside the battlefield, an old man behind Diaz suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. Your Highness! Quick, activate the city protection formation." Diaz, who had been shocked by Norton's second eruption, was instantly jolted awake when he heard this. His pupils constricted abruptly. Without any hesitation, he flipped his right hand and took out a golden formation disc engraved with mysterious runes. He injected great magical power into it and activated the city protection formation of the Holy Light City. In an instant, a transparent formation barrier appeared in the sky above the Holy Light City, blocking Norton and the others from the city below. In the sky, a layer of clouds tumbled crazily. A finger condensed from the divine chi of the heavens and the earth broke through the clouds and landed instantly on the head of the Byron family clan. The pupils of the Byron family head constricted rapidly. Before he could finish uttering his words of shock, he erupted with all his magical power to dodge. When he realized that it was not in time, he crazily used magical power to resist. As the finger landed, all the magical power of the Byron family head was crushed. In the next moment, it landed on the Byron family head. No! With a scream, the Byron family head was like an ant that had been crushed by a human finger. His entire body instantly turned into a ball of blood mist. The remaining might of the stone-shattering palm then landed on the defensive formation below, emitting an earth-shaking bang before dissipating. The entire defensive formation flickered violently for a long time, giving off a shaky sensation. However, it did not collapse. Not far away, the formation disc in Diaz's hand vibrated gently, and the runes on it instantly dimmed a little. The corners of Diaz's eyes twitched as he muttered, "Another divine tier magical power. Stop!" At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from the palace in the south of the city. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky. A sharp and manic murderous intent locked onto Norton and shot toward him. However, in an instant, a sword cry was heard from the Nicholas family's flying fairy, intercepting the sword light that was coming at Norton. Ron's figure blocked the figure flying out of the palace. Chapter 236, Shocked. In the sword light blocked by the dragon flame flying sword, a light beam of a flying sword appeared. In the beam of light was an old man with white hair and beard. Ron looked at the old man and said calmly, "Don't intervene in the battle between the family heads. If you want to fight, I can entertain you." Ron did not show any weakness. He used the dragon flame flying sword and magical power at the same time and instantly fought the other party fiercely. At this moment, everyone in the Holy Light City was a little dumbfounded. As the battle had developed too quickly, everyone's eyes and brains could not keep up. Norton had fought 4 family heads alone, and he had already killed 3 of them. An ancestor of the Trice family clan, who had retired for many years, had joined the battlefield, but he was being stopped by Ron. And this descendant, who was rumored to be a genius of the Nicholas family clan, was rumored to be a level 3 great archmage a few months ago. However, what he saw now was a top great archmage? What kind of magical power had the Nicholas family members learned to advance their levels so quickly? Everyone's mind was filled with shock and doubts. Many of them could not help but feel a burning desire and even greed. Although they felt that it might be some kind of evil mystical technique with a great price, even so, the value of such a powerful increase in level was immeasurable. Just as everyone was shocked, in the air, the battle between Ron and the ancestor of the Trice family clan had become increasingly intense. The onlookers kept retreating, and the aftershocks of the battle landed on the city protection formation below from time to time, causing the magic formation barrier to tremble continuously. In the distance, Diaz was speechless. These great archmagi had fought so brazenly because they knew he would intervene. He was the city lord, but why did it feel like he had become a handyman? However, this was already not bad. At least these people knew their limits. As long as they did not hurt the innocent, Diaz did not have to care which family clan would win or which family clan would be annihilated. In the magical world, the battles between family clans and sects were like this. It was not that the royal family did not have the ability to manage them, but if they had to manage all of them, they would not be able to handle them at all. There was also no benefit in doing so. The royal family managed a country. The various factions in the magical world were in the country, but they could not be governed by ordinary laws and principles. They formed their own balance. The royal family only wanted to maintain stability. No matter who won today's battle, it would not make much difference to the royal family. Of course, this referred to the overall situation. If it concerned the interests of factions within the royal family, it would still have an effect. Currently, the 4 large family clans were attached to Prince 3 and Prince 4 respectively. If they were to fall and the Nicholas family clan were to return to the Holy Light City, then Diaz's eyes flickered, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Many spectators were lost in their thoughts. At this moment, there was another change in the battlefield. With a scream, Frick finally could not withstand it anymore and was killed by Norton's magical power. This scream was like a heavy magical attack on the hearts of everyone in the 4 family clans. They could not help but feel infinite fear. Dead. The 4 family heads were all dead. They had been killed by Norton alone. The ancestor of the Trice family clan, who was fighting Ron, roared, "What are you guys waiting for? Kill them! Leave no one alive!" This person's name was Below, and he was the ancestor with the highest seniority in the Trice family clan. Before he retired, he was famous for his irritable personality. Now that he saw his descendants killed, Below was furious and attacked Ron even more crazily, but unfortunately, he was neutralized by Ron, and he could not gain any advantage at all. Below even had a faint feeling that the other party had not used his full strength. Upon hearing Below's order, the great archmage of the Trice family clan was jolted awake from his shock. At the same time, the powerful aura on Norton's body began to dissipate rapidly. He had fallen all the way back to his original level 7 great archmage state and was obviously in a weak state. It was obvious that although he had killed the heads of the 4 family clans in a row, he had expended a lot of energy. He was already exhausted. Seeing this, the killing intent of all the great archmagi of the four family clans rose. An old man from the Trice family clan shouted, "Kill!" Before he could finish his sentence, a group of great archmagi attacked one after another, using magical power to attack Norton. Norton was indeed almost completely exhausted. Although he had killed the four family heads quickly and ruthlessly, he had also exhausted all his magical power. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to dodge or defend. However, in the face of the many magical attacks, Norton did not look flustered at all. His back was still straight. Just as those magical powers were about to reach Norton, several powerful auras of great archmagi erupted from the sacred mist fairy behind him. One by one, magical power appeared and intercepted all the attacks aimed at Norton. Boom! 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 One earth-shaking rumble after another sounded in the sky. All kinds of divine lights exploded like huge fireworks, making the people in the city below almost unable to open their eyes. When the light dissipated, several figures had already appeared in front of Norton. Their auras were so astonishing that they directly confronted a group of powerful enemies like the great archmagi of the four family clans. They were Zoro, Dick, and the other great archmagi of the Nicholas family clan. Zoro's eyes flickered with a sharp light, and he said coldly, "The battle of the family heads is over. We'll take over next." The magical power in his body surged, and he spat out one last word. "Charge!" In an instant, everyone erupted at the same time and charged at the group of enemies who were looking shocked. Before they even arrived, magical power descended from the sky. On the other side, the more than 20 great archmagi of the four large family clans were all horrified. However, before they could think further, the attacks from Zoro and the others had already arrived in front of them. These people were all great archmagi. Although they were shocked, they were not in chaos. They started to counterattack almost immediately. Amidst his shock and anger, Below's killing intent became even stronger. He shouted, "Attack together and kill them!" It was indeed shocking and unbelievable that the Nicholas family clan still had so many great archmagi, but it was also because of this that they could not back down. Everyone from the four family clans knew in their hearts that they would definitely fight to the death today. At this point, the four family clans had no way out. There was no need for them to talk nonsense anymore. The only way to end this was to destroy the Nicholas family clan in one go. The battle of a group of great archmagi in the air instantly erupted, causing many spectators in the Holy Light City to be dumbfounded. The continuous shocking developments had shocked the onlookers again and again. Many of them felt as if they had been dreaming. It was not just Ron and Norton. The Nicholas family clan actually had so many great archmagi. Many people automatically looked at the Nicholas family's flying fairy in shock. They even wondered if there were more great archmagi hidden inside. Chapter 237, Ignorance. Some people with greater strength and experience were more concerned about Zoro and the others, who had just appeared. They had seen more, for example, that these people from the Nicholas family clan were not just great archmagi, but they also had high-tier cultivation techniques and magical power. All of them could fight alone and kill people of higher levels. Norton, a level 7 great archmage, had killed 2 level 7 great archmagi and 2 level 8 great archmagi. Ron was also able to deal with a top great archmage with ease. Now, the others were not afraid at all when faced with enemies several times their number, and they were not at a disadvantage. Among the 4 family clans, there were 4 level 8 great archmagi, and those 4 had been stopped by Dick alone, a level 8 great archmage. Zoro, Jimmy, and the others also faced 4 to 5 enemies each. As the old servant of the Nicholas family clan, Karamon, and the family clan's 5-color peacock had not even made a move yet. It's about time for them to come out. In the battle, Ron's gaze swept across the Holy Light City and he thought to himself. At this moment, the auras of 3 top great archmagi erupted simultaneously from the palace of the Adrian family clan, and the Jeffrey family clan. 3 figures soared into the sky at the same time and charged toward the battlefield in the sky. Among them, there were 2 from the Adrian family clan and 1 from the Jeffrey family clan. These were the strongest trump cards hidden by the 2 family clans. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar pierced through the clouds. The 5-color peacock had finally made its move. Its huge body, which was 1,000 feet tall, swooped down. Wind and lightning rolled in the sky, sweeping toward the 3 figures who had rushed out. The escape light of the 3 people was instantly obstructed. 2 of them forcefully broke through the obstruction of the wind and lightning, but 1 was forcefully left in the wind and lightning. The person who had been left behind was the Jeffrey family clan's ancestor, a top great archmage. A furious roar sounded from the wind and lightning. He did not intend to break free again but erupted with magical power to attack the 5-color peacock. The ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan held back the 5-color peacock. The other 2 top great archmagi of the Adrian family clan wanted to rush into the battlefield to save their clansmen and kill the great archmagi of the Nicholas family clan. Among the few people from the Nicholas family clan, the lowest level was a level 3 great archmage. And among most of the great archmagi of the 4 family clans, several were only level 1 or level 2. Under the fierce attacks of the Nicholas family, these people who were not of sufficient level were in danger. In the battle, the Nicholas family clan was clearly outnumbered. Everyone was more powerful because of the movement speed of the Thunder Tribulation. Even when besieged by many people, the Nicholas family clan had not been hit once. When they attacked, the 4 family clans were often flustered. If the strong reinforcements from these 2 top great archmagi were to join in, they would definitely be able to kill those few people of lower levels with lightning speed. Then, they would work together to kill the others. This was what the ancestors of the 2 family clans, the Adrian family clan and the Jeffrey family clan thought. At this moment, the pupils of Below, who was fighting with Ron, suddenly constricted. He had sensed an extremely strong sense of death threat. Almost instinctively, his body reacted before his brain, and he retreated rapidly without regard for anything. With a buzzing sound, almost at the same time, a shocking power of the fire spirit erupted from Ron's body. A ball of dazzling flames shot out from his body and instantly turned into a huge wave that surged toward the 2 top great archmagi ancestors of the Adrian family clan. At this moment, everyone outside the Nicholas family clan was shocked. The 2 ancestors of the Adrian family clan were even more horrified. They instantly stopped in their tracks and erupted with all their magical power. The flames streaked across the sky. In front of them were a level 5 great archmage from the Trice family clan and a level 3 great archmage from the Adrian family clan. The 2 of them did not even have the chance to react before they were instantly swallowed by the flames. What is this? Ah! Ah! 2 screams immediately sounded, but they quickly stopped. The 2 of them did not even have the chance to struggle before they were reduced to ashes by the flames. In the next moment, the flames swept in front of the 2 ancestors of the Adrian family clan and swallowed their figures. What is that? In the distance, Diaz could no longer maintain his calm expression. His eyes could not help but widen slightly as he looked in horror at the strange pale flame that made him uncontrollably afraid. Behind him, the 2 old men, whose levels were higher than his, were also bewildered. They had also never seen such a strange flame. Even the experts of the royal family did not know, let alone the others. Just as everyone was shocked by the light passage sacred flame, they heard a few more screams. Many of them were shocked again and quickly looked over. They saw that it was the few great archmagi from the 4 family clans who had panicked because they were too shocked. The Nicholas family had taken the opportunity to kill them. Dick and the others would not wait for the enemy to recover from their shock before they continued to attack. They did not hold back at all. When the enemy panicked, they continued to attack, but the enemy was in chaos and retreating step by step. From the flames, the magical power of the 2 ancestors of the Adrian family clan erupted. It could be seen that they were trying their best to break out of the encirclement of the flames, but they were unsuccessful. The flames, however, were also shrinking bit by bit. Seeing this, the experts of the four family clans became even more frightened, especially the members of the Adrian family clan. Unfortunately, even if they had wanted to save them, they did not have the chance or strength. The ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan, who was a top great archmage, had also been held back by the five-color peacock, and he could not get away at all. Only Below could still attack, but he was also shocked by the terrifying power of the light passage sacred flame. He did not even dare to go over directly to save them. Instead, he attacked Ron directly. Ron was controlling the light passage sacred flame to surround and kill the two ancestors of the Adrian family clan. At this moment, he indeed did not have much energy to fight with Below, but Below's attacks could not hurt him. The power of the magic robe was activated, and a golden holy light shield enveloped Ron. All of the magical power or magical weapon attacks of Below were blocked. Although continuous attacks could consume Ron's magical power, it would probably be difficult to break through his defense for a while. No, a sharp light suddenly flashed in Below's eyes, and he actually gave up on attacking Ron. He turned around and flew toward the flying fairy outside the battlefield. Since he could not do anything to Ron for the time being, he would use another method to force the other party to stop. Although he could also attack Zoro and the others, Below had chosen a more vicious plan to attack the Nicholas family's flying fairy. In this way, not only Ron, Zoro, and the others would be thrown into chaos, the four family clans would be able to take the opportunity to counterattack. The speed of a top great archmage was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Below had approached the sacred mist fairy and mercilessly unleashed his strongest attack of magical power. Chapter 238, Rebound Attack. However, he was shocked to find that Ron and the others did not react at all. How was this possible? Did they not care about the lives of those on the flying ferry? At this moment, two figures were standing on the bow of the flying ferry. One was Norton, who had retreated, and the other was Karamon, who had stayed behind to guard. Faced with Below's attack on the flying ferry, the two of them also did not show any panic. The dazzling light condensed into a huge golden saber beam. Just as it was about to land on the flying ferry, a light blue barrier suddenly appeared and blocked the strong magical power. Defensive magic formation. However, so what? How many magical attacks can it block? Below's gaze froze, and he sneered in his heart. He was getting ready to continue with the attack to break through the defensive magic formation of the flying fairy in one go. If Ron and the others still did not return to defend, he would kill everyone on the ferry first. However, at this moment, Below's eyes suddenly widened, and then he revealed a horrified expression. The golden light magical power that had hit the flying fairy's defensive magic formation did not erupt with power. Instead, unbelievably, it suddenly rebounded toward him. What? Below did not have the time to think. He did not even have the chance to dodge before he was swallowed by the golden magical light that had rebounded. The flying fairy had a special effect, it could share the family clan's protective magic formation. Currently, the defensive power of the family clan's protective magic formation was enough to block an attack of the level of a top great archmage, but it was not easy. If Below really continued to attack, the energy of the magic formation would be quickly exhausted. If faith points were not used to maintain it, the magic formation would collapse. However, it was obvious that Below's luck was not good. He had actually triggered the rebound effect of the magic formation in one go. Such an unbelievable rebound from the magic formation had actually happened previously when the four family clans and 8 great archmagi charged into Winterfrost to attack the Nicholas family clan. However, no one had expected the defensive magic formation of the Nicholas family clan's flying fairy to actually have such a magical function. Furthermore, Below had been in seclusion previously and did not even know about this. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to have thought that such a thing would suddenly happen. Caught off guard, he was hit directly by his own magical power, which had rebounded. After the light had swallowed up the figure of below, it suddenly exploded in the air. Then, a figure flew out from the exploded light in an extremely sorry state. Although below was not dead, his aura was very weak. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. At this moment, the horror in Below's heart was indescribable. He had never thought that one day, he would almost die under his own ultimate move. At this moment, Below's expression suddenly changed. He forcefully activated his remaining magical power and built a defensive barrier in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, several beams of dazzling golden sword energy struck Below's body, although it had defended him. However, his body was forced to fly back another 100 meters. He was in a sorry state. Just as Below stabilized himself, he saw a figure chasing after him and attacking with another magical power. It was Caramon. You ignorant juvenile! Below was shocked and furious. He erupted with magical power to defend himself again. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious, and he was forced back by Caramon. Below was extremely aggrieved, but Caramon was feeling very good at this moment. He loved beating up those who were down and out the most, especially when he was beating up a drowning dog that was a top great archmage. This extremely dramatic development stunned the onlookers again. When Below attacked the flying fairy earlier, many people had thought that the Nicholas family clan was in trouble. They had not expected the situation to change in the blink of an eye. Diaz's gaze landed on the flying fairy. His eyes flickered slightly as he muttered, "Is that the legendary magic formation that can bounce off magical power? There is actually such a magical formation? Could it be that the Nicholas family clan actually has a magic formation master?" Diaz had only become the city lord of the Holy Light City 40 years ago, so he had not come into contact with the former Nicholas family clan. Before this, he had also heard various rumors about the Nicholas family clan, especially in the past year. All kinds of rumors had surprised him. Today, he had seen with his own eyes how unbelievable the Nicholas family clan was. It was indeed much more exaggerated than the rumors. I heard that Quinn had already gotten in touch with the Nicholas family once. His foresight is really surprising. Ah! Diaz pondered as his gaze shifted to the ball of flames that had swallowed the two top great archmagi. What kind of magical power is that? What kind of magical power is this? These flames seem to have the power of the origin of time? How is this possible? At this moment, in the flames, the two ancestors of the Adrian family clan were trying their best to break through the flames like trapped beasts. However, their magical power was unable to break through the flames at all. Just when they wanted to forcefully break through, they had just touched the flames when the magical power defense outside their bodies collapsed crazily. They also felt an extremely strong threat of death. Their intuition told them that if they charged forward forcefully, they might die. However, if they still did not escape, they would also die. The surrounding flames were rapidly shrinking, and the despairing threat of death was getting stronger and stronger. The two of them looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly changed drastically. One of them said, "Your face." The other person also said in horror, "Your appearance." The two of them were horrified at the same time. They looked down at themselves and were shocked to find that they seemed to have suddenly aged a lot. They were already in their 70s and 80s. In reality, they were already more than 250 years old and did not have much lifespan left. Now that they had been affected by the flames, they seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. At this moment, both of them looked withered, and the hair on their heads had even started to fall off. Impossible! He's only a top great archmage. How is he able to use such magical power? Impossible! One of them growled with a twisted expression. In the end, he seemed to have lost his calm completely. He suddenly turned around and charged out. The other person was shocked. "Wait, don't be rash." However, before that person could finish speaking, the other party had already charged into the flame barrier. The moment he crashed into the flame barrier, the magical power outside the body of the ancestor of the Adrian family clan quickly collapsed. He seemed to have gone crazy and erupted with magical power without care. However, he could not catch up with the speed at which it was dissipating. In the blink of an eye, his protective magical power was completely corroded. The moment the flames came into contact with his body, he aged rapidly and instantly became a dried corpse. Chapter 239, Feeling Fear. When he sensed the aura of his companion disappear, the other ancestor of the Adrian family clan felt as if his heart had fallen into an ice cave. He felt the strongest fear and despair in his life. At this moment, the flames had already invaded in front of him. No! No! Amidst his indignant and desperate roar, this person erupted his magical power crazily in an attempt to resist. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. In an instant, his life was ended by the magical flames. Although the outside world could not see what was going on in the flames, they could sense the weakening and disappearance of the auras of the two ancestors of the Adrian family clan. They could also hear their roars before they died. For the first time, many people learned that a top great archmage expert would actually die such a tragic death. It was a long story, but it had only been tens of seconds between the appearance of the two ancestors of the Adrian family clan and their death. When they sensed their auras disappear, the hearts of all the experts of the four family clans on the battlefield turned cold. At the same time, the auras of Dick, Zoro, and the others soared. The few of them had used the Shen Luo all-encompassing technique simultaneously. Dick's aura instantly increased to that of a top great archmage. As his magical power surged, a golden flying sword burst out from his side. Its speed and power increased by more than 10 times. It instantly shattered the magical power of a bolt of lightning that was coming at him, and then pierced through the chest of an enemy who was a level 8 great archmage. This was not all. Dick raised his hand and pointed out at the same time. He used the stone-shattering palm and killed the enemy who was a level 8 great archmage. At the same time, Zoro and the others had also seized the opportunity to use their strongest magical power, the stone-shattering palm, to kill several enemies. Huge fingers condensed from the divine chi of the heavens and earth descended from the sky, crushing the great archmagi like ants. This scene shocked countless people and was unforgettable. When the two ancestors of the Adrian family clan died in the flames, many people knew that the outcome of this battle was certain. However, they had not expected it to end so quickly. The Nicholas family used the Shen Luo all-encompassing technique and the stone-shattering palm at the same time. Instantly, 7 or 8 great archmagi were killed. Faced with their skyrocketed strength, the remaining people no longer had a chance. In fact, they did not even have the chance to escape. As Ron retracted the light passage sacred flame, he looked around. Seeing that below was being pursued and beaten by Karaman, he did not care. His gaze finally landed on the top great archmage ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan who was fighting with the 5-color peacock. At the same time, that ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan felt a chill down his spine, and an unconcealable horror appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, his expression turned ruthless, and the magical power in his body erupted to force the 5-color peacock back. Then, he suddenly retreated rapidly. But at this moment, a sword cry like that of a dragon could be heard, and a beam of sword light instantly arrived, sealing off his escape route. The ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan was shocked. He quickly took out a long spear to block the dragon flame flying sword, but he was forced back. Then, the power of wind and lightning swept over his head, and a magical pair of peacock claws grabbed at his head. He erupted with magical power again and dodged the 5-color peacock's attack by a hair's breadth. However, the dragon flame flying sword was about to arrive. Originally, if it was just to deal with the 5-color peacock, the ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan would still have some confidence. Although their levels were similar, as a mage, with the advantage of magical power, he would not be at a disadvantage. But now, with the threat of the flying sword, it was more difficult for him. Moreover, the person controlling the weapon was also a top great archmage, and he had other powerful methods. However, at least what had not made the ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan despair was that Ron had not used that strange light passage sacred flame magical power on him. It seemed that he had expended too much energy and could not use it for the time being. The ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan thought, but he could not be happy because even so, his situation was not optimistic at all. Lost, the 4 large family clans had completely lost today. Although he could not accept this outcome, he understood that this was already a foregone conclusion. What should he do? Should he admit defeat? If he did not admit defeat, not only would he die, his entire family clan might be annihilated. However, even if he admitted defeat, would the other party let him and his family off? By the way, where was the city lord? If the city lord appeared. "Ah, old ancestor, save me! Ah, city lord, save! Ah!" At this moment, several screams sounded in succession, causing the expression of the Jeffrey family clan's ancestor to change drastically again. He turned around and saw that the remaining great archmagi of the 4 family clans had also been mercilessly killed by Zoro and the others. Even below had been dismembered by the countless golden sword beams. Caramon grabbed with his right hand and took a storage ring in his hand. Looking at the mist of blood in the air, his eyes flickered with a hint of joy and excitement. He had actually killed a top great archmage. In his life, Caramon had never felt so pleased and satisfied. And the ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan was almost in despair. His gaze automatically looked in the direction of Diaz, and he could not help but feel shocked and furious. Is the city lord still not making a move? Could it be that? The ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart instantly felt like it had plunged into an ice cave. In a life and death battle, an instant of distraction was fatal. Roar! When a sharp howl entered his ear, the ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan looked up in shock and saw a wind and lightning power several times stronger than before transform into a shocking sharp claw that instantly landed on his head. He wanted to dodge, but a scarlet sword light came from the side and sealed his retreat. It was over. In his despair, he crazily erupted all his magical power to defend himself. Boom! An earth-shaking rumble sounded, and a dazzling light covered the sky. A figure covered in blood rushed out from the light in a sorry state. However, in the next second, a huge magical peacock appeared behind him. Without another chance to dodge or resist, he was swallowed by the 5-color peacock. The moment he was swallowed, the aura of the ancestor of the Jeffrey family clan vanished. The 5-color peacock let out a long roar, as if it had eaten delicious food. At this moment, everyone in the Holy Light City was extremely shocked. All of them were gone. The great archmagi of the 4 large family clans were all gone. Even Diaz could not believe what he was seeing. He could not suppress the shock in his heart. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a sword cry like a dragon roar. Then, they felt a powerful aura erupt in the air. The magical power in Ron's body surged, and the aura of a top great archmage seemed to be rising. Everyone could not help but be stunned. They did not understand. The battle had already ended, and Ron had just used an explosive magical power. What else did he want to do? Chapter 240, finally recaptured. In the next moment, everyone saw the scarlet flying sword, which had flown back to Ron, circling around him. A layer of dazzling strange flames appeared in the scarlet sword light. In the distance, Diaz had also looked shocked. At this moment, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His pupils constricted slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He seemed to want to speak, but after a flash of his eyes, he stopped for some reason. At the same time, the dragon flame flying sword suddenly plummeted. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, it instantly struck the city protection formation of the Holy Light City. A deafening bang sounded. The entire city protection formation flickered violently, but it did not collapse. However, a large hole had been pierced where the dragon flame flying sword had landed. On the blade of the dragon flame flying sword, a ball of flames erupted in the next moment. A little flame turned into thousands in the blink of an eye, like an incomparably huge firework blooming in the air. Then, as if it had a spirit, it split into 4 torrents and scattered in 4 directions. At first, many people were just shocked and did not know what Ron was going to do, but at this moment, many people finally reacted. This was because the 4 directions where the flames had scattered were where the palaces of the 4 large family clans were. They were clearly trying to exterminate the 4 large family clans. In the blink of an eye, the 4 flames descended like rains of fire into the 4 palaces. The flames fell into the 4 family clans' palaces. At first, there were screams of fear, but a few seconds later, they all disappeared. The 4 palaces and even the entire Holy Light City fell into an extremely strange dead silence at this moment. Many great archmagi could clearly perceive with their divine senses that at this moment, a large number of auras had disappeared from the 4 family clans' palaces. A bone-chilling cold rose from the hearts of many. Even the great archmagi could not believe that the Nicholas family had really done this. Furthermore, he had exterminated all 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City in one go. There was no room for negotiation. He had been so ruthless and vicious. Everyone looked at the figure of the young man with the astonishing aura in the sky, and a sense of reverence surged uncontrollably in their hearts. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Ron was no longer the person who had the ability to increase his level at an astonishing speed. Instead, he was a terrifying existence who could kill 2 top great archmagi with a wave of his hand and wipe out the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City without blinking. In the air, Ron looked down at the Holy Light City below, not just at the situation in the 4 family clans' palaces, but also the expressions of everyone in the city. His expression was indifferent, and his state of mind was firm and calm. He had long come to the realization that the feud between the Nicholas family clan and the 4 large family clans could no longer be amicably resolved. Since they would not rest until one of them was dead, he had to eliminate them completely without leaving any future troubles. 50 years ago, when the Nicholas family clan was forced out of the Holy Light City, they had encountered many dangers. Previously, the 4 large family clans had even sent 8 great archmagi to attack the Nicholas family clan. Later on, they hired the Mugwang Pavilion to assassinate the Nicholas family. It could be said that if there was just one misfortune, the Nicholas family clan would no longer exist. The cycle of the heavens and retribution would repeat itself. Today, it was just a change of status. Ron did not want the hands of the other clansmen to be stained with too much blood. He alone would be this evil person. In just 10 seconds, the flames in the 4 family clans' palaces flew into the air simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, they had returned the same way they had come. The dragon flame flying sword, which had been inserted into city protection formation, was also withdrawn with a sword cry. The magic formation flickered for a moment before returning to normal. However, everyone knew that if Ron really wanted to, he would most likely be able to break the formation completely. The reason why he had held back was because there was no need to really break the formation. At the same time, he was sending a message to the others. The Nicholas family clan would only take revenge and not endanger others. The dragon flame flying sword, which was wrapped in flames, flew back to Ron's side in an instant. Ron slowly swept his gaze across the Holy Light City and said, "The feud between the Nicholas family clan and the 4 family clans has been settled today. From now on, there will no longer be the 4 large family clans in the Holy Light City. There will only be the Nicholas family clan." His voice was not loud, but it reverberated clearly throughout the entire Holy Light City. It exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap, shocking them and making them unable to calm down for a long time. At this moment, Ron's aura was even more powerful than in the previous battle. It had far surpassed that of an ordinary top great archmage. Only then did many people realize that Ron had not used his full strength earlier. And at this moment, it was not difficult to guess the purpose of showing it to everyone. It was just to intimidate and establish their might. Then, The powerful aura on Ron's body quickly converged, and he retracted his flying sword and the light passage sacred flame. He looked up at Diaz in the distance and nodded slightly. He said, "City Lord, our feud with the 4 large family clans is over. Please let us enter the city and return to our family clan's former residence." A faint light flashed in Diaz's eyes, and thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. However, on the surface, he was calm and indifferent, as if he did not care about Ron's extermination of the 4 family clans at all. He nodded and said, "I won't ask about your private feud with the 4 family clans. Since it has been settled, let's drop the matter. You can handle the rest yourselves. If you need anything, you can contact the local officials." Ron said politely, "Thank you for your help, City Lord." Diaz nodded slightly and put away the formation disc in his hand. The magic formation barrier above the Holy Light City also disappeared. The entire Nicholas family clan returned to the flying ferry, and then the flying ferry slowly landed. It landed below the previous home of the former Nicholas family clan, and from today onwards, it would still be the home of the Nicholas family clan. Seeing this, many people in the Holy Light City could not help but be secretly surprised. They had not expected the city lord to really let the Nicholas family clan return just like that. He had not expressed anything about the extermination of the 4 large family clans. Many people started to think quickly about how much significance the city lord's attitude had, how much it represented the benefits and trade-offs between the factions in the royal family, and so on. However, there were also people who understood the difficulties Diaz was in. Now that things had turned out this way, Diaz probably had no choice but to seek stability. If he were to make things difficult for the Nicholas family again, it might not end well. The performance of the Nicholas family was too powerful, far beyond everyone's expectations. Even the royal family had to consider their attitude carefully. An old man behind Diaz said hesitantly, "City Lord, is this really?" Diaz raised his hand to stop the other party from speaking. His eyes flickered and he said, "Let's settle this matter temporarily as such for now. Let's go back first." As he spoke, his gaze seemed to inadvertently glance at the distant sky, and then he turned around and flew back to the city lord residence. Chapter 241, Hidden Rewards. At this moment, in the sky somewhere outside Holy Light City, on a flying ferry, Prince 7 watched with burning eyes as the flying ferry slowly landed in the city lord's residence. An ecstatic expression appeared on his face. "The Nicholas family clan has really given me a huge surprise, hee. Prince 7's eyes lit up, and his expression seemed a little smug. "Chief Steward Hansen, you said that I seemed to have found the right party this time. What do you think?" Behind Prince 7, Chief Steward Hansen was also quite surprised, so he smiled and nodded. "The prince is really capable. Even I have to admit defeat." Prince 7 laughed and said, "Chief Steward Hansen, flattery has never been your forte." "Ha, I was just telling the truth." Chief Steward Hansen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "However, with the Nicholas family clan's strength, it looks like they won't submit to us easily, right?" "I naturally know this," said Prince 7. "Now that I think about it, my simple contact with them earlier on was just wishful thinking. They did not need that kind of help at all, but it does not matter. At least, I have buttered the Nicholas family clan up more than the others." As he spoke, Prince 7 looked toward the center of the city and said, "It looks like someone has discovered this earlier than us. Let's go. In this case, we should pay a visit." Then, the flying ferry flew toward the city and landed inside the city. On one flying ferry, many people were still in a daze. Even after they had landed, they still found it unbelievable. Although they also trusted Ron and the others very much, it could be said that they trusted them absolutely. They had really not imagined such a method. Some people were just happy, while others were worried and horrified. After all, it was such a brutal act. There were also some people who did not know that Ron had exterminated the other family clans, such as Lily and Devon. However, those who were a little more mature actually had a clear understanding in their hearts. They understood that Ron needed a lot of resolve to be able to do this. After everyone had alighted from the flying ferry, Ron put it away, and Norton began to arrange for people to take over various matters. Currently, because of the extermination, this place only had some servants left. They had not reacted yet to what had happened. It was basically a mess. If they did not tidy it up, then no matter how large this place was, it would not be comfortable to stay here. The first step of the transformation was to erase all the traces left behind by the family clan that had lived here previously, including the furniture, the manpower. Everything had to be removed. As a large number of people and items were moved away, they also moved in a large number of their own items. The new place was many times larger than their previous place. For a moment, it was really difficult to get rid of all the items, big and small. They could only clear some important areas first. There was no need to elaborate on the most important matter. Soon, even children like Lily and Devon were brought to this place. They looked curiously at the adults with reddened eyes. They did not understand why the adults were crying non-stop. However, they were still smiling and could not even speak. Norton, Zorro, and Herbert had tears in their eyes. Their emotions were extremely complicated. They were excited, emotional, and this was something the younger generation could not understand. Back then, they had left in a sorry state with their elders. Now, they had returned with the elders and generations of their family clansmen. They would definitely fulfill the last wish of their old ancestor. Even if they were gone, the descendants would inherit the family clan's will and continue to move forward. This family clan had finally returned to their origin today and regained everything that had been snatched away in the past. From now on, they would definitely make this family clan stronger. They would not disappoint the old ancestor. In the void, an invisible phantom watched everything quietly. He was also very emotional. After many twists and turns, he had finally returned to this most familiar place. Although there were some places that were different from what he remembered, they had remained the same in general. He could still sense the traces of familiarity and the warmth. Romo was very satisfied. The emptiness in his heart had been filled. To him, this was his home. The previous one was just a temporary residence. Here, he had expanded the territory step by step. He had seen with his own eyes many of the buildings here being constructed. It was during this period of gradual growth and expansion that he had developed this family clan into the largest family clan. Romo sighed, his heart filled with indescribable complicated emotions. The family clan has successfully relocated. Hidden mission, return to the origin. It has been successfully completed. Received the following rewards. The system's notifications sounded in his ear, instantly scattering Romo's indescribable emotions. He carefully flipped through the rewards given by the system. He flipped through several pages in a row and still had not finished. It felt good. It was rare for the system to be so generous. It had actually given generous rewards that had never been seen before. He had not expected there to be such a hidden setting, and that the rewards would be so generous. He was dazzled. Previously, Romo had been somewhat puzzled. After all, he had received rewards for completing a relatively small mission. Why was there no related mission generated to resolve such a major family feud? It turned out that this major event had been waiting here. The system had actually set up a hidden mission. Such a hidden mission would result in generous rewards that far surpassed the usual. However, a milestone had been set up. There had been no notifications, and it was triggered and accomplished passively. From the looks of it, this setting was a little like an achievement system that had no notifications. This system, which generates missions for me, is quite creative. Romo could not help but complain in his heart. Naturally, he did not receive any response. After all, a machine did not have an emotional module. Romo did not care about anything else and started to use the system rewards. With a wave of faint points, his level kept rising. He was only one step away from the next threshold. After he had leveled up, he started to count the various rewards given by the system, preparing to use them one by one. First, he had to upgrade the protective formation and the forbidden ground. After all the clansmen had moved back to their current home, the protective formation and forbidden ground which he had set up earlier had automatically moved to a new location. Of course, the orientation had not changed, and the entrance was the same. With a thought from Romo, the system sounded again. Confirmed use, successful use. The current level of the protective formation is level 5. The effects have been stacked. The effect of the experience has increased from 30 times to 40 times. It has increased up to 5 times. The effect has been enhanced. 10 times more cultivation has been added. After the upgrade, the effects of many attributes had increased. Of course, there were also those that had not. Moreover, a new attribute had been added. This time it was a retainer tenfold cultivation speed effect. Chapter 242, Time to Harvest. This attribute was a little special. It was targeted not at the clansmen but at the retainers of the family clan. Although it was not a direct increase in the strength of the family clan, they could rely on these people. There were many things that the clansmen did not have to do themselves. They could then have more time to cultivate. In addition, some of the more powerful retainers could also protect some of the weaker clansmen. After he had finished upgrading the protective formation, it was time to upgrade the forbidden ground. Romo looked at the introduction on the tool and found that the upgrade tool ignored all restrictions and directly upgraded the forbidden ground by 1 level. After some thought, he chose to use faith points to increase the current level first, and then use the tool rewarded by system which he had just obtained. Confirm use, successful use. The current level of the forbidden ground is level 3. The effects have been stacked. The upper limit on the number of people who can receive its effects has been increased to 6. The relevant bonuses are as follows: 5 times. The healing effect has been increased to 30 times. The success rate of refining medicine has increased by 20%. The success rate of refining magical weapons has increased by 10%. Just like the formation, after the forbidden ground had been upgraded, the effects of the original attributes had been increased. At the same time, the effect of the additional attribute had been introduced: the success rate of refining magical weapons. Now, the two effects were finally a pair. Romo checked the faith points required to level up again. It had increased to 800,000 points in an instant. The corners of his lips curled up. With the tool this time, he would not have to expend faith points. Confirm use, successful use. Current level of the forbidden ground is level 4. The effects have been stacked. The upper limit of the number of people who can receive its effects has been increased to 10. The relevant bonuses are as follows. The strength of the magical beasts that are not from the family clan will be reduced by half in the forbidden ground. Perhaps he could get some magical beasts to tame in the future? A thought flashed across Romo's mind, and his gaze landed on the other 2 brand new tools. These 2 items looked pretty good. Of course, not all attributes had increased. For example, the Realm Breakthrough Halo and the Inner Demon Purification had not changed. In addition, there was an enhancement of the effect of a new attribute: the Retainer tenfold cultivation speed increase. This new attribute was a little different from the previous ones. It was targeted at the retainers, the outsiders who were temporarily living in the Nicholas family. Coincidentally, the Nicholas family clan had just returned to the Holy Light City, and their strength and various cultivation resources had been reshuffled. It was time to start recruiting some helpers. Any family clan with relatively strong strength would basically recruit many retainers, including the various large and small factions. The royal family was no exception. To the current Nicholas family clan, nurturing retainers was basically considered secondary. The primary focus was still the clansmen of the main family. However, with the retainers, there was no need for the clansmen to do many things themselves. This way, they could concentrate more on their cultivation to increase their strength and the strength of their family clan. Moreover, they could also send some more powerful retainers to protect the clansmen who were weaker. In short, there were many benefits. After upgrading the magic formation to protect the family clan, the next step was to upgrade the family clan's forbidden ground. Considering the cost-effective factors, Romo did not use the tool to upgrade the forbidden ground directly. This tool could allow the forbidden ground to advance by one level indefinitely. Currently, the faith points required to advance from level 2 to level 3 were not too many. He could use the faith points to advance one level first, and then use the forbidden ground upgrade tool he had obtained earlier from the generous rewards. Command confirmation, consumed 300,000 faith points. The family clan's forbidden ground's current level has increased to level 3. The upper limit of the number of people who can receive the effects in the family clan's forbidden ground has been increased to 6. The current attributes are as follows. The comprehension ability has been increased to 5 times, healing has been increased to 30 times, and the success rate of refining pills has increased to 20%. New attributes have been added. The success rate of refining magical weapons has increased to 10%. Like the previous protective formation, after the family clan's forbidden ground had been upgraded by one level, the effect of many attributes had been enhanced. Similarly, there was an enhancement of the effect of a new attribute, the success rate of refining a magical weapon. Finally, the Nicholas family clan had gathered all the attributes for alchemy and weapon refinement. Romo took a look at the next upgrade of the forbidden ground. The faith points required were only 300,000 previously, but now, it required 800,000. However, it did not matter. He still had the tool to upgrade the forbidden ground. Command confirmation, one forbidden ground enhancement talisman will be used. The family clan's forbidden ground has been upgraded to level 4. The upper limit of the number of people who can receive the effects in the family clan's forbidden land has been increased to 10. The current attributes are as follows. Enhancement for comprehension ability has increased by 6 times, cultivation experience has increased by 30 times, the success rate of refining magical weapons has increased to 20%. Enhancement of new attribute that has been added effect on magical beast in forbidden ground. Forbidden Ground Magical Beast Effect. In the family clan's forbidden ground, the strength of the magical beast which has not belonged to the family clan yet will be weakened by 50%. This new attribute seemed to be quite clear. Perhaps he could let his clansmen catch a few magical beasts in the future and tame them. Romo's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at the other rewards. Family Clan Treasure Vault Construction Talisman. The family clan's treasure vault will be built after the talisman has been consumed. There is a probability that the secret magical manuals and magical weapons placed here would be strangely transformed. Family Clan Guardian Spirit Beast Nest Construction Talisman. The Guardian Spirit Beast's nest will be built after the talisman is used. The Guardian Spirit Beast in it will receive a 10-fold increase in cultivation. These two construction talismans were both very useful. The ancestral home of the Nicholas family clan originally had a multi-treasure pavilion. It was a 6-story, hexagonal building which Romo had personally designed. After it had been occupied by the Trice family clan, it was still used. Currently, there were still many magical manuals and magical weapons stored inside. There was naturally no need to think too much about the location for the treasure vault construction talisman. It was used on the multi-treasure pavilion. As for the nest construction talisman, he planned to use it tonight. Then, there were the random magical weapons and the random heaven tier magical manuals. There were 2 of each. Romo immediately used them. After 4 random picks, he obtained the platinum tier magic weapon, the cloud gold furnace, the low-grade heaven tier secret magical manual, the flowing cloud armor, the silver tier magic weapon, the formation breaking spear, and a high-grade heaven tier magical manual, the sacred talisman record. Among them, the cloud gold furnace was a furnace with special characteristics. Its additional attribute was the increase in the success rate of refining a magical weapon by 20%. The new magical weapon refined had a 10% chance of obtaining the power of lightning technique. The flowing cloud armor was for defense, and the formation breaking spear was for attack. When using this spear to attack a magic formation, it could exert 130% the usual attack power. The Sacred Talisman Record was a secret magical manual used to study talisman making. There were two surprises here. With the Cloud Gold Furnace, Dick could also change to a higher quality weapon refinement furnace. With the Sacred Talisman Record, the Nicholas family clan could consider nurturing a talisman master. To be honest, this Sacred Talisman Record was actually a special type of magical treasure, the kind that could only be used once. However, weapon refinement and talisman making were two different systems. A weapon refiner might not be able to make talismans. Those who could make talismans were generally called a talisman maker. Compared to alchemy and weapon refinement, making talismans was easier. However, it was not much different. Talisman masters were also rare. Romo still had two special talismans in his possession. They were to be used for developing talent. If the descendants of the family clan could develop the talent to make talismans, the Nicholas family clan would be able to nurture a talisman master. Chapter 243, 1 Annihilated 4. After he had picked the random magical weapons and random magical manuals, it was time for the segment he had been looking forward to the most: open the high-grade surprise treasure chest. There was no need to choose one from many this time. He hoped that he could get something good. Command confirmed. Used one high-grade surprise treasure chest. Received strange sacred flame, sun-devouring flame. It was actually a big surprise. He had obtained another strange sacred flame. The light passage sacred flame earlier had played an extremely powerful role in Ron's hands, raising the strength of the Nicholas family clan suddenly. Now, another one had appeared again, and it would definitely bring the family clan to a new height. After counting all this, Romo used the advanced faith doubling talisman, which was one of the generous rewards. In the next 100 days, he would be able to obtain 3 times the faith points. While he was counting the various rewards, the Nicholas family had already settled down in the palace. However, there were still many things to do. Apart from Norden, who needed to oversee the family clan, all the great archmagi had been sent out to the 3 family clans to obtain the spoils of victory. Although the Nicholas family clan had already destroyed the 3 family clans, the territory and resources of the 3 family clans had not been transferred to the Nicholas family clan yet. After all, the 3 family clans were different from the Trice family clan. The Trice family had seized the Nicholas family clan's land and businesses, so it was natural to return them to their rightful owners. Even so, the items of the 3 family clans had become ownerless. How could the Nicholas family not want them? Due to the earlier battle, the others had been stunned by Nicholas' power. Unless Nicholas made the first move, the others would not dare to extend their hands to get the items. Even the city lord of the Holy Light City, Diaz, chose to wait and see. Looking at the situation, those who had some calculations in their hearts also had some misgivings. The Nicholas family members were well aware of this, and they would not be polite to those people. Since they had won the battle, they naturally had to take the spoils of victory. In the city lord residence of the Holy Light City, in a hall used to receive guests. At this moment, Diaz was holding a cup of tea and taking a leisurely sip. Sitting opposite him was the 7th prince, Quinn. Imperial uncle, are you really not tempted by the palaces and ancestral businesses of the 3 large family clans? As he spoke, Quinn started to joke. Even I'm a little envious of their stuff. Although I'm tempted, it's indeed not appropriate for me to intervene now. Since it was won by the Nicholas family, what harm is there in giving the spoils of war to them? Diaz smiled. Oh? Imperial uncle is quite open-minded, but... Quinn's eyes darkened. Aren't you afraid that this family clan will become so powerful that you won't be able to control it? Upon hearing this, Diaz smiled helplessly. With the powerful strength the Nicholas family clan has displayed today, I don't think they can be easily controlled unless I get help from another place. However, everything belonging to the three large family clans will eventually be taken by them. Why should I be the bad guy? The four large family clans that had vanished from the Holy Light City today were extremely powerful existences in the eyes of many. But now, the Nicholas family clan had directly annihilated the four large family clans. During the battle between the two sides, both sides had displayed different combat strength. From this, it could be seen that the Nicholas family clan had unfathomable strength. They had actually used many extremely powerful magical powers, magical weapons, and secret techniques in a row. It could be said that there was an endless stream of them. Their foundation was even deeper than that of the four large family clans combined. It was unbelievable. Now, for them to collect the spoils of victory after the battle, this behavior was naturally reasonable. Moreover, at the end of the day, those things are actually not that good. There's no need to offend a powerful family clan that I still can't fathom for the sake of those few benefits. In Daya's eyes, the items were really not that attractive. When he said he had been tempted earlier, it was just a joke. Quinn had come into contact with the Nicholas family clan previously, and after today's battle, he could see more clearly. His heart skipped a beat. I wonder how long the Nicholas family clan can last. Perhaps. Dias could tell that he was tempted. He reminded him carefully, "Don't be anxious. There's no need to decide so quickly." Prince Seven looked a little bitter and anxious. "I know, but I'm not the only candidate for the throne. If they don't be anxious." Dias poured him some tea and said unhurriedly, "Don't be anxious. What is yours will eventually fall into your hands. What doesn't belong to you, you won't be able to get it, no matter how anxious you are." Quinn raised his teacup and smiled when he saw the tea leaves rise and fall in the tea. "I understand what you mean, but how many people can do this?" In the end, the murmur was already inaudible. "All right, it's not easy for you to make a trip here. Don't just think about troublesome things. Relax and enjoy yourself here for a few more days, okay? Lena is coming over in a few days, so the two of you can have a good gathering." With these few words said, Dias was about to settle the matter. "Ah? Is the ninth sister really coming over?" Quinn's head was already starting to hurt. "I shouldn't have come into the Holy Light City." "Yes, I'm sure you want to come here." Dias patted his shoulder and smiled brightly. "Don't even think of running, kid. I won't help you hide it. When she comes and finds out that you have left first, you won't have a good life after that." Quinn held his forehead speechlessly. "All right, I won't leave." When the people in the city lord residence were talking about the Nicholas family, many people in the Holy Light City were also discussing the subsequent developments and paying close attention to the subsequent movements of the Nicholas family. Soon, every pair of eyes and ears knew the latest development of the matter. Nicholas family had sent a great archmage to the palaces of the three large family clans. This action was basically within most people's expectations. However, they had not expected the city lord residence to not have any reaction. It was unbelievably calm. Many people started to think as they calculated with their fingers. Previously, when the four large family clans were exterminated by the Nicholas family clan, the city lord had pretended to be a bystander. Later on, he did not do anything to the Nicholas family clan. It seemed that Dias was planning to rope in this powerful family clan. In fact, it was easy to understand. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Nicholas family clan had become a hot topic. Previously, the four large family clans seemed to have each submitted to two princes. Now that the four large family clans were gone from the Holy Light City, a ruthless figure much more powerful than the four large family clans had entered the Nicholas family clan. If the Nicholas family clan chose to submit to the royal family, it would make no difference to the Sebastian kingdom whether the four large family clans were destroyed or not. However, this was not certain now. One could only continue to wait and see. This was what some of the idle people in the city thought. Not to mention other things, the Nicholas family clan was currently in the limelight. Just like Ron had said at that time, from now on, there are no more 4 large family clans in the Holy Light City. There is only the Nicholas family clan. Such a simple and shocking sentence had spread quickly throughout the Holy Light City, throughout the entire Sebastian Kingdom, and to some extremely far places. Chapter 244, Soft Fragrance. The news had reached Winterfrost, the Campbell Palace. In a study, Colin Campbell stood there in a daze for a long time before he regained his senses. He had not expected this. He had waited anxiously in Winterfrost for a long time, and in the end, he had received such big news. Although he had learned from his old friend that the current Nicholas family clan was no longer the same as before, he was still very uneasy. After all, those were the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. They had even been related to the royal family. He had not expected the Nicholas family clan to be so powerful now. They were actually able to destroy the 4 large family clans in one go and return to the Holy Light City. Their wish to return to the ancestral land had finally been fulfilled. Norton and the others must be very happy now. Thinking of the words Norton had left behind before he left, the excitement in Colin Campbell's heart was indescribable. He clenched his fists and looked into the distance through the window. I can't wait to see the betrothal gifts from the Nicholas family. The low murmur drifted in the air. When the news reached the Sky Blue Magic Academy, it immediately caused a commotion. The Nicholas family had destroyed the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City in one battle. It is true. Whoa! The Nicholas family has won? That's impossible, is it reliable? Could it be? I heard the news from the city lord. It's definitely true. It is said that the Nicholas family clan has produced a bunch of great archmagi. Especially Ron, he has already reached the peak. It's fake, right? How is this possible? It's true. The scenario at that time was roughly like this. Yes. My family in the Holy Light City. In a cultivation formation, a group of magi was discussing the latest major incident. Ron is actually a top great archmage. Upon hearing the keyword, a beautiful figure could not help but exclaim softly. What should she do? It was naturally a good thing that the Nicholas family could defeat the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. Serena was genuinely happy for them when she heard the news. However, she was always at a loss when she heard news about Ron. From the last time they separated, every time she heard the word Ron, she would learn that his level had increased tremendously. Currently, she was only a level 3 great archmage, but that person was already a top great archmage. This gap caused an extremely subtle change in the complicated emotions in her heart. She believed that Ron would not break off this marriage because of the difference in levels, but... Sigh, Serena sighed softly, a little lost. This news had reached a small building. The 2 women in white were arguing softly about this. They were not arguing about whether it was true or false, but... Should we report this news to the Grand Master? Let's not tell her. After all, the Nicholas family clan has nothing to do with us now. But I heard that our Grand Master had a relationship with the old ancestor of the Nicholas family clan. Watch your words. Do you want to die? Cough. I won't say any more. What's happening to you? The words came to an abrupt stop and the woman looked in the direction of her companion's gaze in surprise. What are the 2 of you talking about? A cold female voice sounded. The woman in white was so frightened that she almost knelt down to apologize. When did the Grand Master appear? How much had she heard? Beside them, a woman in her 30s had unknowingly appeared. Her long hair was like a waterfall, stretching out along the contour of her body. Her jade-like skin made one feel that it was perfect in every way. This cold woman was also wearing a white dress. Her white dress was clearly similar to the others, but it made her look as cold as the cold moon, making it impossible for anyone to have any disrespectful thoughts. Her voice was faint and ethereal. "Tell me, what happened to the Nicholas family?" Upon hearing the Grand Master's question, the two women in white trembled like paper. They were so frightened that they almost lost their voices. The white-robed woman, who had advised her companion to be careful with her words, turned pale and said uneasily, "Grand Master, we speak." The woman's voice was cold. It's like this. I have received news earlier that the Nicholas family clan has annihilated the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City today and has returned grandly to the Holy Light City. The woman in white, who had stood up to answer, spoke very carefully. "Returned?" asked the cold and aloof Korja. In her memory, the Nicholas family clan had always been a member of the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. Why did it sound today like something had been hidden? The woman in white, who was already a great archmage, replied respectfully, "Grand Master, the Nicholas family." She roughly explained the changes in the Nicholas family in the past few hundred years. She emphasized the difference in the situation 50 years ago and the past 1 year. Korja's expression was calm. No emotion could be seen. It seemed that she did not care about the current situation of the Nicholas family. After the junior had finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes and fell silent for a moment. Then, she looked at the 2 jittery women in white. "How do the 2 of you know so much about the Nicholas family clan?" "Grand Master, a mage came here today as a guest and we happened to talk about this. Only then did the 2 of us know." Back then, after the Grand Master had returned from outside, she went into seclusion to study magical power. Then, the elders of the family clan gave the order that no one was allowed to mention or pay attention to the Nicholas family clan. This ban had been maintained for hundreds of years, and the 2 of them had accidentally learned a little about it. As for the others, they probably only knew the order but did not know the reason. In the past few hundred years, no one had paid attention to the Nicholas family clan in the Holy Light City. If it had not been for the fact that they had specially asked around, this information would not have reached their ears. Half a day ago, a mage happened to pass by here and talked about this matter, which had been spreading like wildfire in Ferrero City. The 2 of them were really curious, so they asked in private. However, after knowing this, they were conflicted again. They did not know if they should present this news to their Grand Master. Unexpectedly, just as they were arguing about whether they should tell her, their Grand Master discovered them. The 2 of them did not hide anything anymore and told her everything. After hearing their explanation, Korja was silent for a moment again. Then, she said calmly, "I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly flashed and she disappeared. The 2 great archmagi looked at each other and relaxed after a while. After leaving, Korja flashed for a few seconds and arrived at the peak of a mountain. She looked into the distance and seemed to have seen something. She was still cold and cheerless, but there was a hint of nostalgia and sadness in her eyes. "It has been 500 years since we last met. I didn't expect your descendants to have already gone through so much." After a few murmurs, her gaze suddenly softened, and a rare smile appeared on her lips, causing everything that was splendid and exquisite in her surroundings to pale in comparison. Chapter 245, Nurture the Descendants. The cold beauty smiled, and for a moment, it was as if the world had stopped for a breath. "Perhaps, I should go out and take a look." The sun set and the moon rose. Sebastian Kingdom, Holy Light City. The clansmen of the Nicholas family were already lying on their beds resting. They had been tired all day and had to work tomorrow. In the ancestral hall, Romo summoned the system and clicked on the rewards left behind today. Command confirmation. To use one piece of the family clan guardian spirit beast nest construction talisman. The plan for the nest can be selected as follows. With the system notifications, many different types of nests appeared in front of Romo. Each type was suitable for a different guardian spirit beast. At the front, the system had recommended the most suitable plan for the nest. It was quite considerate. Currently, the Nicholas family clan only had one guardian spirit beast, the 5-color peacock. Yes, there was no need to consider further. He clicked on the plan recommended by the system Cloud Sea Perch. Behind the ancestral hall, there was a dwelling of mountain rock and water. After the system had modified it, it instantly became ethereal. The mountain was covered in clouds, and the water produced blue waves. In the area designated by the system, the divine chi was strong and the place was overflowing with an aura of energy. In between the pure white clouds and the blue sea, a cloud of fog rose with the wind and rolled into an erratic cave-like shape. At this moment, the 5-color peacock behind the ancestral hall seemed to have been summoned by something. Its forehead became slightly hot, and the imprint sealed in it opened a little. The magical beast blinked several times in a row, its eyes filled with disbelief, surprise, and panic. It spread its wings and flew into the depths of the ethereal sea of clouds. It flew in and out from time to time, showing a rare childlike interest. It seemed to be very pleased. The great archmagi of the Nicholas family had also discovered it. Such a large energy fluctuation must have been caused by the old ancestor. As for Karaman, he was no longer surprised. He took a few glances and retracted his gaze. After using the family clan guardian spirit beast nest construction talisman, Romo glanced at the system's inventory of tools. Finally, his gaze landed on the special talent development talisman. This kind of talisman had once appeared in a treasure chest which he had selected from many. At that time, he had chosen the Divine Tier Secret Magical Manual Magical Weapon Refinement Technique. Now that he had finally obtained a special talent development talisman, he planned to use it on Ron after careful consideration. Currently, the descendants of the Nicholas family clan could be said to have advanced one after another. In the midst of this, Ron was still the core. From the recent battle, it could be seen that he was not only able to support the entire family, but also the strongest person in the family on the surface. Yes, in the current cultivation plan for descendants, Ron was still the most important. He was already a top great archmage. Taking into account the stability of his realm and other issues, it was not appropriate for him to forcefully increase the realm level of his magical power. He should start from other aspects. His magical power talent had already reached the maximum level of the ordinary, which was the genius level. However, this was only the beginning. This was because above ordinary talent, there was also a special constitution. The probability of the latter appearing could be said to be 1 in a million. Legend had it that the innate spirit body recorded in the book, and the temporary spirit body, the spectral spirit body, which Romo had been temporarily revived in, was the spirit sacred body. When people with special constitution cultivated magical power, they would, in general, be faster than others. The reason why it was in general was because there were some with certain special constitution who when cultivating magical power had to work twice as hard for half the results, spending more effort than others. For example, the spirit-severing sacred body which could not sense the energy aura of the world at all, let alone absorb it or use it. However, using the special physical constitution development talisman in the system, only a good special constitution would be obtained, which was the spirit sacred body. This would save some trouble. Romo thought. Command confirmation. Consumed 1 special physical constitution development talisman. Confirmation of the target for use, Ron, 17th generation descendant of the Nicholas family clan. This descendant has obtained the spirit sacred body Flame sacred body. Flame sacred body, fire-based special body. It has its own affinity for fire-based magical power. All interaction events related to fire will obtain attribute enhancement. The flame sacred body, upon closer look, was simply using Ron's template. Suitable, this was very suitable. Just as Romo was using the system to inject the flame sacred body into Ron's body, Ron, who was cultivating in his bedroom, suddenly felt something inside his body. He was now a top great archmage. At the bottleneck of such a peak level, it was more suitable for him to be enlightened in his mind than to bury his head in cultivation. As such, he did not stay in the family clan's forbidden ground to cultivate. Of course, it was still necessary for him to concentrate on his usual cultivation. Ron's closed eyelids suddenly opened, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What's going on? The strange sacred flame in his body was suddenly stimulated. Not only did it become more agitated, it had also become stronger. What he had just done was not much different from before. It must have been a gift from the old ancestor. However, what was strange was that the old ancestor had not told him this in his dream this time. Perhaps, the old ancestor had something to do and was temporarily delayed. With this thought, Ron quickly calmed himself down and continued to cultivate. He was full of anticipation. Romo, the old ancestor who had been missed by his descendants, was currently thinking about the target to use the special talent development talismans and the special talent strengthening talismans on. He had 2 special talent development talismans in his possession, and 5 special talent strengthening talismans in his possession. They could be used together. After thinking about it, Romo decided to use the 2 special talent development talismans on the family head. Currently, the cultivation plan for descendants was mainly aimed at those who were effective. The development of special talents was basically for secondary professions. Children did not need to dabble in all this. It was better to let the adults do it. In fact, he could have continued to stack them on Ron and Dick, but no matter how many special talents they were to get, they had limited time. It was better to distribute some so as not to overload them. After all, it was also tiring to refine medicine and weapons. Command confirmation: 1 piece of special talent development talisman has been used. Confirmation of the target is 15th generation descendant of the Nicholas family clan, Norton. This descendant has received a special talent formation talent, high grade. Command confirmation: 1 piece of special talent development talisman has been used. Confirmation of the target is 16th generation descendant of the Nicholas family clan, Zorro. This descendant has received a special talent talisman making talent, high grade. After using the 2 special talent development talismans, Norton obtained the high grade formation talent, and Zorro obtained the high grade talisman making talent. Magic formations and talisman making were both good talents that could increase the strength of a family clan. Moreover, the high-grade Divine Tier Secret Magical Manual, the Sacred Talisman Record, which he had obtained earlier, could be a complement to Zorro's talent in talisman making. After developing the special talents, Romo used the 5 special talent strengthening talismans, 2 each on Norton and Zorro, and 1 on Dick to increase their talent levels to that of a genius. Chapter 246, Intense Curiosity. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to the talent-strengthening talismans. There were a total of 20 pieces, and he used them all. With this wave, the magical power talent of the 17th generation descendants of the Nicholas family clan was all pulled to an excellent level. As for the cultivation speed talismans, Romo temporarily ignored them. During this period of time, the descendants probably would not have much time to cultivate magical power. It would be a waste to use them now, so it was better to use them later. After deciding where to assign this pile of items, Romo clicked open a dream-appearing talisman and confirmed its use. Then, he entered Dick's dream. Nicholas family clan, Forbidden Ground. The family clan's Forbidden Ground level was now level 4, and the upper limit on the number of people that could receive its effects was 10 people. At this moment, except for Ron, who was at a bottleneck, all the great archmagi were cultivating in the family's forbidden ground. In addition, there were a few great magi trying to break through the magical power realm. The night gradually turned dark. Norton and the others, who were immersed in their magical cultivation, suddenly felt a strong energy wave and the violent and surging sound. Whoa! Everyone, including Norton, came to their senses. Norton's eyes were fixed on the place where the energy eruption had occurred. He was quite shocked. Is that Dick? The last time he had seen such a huge scene was when Ron had obtained the strange sacred flame. Now, could it be that Dick had also obtained the strange sacred flame bestowed by the old ancestor? Yes, that must be it. Norton was ecstatic and wished he could run out and vent. As the magic formation was isolated, the people outside did not know what was going on inside the forbidden ground. That night, with the help of the old ancestor, Romo, Dick successfully refined the sun-devouring flame. His level had also broken through, from the original level 7 Great Archmage to a top Great Archmage comparable to Ron. In other words, the Nicholas family clan already had 2 top Great Archmagi, and they were all top Great Archmagi who possessed the strange sacred flame and specialized in alchemy and weapon refinement. No one outside knew that after just one night, the powerful strength of the Nicholas family clan had increased again. After daybreak, Norton gathered all the core members of the Nicholas family and held a family meeting. In the meeting, Dick recounted the series of instructions the old ancestor had given him last night, letting everyone present know about the great changes in the family last night. Norton followed closely behind. He had basically arranged for everyone to deal with the important matters today. After the meeting had ended, everyone started to get busy without resting. Yesterday, they had already led their men to tidy up the palaces of the 3 large family clans. The most important thing was to basically empty the treasure vaults of the 3 large family clans. Currently, apart from the magical weapons carried by the family members, all the magical weapons and secret magical books of the Nicholas family had been collected and stored in the multi-treasure pavilion. In addition to the various magical power cultivation resources in the family's treasure vault, there were also a large number of businesses that belonged to the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City. Those which the businesses served included ordinary people and magi, and the shops they opened were diverse and numerous. Amongst them, there was no lack of shops selling pills and magical weapons. It was really eye-catching. All the territories and resources of the Trice family clan were destined to be returned to the Nicholas family. As for the other 3 family clans, all their businesses were too huge. It was impossible for the Nicholas family clan to take over all of them in a short period of time. More importantly, many of the businesses were actually not the private properties of the 3 large family clans. They were basically associated with other forces. In other words, the Nicholas family clan needed to determine which businesses they could obtain from the 3 large family clans. At the same time, they also needed to discuss with the other powers to see what procedures were needed to obtain the related businesses. Of course, there were other trivial details to consider. While the Nicholas family clan was busy with the businesses, the other large and small powers had also made their moves. Even if they could not reap the major benefits, getting a small share in them would also be good. The atmosphere in the entire Holy Light City was extremely heated because of the movements of everyone. There were people here to get a share of the benefits, and also people here to watch the show. That afternoon, Norton suddenly stopped in the midst of dealing with the important matters that were constantly being sent over. He sensed a familiar aura and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He walked out quickly in surprise and joy. After a few steps, a servant ran over and reported, "Master, Lord Harris is here." Norton nodded and left. He had already sensed it from the magical power emanated. When he walked to the hall specially used for receiving visitors, he saw an old man. This person was Harris. "Senior." Norton went over and bowed. "Hello, family head." Harris returned the greeting. After they had sat down, Harris was a little polite. "Currently, the Nicholas clansmen are so busy that their feet don't touch the ground. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have come over to disturb you all. It's just that I happen to be passing by here, so it wouldn't be right if I don't visit. Therefore, I've come to disturb you." "How can this be considered a disturbance? It is our honor to have Senior come to our Nicholas family home." As he spoke, Norton looked grateful. "We would not dare to forget Senior's good intentions toward the Nicholas family. Yesterday, when the Nicholas family clan fought against the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City, Harris was watching from afar. He had been worried that the Nicholas family clan would not be able to hold out. If that time came, he would lend a helping hand. The battle later was overwhelmingly on one side, so he naturally did not go over. In fact, Norton and the others had also discovered Harris watching the battle from the side. However, they were too engrossed in their fight and did not have the time to greet anyone. Although Harris had not actually intervened, this favor was already very precious to the Nicholas family. Family head, you're being too serious. I actually didn't help much. I can't accept your gratitude. Back then, the old ancestor of the Nicholas family clan had saved my life. I've always remembered this favor. Harris waved his hand repeatedly, his expression sincere. If the Nicholas family needs me, I dare not refuse. Norton and Harris looked at each other. They could sense each other's sincerity. They smiled at each other, and the atmosphere changed again. Harris looked puzzled and worried. I didn't mean to offend you, but, is the current strength of the Nicholas family a little inappropriate? Norton knew very well that although Harris seemed to be asking, he was actually concerned about them. He was concerned that the abnormal increase in the level of the Nicholas family clan would cause harm to them instead. After all, such a terrifying increase was unprecedented. They had experienced it themselves, but if they had heard it from others, they would probably not believe it either. The topic of the Nicholas family clan's rank was currently trending in the Holy Light City, and many people were discussing it fervently. Chapter 247, Famous. Currently, the general consensus was that the Nicholas family must have used some forbidden secret technique. The stronger they were now, the more miserable they would be in the future. Just wait, the Nicholas family clan would definitely suffer a backlash. Many large and small factions were waiting for the moment the Nicholas family clan collapsed. In the eyes of those with ill intentions, the destruction of the Nicholas family would come soon. Of course, Harris was different from those people. The smile on Norton's face became even warmer. He consoled Harris, "Senior, don't worry. The rapid advancement of the Nicholas family clan has absolutely nothing to do with those unorthodox methods. The devastation by backlash mentioned by those people will definitely not happen to my clansmen." He picked up his tea, took a sip, and continued, "We have indeed used some special methods, but that was an opportunity unique to our clan." "That's good. I was overthinking." Upon hearing this, the worry in Harris's heart lessened, and his curiosity surged. What kind of special opportunity could have created such an existence for great archmagi? Especially the person in the lead, he had actually reached the realm of a top great archmage. All kinds of magical weapons and secret techniques emerged endlessly. This opportunity was too powerful. There was great excitement in his heart. There were actually no side effects to such a unique speed of breakthrough. No one would believe this. This was too unbelievable. The words from the Nicholas family head had really exceeded his understanding. They could actually nurture a large number of great archmage experts so easily. After entering this palace, he discovered the Nicholas family not only had so many great archmagi, the levels of many people in the family had also increased tremendously. Even those ordinary people were already great magi. Seriously. He had only been gone for a few months. Even if it had been a pill, it was impossible to work so fast. The itch in Harris's heart was like tens of thousands of ants crawling in his heart. He really wanted to know. How did such a monster-like growth speed come about? He clenched his fists and suppressed the curiosity in his heart. After all, this was the family clan's secret technique. He could not ask further. After suppressing the curiosity in his heart, Harris changed the topic, and the two of them started to chat. When they talked about Leonard and the others, Harris said that he had already received their message earlier. When they had heard that the Nicholas family was returning to the Holy Light City, they wanted to rush back to help, but the journey was too long and they could not come back in time. They would probably be here in a few days' time. The two of them chatted happily. Considering that Norton was the head of the family, he probably still had many urgent matters to deal with. It did not take long for Harris to stand up and make a farewell gesture. The Nicholas family is extremely busy currently, so I won't disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave first. Senior, there's no need for formalities. Everyone in our clan will definitely welcome an esteemed guest like you. Norton smiled and invited, since Leonard and the others are coming, don't go and find a place to stay. Stay in our palace and wait for them while you rest. Harris stopped in his tracks. He agreed. He smiled in a relaxed manner. It's difficult to refuse such hospitality. I'll stay in the palace for a few more days. As such, Harris stayed in the Nicholas family for the time being. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, Romo closed his eyes and emanated his magical power, covering the countless treasures in the multi-treasure pavilion. Currently, the number of cultivation resources of magical power in the family clan treasure vault had far surpassed the number guessed by outsiders. In the family clan's treasure vault, in addition to the large number of secret manuals and magical weapons extracted from the treasure vaults of the 4 large family clans, there were also the gains Norton and the others had obtained in the month they had gone to the Calamity Mountain range. They had also found many secret manuals and magical weapons. Coupled with the treasures he had obtained from the Mugwang Pavilion previously and some treasures Romo had obtained earlier in the Calamity Mountain range. After a few accumulations, the Nicholas family clan's foundation had become extremely deep. If the city lord of the Holy Light City were to see so many treasures, he would probably be shocked. There were really too many. As the old ancestor of the Nicholas family clan, Romo had absolute control over everything in the family's treasure vault. He used the magical power in his body skillfully to categorize the various secret magical manuals and magical weapons carefully. He placed the secret manuals and magical weapons in the 6-story hexagonal building of the multi-treasure pavilion according to the quality and value of the items. He did not know how likely the secret manuals and magical weapons placed inside would transform and what would eventually happen. He could only wait and see. He hoped that they would not disappoint him. Ding! The reputation of the host's family clan has increased. It has increased to a famous level. Reputation level has been met. Received a reputation gift bag. The system notification suddenly sounded in Romo's ear. This surprised him. The reputation of the Nicholas family clan had increased to a famous level. After destroying the 4 large family clans yesterday and returning to the Holy Light City, the reputation level had increased by 1 level today. It must have been that the news of the Nicholas family's return had spread throughout the Sebastian Kingdom. Not to mention the other places, just in the Ferrero City area, everyone was basically discussing this major incident in the Holy Light City. To the onlookers, this was already an extremely attention-grabbing topic. A family clan that was once famous had weakened and retreated to an unknown small corner, and then it counterattacked forcefully and regained its former glory. Perhaps because of this, the reputation of the Nicholas family clan had increased rapidly, to the extent that Romo had received a reputation gift bag. Command confirmation. 1 reputation gift bag has been used. The rewards are as follows. Family Clan Luck Free Distribution Points x 200, Advanced Luck Talisman x1, Fertility Enhancement Talisman x1, Realm Breakthrough Protection Talismans x10, Ancestral Blessing Talismans x10, Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman x1, Recruitment Talisman x1, Dream Appearing Talismans x20, Visitation Talismans x50. To be honest, the reputation gift bag this time was much more generous than the previous one. In addition to the various familiar tools, there was also a new talisman among them, the Recruitment Talisman. Recruitment Talisman, after becoming famous, using this talisman will increase the number of helpers from outside seeking refuge within a 1-month period. Indeed, after the Nicholas family clan had returned to the ancestral land, they were more or less short of manpower now. They would definitely recruit retainers in the days ahead. However, there was no need to be too anxious. After all, the Nicholas family clan was currently preoccupied with taking over the businesses of the 4 large family clans and did not have the time to care about anything else. It was better to wait for the family clan to settle down in the Holy Light City before using this recruitment talisman. The 200 family luck-free distribution points had already been automatically used. Romo took a look. Nearly 70 of them had been added to the luck for magical power cultivation. Chapter 248, Level 3 Weapon Refinement Master. There was one each of the Advanced Luck Talisman and the Fertility Enhancement Talisman. They were also selected to be used. Speaking of which, Kathleen, who had been the first to reveal her pregnancy, was about to give birth. There were nearly 10 pregnant women in the family. Romo's gaze swept across the family clan Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman. He specified the target to be the Spirit Beast Egg of the 5-color peacock. He stored the other tools in the system space. In the busyness of the descendants of the Nicholas family, night fell quickly. Romo used a dream-appearing talisman and went to Zoro's dream. He imparted to him a high-grade divine-tier magical secret manual, the Sacred Talisman Record. The next day, the Nicholas family was very busy as usual. Even Kathleen, who was about to give birth, was overseeing those commercial products with Caesar. Ordinary businesses such as perfume and soap had already been moved over from Winterfrost. Previously, for the ordinary businesses of the Nicholas family clan, they had already set up a general structure in Winterfrost. Now, they were only making adjustments and explaining some details. They had already arranged trustworthy manpower. Even if they did not keep an eye on them, there would not be any problems. As for the businesses which they had taken over recently from the 4 large family clans, they were still being reorganized. There was basically no hindrance to the businesses targeted at ordinary people. On the other hand, the businesses that involved magi were very complicated. They could not be resolved overnight. For example, the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion, which originally belonged to the Trice family clan, was a famous major business in the magic world. The Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion was most well known for the Level 3 weapon refining master named Orin who could refine gold-tier magical weapons. Due to this ability, this person received a lot of attention in the Holy Light City. Even in the entire Ferrero City, he could be considered a prominent figure. Back then, the Trice family had to cede great benefits to successfully invite him over. From then on, the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion became unstoppable. It continued to annex and expand. Now, it had basically monopolized the weapon refinement industry in the Holy Light City. It was naturally impossible for the Trice family to monopolize such a large piece of cake. Back then, in order to invite this person, the Trice family clan had ceded half of the share of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion. In other words, the Trice family clan, one of the 4 large family clans, did not have absolute control over this weapon refinement business. Zoro had come yesterday to take over the share of the Trice family clan, but the discussion did not go smoothly. Hence, the Nicholas family clan had sent another person today. Yesterday, Orlin, the person in actual control of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion, had not been polite to Zoro, who had come to take over the business of the Trice family clan. His attitude was very domineering. This is a different matter. The feud between the Nicholas family clan and the Trice family clan has nothing to do with me. The ownership of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion has already been decided. It is jointly controlled by the Trice family clan and me. Now that the Trice family clan is no longer around, the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion is naturally all mine. What has this got to do with the Nicholas family? Zoro was stunned. These words were too outrageous. It was obvious that he wanted to swallow this huge business entirely. How could the Nicholas family let go of such a large piece of meat in front of them? However, they did not have the relevant proof. For a moment, he could not do anything to Orlin, who was like a scoundrel. This Level 3 Weapon Refinement Master of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion had an extremely great reputation. Even the city lord of the Holy Light City had to be polite to him. He also had a deep relationship with many great archmagi of the Holy Light City and even those of Ferrero City. Moreover, the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion had no feud with the Nicholas family clan, so it was not easy to forcefully take it back. After knowing about this troublesome situation, the core members of the Nicholas family quickly started a discussion. In the end, they decided to send Dick. At this moment, Dick had already arrived at the door of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion. He looked up at the large signboard on the door, and a hint of interest rose in his eyes. He strode into the Weapon Refinement Pavilion. "Welcome, guest. We have," an attendant walked over with a smile. When he saw the person's face, he was shocked. "You, aren't you Dick Nicholas?" Dick's lips curled up slightly. "Come and have a chat with Master Oren." Dick Nicholas. The Nicholas family had come knocking on their door. The attendant was not the only one who had recognized Dick. The customers beside him had also recognized him. They subconsciously shrank back, horror on their faces. It was actually Dick. In the previous battle, Dick's performance had been commendable among the few great archmagi of the Nicholas family. As a level 8 great archmage, he had killed 3 top great archmagi in a row. Scary. What is he doing here? Suddenly, a wave of pressure swept over from the depths of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Dick smiled and stepped into the void. In an instant, he was gone. On the periphery of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion, there was a hall used for business. Behind the hall, there were luxurious private rooms for guests to view magical weapons individually. Further in, there was a very spacious quiet room. Below this quiet room, there was an underground secret room with a difficult-to-find entrance. This secret room was actually a weapon refinement room. After stepping into the weapon refinement room, what greeted him was the abnormally high temperature that had not dissipated all year round. This was already a forbidden ground for ordinary people. In the center of this extremely spacious place, there was a pool of molten lava. Above the pool was a huge floating furnace. At this moment, it was being used by a hale and hearty old man to refine magical weapons. This old man, who was calm and collected in the intense flames, was the person in control of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion, Oren. He was a level 3 weapon refinement master and also a level 7 great archmage. He said without turning around when he sensed an unfamiliar aura, "What's the matter? Let me finish refining the item in this furnace first." The interest in Dick's eyes became even more obvious. He looked curiously at the other party's weapon refinement technique. It was a rare opportunity to observe. In the silence between the two, time passed as usual. Under the burning gaze of the two of them, the magical weapon in the furnace gradually took shape. Oren's energy seeped into it bit by bit. Suddenly, the magical power in his body suddenly surged, and his hands instantly changed several gestures. The energy was fused into the magical weapon by his various techniques. The temperature in the room began to rise steadily. At a certain moment, the magical weapon suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. This was a success. Oren carefully restrained the fire and controlled the temperature. An ancient short blade landed in his palm. It looked inconspicuous. However, the two people in the room knew that this newly refined magical weapon had barely passed the threshold of a gold-tier magical weapon. Just by a narrow margin, this short blade would only be a silver-tier magical weapon. A hint of joy flashed across Oren's heart as he waved his hand and kept the newly refined magical weapon. Then, he flashed to Dick's side and raised his hand to set up a table and some chairs. There were also 2 tea sets emitting cold and hot vapor. The tea inside was rippling slightly in the absence of any wind, and the tea leaves were spinning. Orlan was the first to sit down, and then he waved his hand in the air. "Sit." Dick smiled and picked up a cup of cold tea as he sat. He had not expected this person to enjoy himself. He had actually specially refined 2 sets of gold-tier magical equipment, the tea sets, just to make tea. Chapter 249, A Bet on Refining Weapons. The person opposite him also sighed in his heart. Indeed, heroes started young. Oren had watched the entire battle yesterday. He naturally knew that although Dick looked young, he was already a level 8 great archmage, and his strength far surpassed those of the same level. In addition, he had also passively heard a lot of fragmented information about this fella's background. Orlan twisted his fingers slightly and looked across. I heard that you have once stayed in a small sect in the northern region. Dick nodded, his smile unchanging. I stayed there for a while. His past experiences had not been good, but when he left, he had already let go of them completely. Now, there was nothing to hide. You've learned weapon refinement. Could it be that your family head has asked you to come and take over the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion? I'm not in charge of the family businesses. Dick's voice was calm. However, if you need my help in the future, I can come over. Help? Oren snorted, his attitude changing. I don't need anyone else's help. I have already made it clear yesterday that the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refining Pavilion is not a place where the Nicholas family clan can encroach on. No matter who all of you send, I won't change my mind. Of course, if you want to snatch it openly, it's naturally fine. However, to be honest, I have contributed greatly to the development of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion. If I'm gone from this Weapon Refinement Pavilion, I'm afraid it will instantly become ordinary. Towards the end, his voice was filled with mockery and arrogance. This was the confidence of a level 3 weapon refining master. To be honest, the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion had indeed been propped up by Orlan, the only weapon refiner in the store. If he were to leave, the huge Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion would instantly collapse. Master, don't be anxious. As you have said, the Weapon Refinement Pavilion is indeed supported by your reputation and connections. Dick's smile remained. Our clan has always respected those who are capable. If possible, we naturally hope that the two sides can work together and achieve a win-win. Why don't we do this? He raised his hand and knocked on the table. Shall we make a bet? Oren was stunned. A bet? Yes, I want to ask Master for some pointers on weapon refinement. Let's bet on this. Dick said calmly, if I lose, I'll leave this place immediately, and the Nicholas family won't come again to disturb you, Master. If you lose, you will hand over the 50% control of the former Trice family clan to our family clan. How about that? Oren paused for a moment. He had not expected this fellow to dare to compete with him in weapon refinement. He asked with a strange expression, are you sure you want to compete in weapon refinement with me? I'm sure, Dick replied with a smile. What an arrogant kid. Oren shook his head repeatedly. He looked down on this person. I've seen many ignorant and arrogant people like you in my early years. Although I don't know what's going on with your family clan to actually let a mage like you become a level 8 great archmage in just a few months. But, so what? Your weapon refinement technique won't grow. You are really young and naive. Dick raised his eyebrows at the other party's loud laughter. The magical weapon that Master has just refined should have been more than enough to become a platinum tier magical weapon, but now, it is barely a gold tier magical weapon. Master Oren has made a mistake in the last step. Oren's laughter suddenly stopped, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You can tell. That's right. After all, you're a level 8 great archmage. You are not making a bet with me just because of this, right? Are you willing to bet with me, Master? Dick asked back. Their eyes met, and Oren stared intently at Dick. Are you really going to bet with me on that weapon refinement technique? Of course I'm serious. Dick smiled. I can write a letter as proof. There's no need for this, Oren's eyes flickered as he agreed, all right, I'll bet with you. If a person from the Nicholas family clan is so capable, I can work with your family and bring this weapon refinement pavilion to greater heights." Although he did not know where this fellow's confidence came from his perspective, this bet was not a loss. It would naturally be good if he won, but it would not be bad if he lost. After all, there was no big loss. Of course, if Dick from the Nicholas family clan had the ability to easily defeat a level 3 weapon refining master, the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion would not be considered essential to them. They could have opened another weapon refinement pavilion to go against him. No one would be able to stop them from doing such a business thing. After all, there was only one weapon refining master in the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion. Dick took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. He asked, "Master, you have just refined a magical weapon. Do you want to rest first?" "I don't need to rest." Oren snorted. "How do you want to compete in weapon refinement? Under the same conditions, the person who can refine a magical weapon in the shortest time and of the highest level will win," Dick introduced generally. Oren shouted, "Come on then." "All right." Dick walked to the other corner and waved his hand to put down the common furnace and refining materials in the storage space. "Master, what do you think of the requirements?" Oren went forward to take a look. Whether it was the weapon refinement furnace or the refinement materials, they were all similar to what he had taken out earlier. They were basically the requirements to refine a gold-tier magical weapon. "All right, your weapon refinement furnace is of the same quality as mine. I also use the same rare materials." As he spoke, he waved his hand and put down the same materials. Then, the two of them stopped talking and focused on refining. In this duel, Dick did not use the cloud gold furnace or the strange sacred flame. Even his magical power level was suppressed to the same realm as Orlan. He used the magical power of a level 7 great archmage like Orlan to refine the magical weapon. Time passed bit by bit. The heat, which had dissipated slightly earlier, condensed again and even rose steadily. The immense heat even reached outside the magic formation, giving many people a shock. Half a day later, Oren looked at the gradually forming magical weapon in front of him and smiled. This time, he was in an unprecedentedly good condition. It would definitely be a gold-tier magical weapon. Buzz! At this moment, Orlan was suddenly swept by a huge energy aura. The fluctuation of that magical weapon was no lower than a high-grade one. He turned his head in surprise and looked at it in disbelief. How is it possible to refine it so quickly? And, it's actually a platinum-tier magical weapon. After being dumbfounded for a while, he rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again. It's actually a flying sword. Just as Orlan's mind was flickering, the magical weapon in front of him also emitted a buzzing sound. He quickly placed the attention he had diverted earlier into his furnace. For a moment, he was a little flustered. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and fell one by one. "Oh no, I was too busy looking at the platinum-tier magical weapon." The result of a moment of relaxation was that the previous excellent state of weapon refinement was no longer present. In fact, it was very likely that the magical weapon this time would be destroyed. Chapter 250, Alchemist and Weapon Refiner. Oren quickly tried to remedy the situation. He wanted to go back to the earlier steps of condensing energy, but his situation was getting worse. In the blink of an eye, the magical weapon, which had condensed a lot of his mental strength, was about to be destroyed. Whew! A magical power containing special energy flew over and condensed into the magical weapon in front of him. Oren! He almost cursed out loud, but the magical weapon in the furnace, which had almost failed completely, suddenly had the hope of becoming a full-fledged magical weapon. Oren! Immediately, no matter how strange and surprised he felt, he restrained his mind and focused on weapon refinement. After half an hour, the furnace in front of him suddenly lit up. A cold curved saber floated out of the furnace. It was a gold-tier magical weapon. To be honest, if it had not been for that incident just now, he might have laughed out loud, but Oren had mixed feelings. He waved his hand and put away the magical weapon. He stood up and bowed to Dick. "I've lost." Sigh, his skills were inferior. Dick did not accept the old man's greeting. He quickly stood up and stopped him. "Master, don't be like this. I'm just a junior. I still have a lot to learn." "What master?" Oren waved his hand. "I'm not a master in front of you. Don't say you're a junior." His head hurt, and his heart was filled with panic, shock, and confusion. How could he have such a powerful junior? Junior, Dick was about to say something else. No. I really can't accept this." Oren was at a loss of what to do. At this moment, his face was filled with respect and fear. The earlier arrogance was all gone, not to mention the arrogance of a level 3 weapon refining master. In weapon refinement, one never looked at superficial reputation. What mattered was real ability. Whoever was capable would go up. Previously, Oren had been admired by so many people because they had held in esteem his ability to refine gold-tier magical weapons. Even the city lord of the Holy Light City had to treat him with respect. But now, his words and actions were full of respect and admiration. "You're the master. With my little tricks, I can at most be your assistant." Oren had always been proud of being able to refine gold-tier magical weapons. Now that a platinum-tier magical weapon had appeared in front of him, how could he still be arrogant? At this moment, Dick Nicholas was like a god in front of him, emitting all kinds of glow. The young man in front of him, who had been smiling faintly, was not someone he could compare with at all. He could no longer have any thoughts of competing with him. He was old and he had to admit defeat. Just in terms of weapon refinement technique, the other party had far surpassed him, not to mention the grade of the furnace, weapon refinement skill and the other factors that affected it. Oren was completely convinced. He had lost his earlier arrogance. "You're the senior. Senior's weapon refinement skills have far surpassed mine. Please let me call you master." Dick smiled. "Master Oren, there's no need for this." The two of them chatted for a while. They had found a solution to the problem that had plagued the Nicholas family previously. 2 hours later, Dick returned home and ran into Ron, who had returned. "Brother Dick." Ron walked to Dick and said with a smile, "Earlier, on the way, I heard that you had refined a platinum-tier magical weapon in the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion." Dick sounded a little glad. To be able to refine a platinum-tier magical weapon now is more or less due to luck. Anyway, it's good that I could settle the family matters well. When he was refining weapons in the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion, he did not think too much. He was completely immersed naturally in refining weapons. If he were to really refine it again now, even under the same conditions, he might not be able to produce another platinum-tier magical weapon. Even if he had used the Cloud Gold Furnace and the strange Sacred Flame and did not suppress his magical power level, the outcome would still be uncertain. Such a fortuitous situation was not easy to achieve. Speaking of which, Oren had probably been stunned by his move, and his attitude was exceptionally respectful. The verbal bet earlier had been honored. Now, half of the ownership of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion had been successfully won by the Nicholas family. Dick smiled and asked Ron, "Is everything going well on your side?" "Yes, it is the same, it went very well," Ron replied with a smile. He had also been sent out by the family head today to settle the businesses that had not been settled yesterday. It was a shop that originally belonged to the Byron family. It was mainly in charge of the production and sale of pills. The situation was similar to that of the Sacred Spirit Weapon Refinement Pavilion. When he had arrived there, those alchemists who had been unwilling to come under the Nicholas family clan were gathered by him to exchange pointers. Soon, they no longer spoke arrogantly. The Nicholas family had taken over a pill store specially for magi. Their relaxed demeanor had also infected the other clansmen. The next day, news about the Nicholas family clan spread throughout the Holy Light City again. Basically, everyone learnt that the Nicholas family had successfully taken over the alchemy business of the Byron family and the weapon refinement business of the Trice family. What made everyone discuss fervently was not the matter concerning the takeover of the businesses, but a piece of information which had been leaked: the Nicholas family clan actually had an alchemist and a weapon refiner. Moreover, they were the most capable younger generation in the family, Ron and Dick. These two people were already famous. Not only were they of high magical power realm and powerful strength, they were also a level 6 alchemist and a level 4 weapon refining master. Unlike the magical power realm, alchemy and weapon refinement were divided into 9 levels. The levels between them were also different. To an alchemist, their level was the same as the highest grade of the pills they had made. The pills were divided into 9 grades. Grade 1 and 2 were suitable for ordinary magi, Grade 3 and 4 were suitable for great magi, Grade 5 and 6 were suitable for great archmagi, Grade 7 and 8 were suitable for the divine magi, and Grade 9 were the sacred pills that only a heavenly divine mage could come into contact with. Before returning to the Holy Light City, Ron's alchemy skills had not reached level 6. After obtaining the sacred spirit body, the flame sacred body, his control over the strange sacred flame became even more exquisite. He was able to refine pills with ease, and it did not take long for him to reach the realm of a level 6 alchemist. To a weapon refiner, their level was the same as the highest level of weapon they had refined. Magical weapons were also divided into ordinary magical weapons, sacred weapons, and divine weapons. To be able to refine a silver-tier magical weapon meant that one had entered the threshold of a weapon refiner. The gold, platinum, and diamond-tier magical weapons after that corresponded to a level 2 to level 4 weapon refiner. After that, the refined magical weapons were no longer called in the same way, they were called sacred weapons. These were also divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top. They corresponded to a level 5 to level 8 weapon refiner. At level 9, a weapon refiner could refine a divine weapon. The magical weapons refined by the weapon refiners of the 9 levels were all different. Generally speaking, below the divine mage, even a top great archmage would rarely have a diamond-tier magical weapon on him. As for a sacred weapon, only a divine mage could use it. Currently, the Nicholas family clan had Ron, a level 6 alchemist, and Dick, a level 4 weapon refiner. In their family, they are able to satisfy the needs of the clansmen below the divine mage realm for magical weapons and magical pills.